Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Camille. The faint hum of the floor polisher echoes through the cavernous lobby, bouncing off marble floors so pristine they look like glass under the fluorescent lights. Sometimes, I catch my own reflection in them. Like now, when I pause to wipe sweat from my brow. For a beat, I see a tired young woman with caramel brown skin, hair frizzing at the edges of her loose bun, and dark circles bruising the skin beneath her eyes. My father used to say these eyes were full of promise. That was back when I believed in everything he said. I let out a soft sigh. The polisher hums on, patient as a sentinel waiting for its next directive. The rest of the building is asleep. It's just me, and the hush of after-hours quiet, interrupted occasionally by a security guard's footsteps or the elevator's ding. Working nights in these gilded corridors isn't my dream, but it's my reality, one I can't escape. Not yet. At last, I flick the polisher's switch to off, letting the lobby settle into silence. One job done, 1,000 more to go, and it's not even midnight. Lugging the polisher behind me, I wheel it into the maintenance closet. My arms ache from wrangling its weight for the last hour, but I can't rest now. There's a list: vacuum the executive conference rooms, disinfect the glass and chrome desks, make sure the water coolers are refilled. It's always a list. But first, I need a break. I scuttle out of the closet, glancing around the lobby with the cautious air of someone who's not supposed to linger. Sprawling pillars of polished marble rise from the floor to the soaring ceiling, where chandeliers glitter like captured starlight. Overhead, a skylight reveals a piece of the New York night sky, dark, foreboding, and dotted with the occasional plane's flashing lights. The entire space screams money and power. It's ironic, really. All this pomp for a building that houses some of the biggest names in fashion, finance, and media. People who might wear my designs if I ever got the chance to create them. I cross to a small seating area off to the side, hidden by potted palms so tall their fronds brush the overhead lights. It's mostly for show, but the chairs are comfortable. I sink into one, relief blooming in my muscles. Out of habit, I reach into the pocket of my gray uniform pants and pull out a crumpled napkin. Then fish a pen from behind my ear. Sketching is my only freedom. It's a skill I inherited from my father, Patrick Hart, once a revered name in the fashion world. He plopped me beside him at the big oak table in his studio, letting me doodle while he made magic happen on reams of parchment paper. I was a little girl then, wide-eyed and confident enough to believe I'd follow in his footsteps. But that was before the acquisition war, before the betrayal, before his new wife, the polished, cunning socialite whose name I can barely say without clenching my teeth, took everything in the aftermath. Now, I have no real claim to my father's legacy, just a few dog-eared memories and the stubborn talent I refuse to let go to waste. Slowly, I draw a quick outline of a cocktail dress, imagining how it would move on a runway. Bold lines with fluid draping. My pen scrawls across the napkin, occasionally catching on the grain of the cheap paper. My heart kicks up a notch, a small thrill in the midst of monotony. This is what I live for. Imagining worlds where I can design something that makes a statement. The vacuum can wait 5 more minutes. Outside, heavy glass doors slide open, letting in a draft of cooler air. I stiffen, heart pounding. My break's almost over if that's a supervisor or a random late-night executive, but no one appears. The footsteps I expect never come, likely just the wind triggering the sensors or the security guard making rounds. Easing the tension in my shoulders, I return to my sketch. The dress is starting to take shape. A structured bodice with a hand-stitched rosette along one shoulder. The skirt flaring out with subtle layers of chiffon. I note the idea. Slightly asymmetrical neckline. Use unexpected color combinations. Perhaps midnight blue with copper accents. A hint of sparkle, but never gaudy. My pen scratches out the final lines. My father's voice hums in my memory. Fashion should be felt as much as seen, Camille. It should evoke emotion, not just admiration. His designs did that. Brought tears to runway audiences. Made an industry that prides itself on cynicism catch its breath. When he died, under the weight of financial ruin and heartbreak, the vultures descended. Among them was Leo Maddox, once my father's protege. I was too young to fully understand the heartbreak in my father's eyes, but I knew something fundamental. That man took credit for my father's brilliance and left him with nothing but debts and a tarnished name. My pulse spikes at the thought of him. Leo Maddox. I've never met him, but the tabloids paint him as a cold, ruthless fashion mogul. Some call him a visionary, others call him a traitor. He's made himself the unstoppable force behind Maddox Design, the brand that soared to success on the ruins of my father's company. If there's one person I'd never want to meet, it's that man. I push the thought away. No point dwelling on ghosts. I have bills to pay, an overbearing stepmother to tolerate, and a dream I can't afford to lose. I tuck my napkin sketch into a small folder I keep stashed in the depths of my bag. Someday maybe I'll have a real portfolio. For now, scraps and scribbles. Time's up. My break ends. Sighing, I rise from the chair, brushing wrinkles from my gray uniform. My reflection in the polished wall across from me catches my eye again. I smooth back a few stray curls from my chestnut brown hair, which is pulled into a soft, messy bun. My uniform is loose. Not exactly flattering, but it's functional. Underneath the shapeless fabric, I have a slim figure. Gentle curves I inherited from my mother, or so I'm told. I was only 9 when she passed. There's a pang in my chest, but I shove it aside. Feeling sorry for myself never accomplishes anything. At 5'6", I'm used to feeling overshadowed by the towering presence of my father's legacy, then the oppression of living with my stepmother. But even from behind these drab clothes, I feel a flicker of determination. I refuse to be invisible forever. I pick up the vacuum from the supply closet and push through the glass doors to the executive suites. The lights in the corridor are still on. Someone must have left in a rush. The carpet is plush, a deep emerald green that matches the gilded trim along the walls. It's the sort of luxury I've cleaned 1,000 times but never get used to. I start at one end, methodically guiding the vacuum in neat rows, while my thoughts drift from design ideas to the mounting pressure of living under my stepmother's roof. Her name is Fiona. She's perfect at a glance, impeccably dressed, always delivering backhanded compliments with a sweet smile. My father married her for reasons I'll never know, and after he passed, she made sure I was cut off from anything that might carry his name, except of course the taxes and leftover debts. She inherited the remains of his brand, albeit battered, and my stepsister claimed the social spotlight, riding on the memory of my father's achievements. Meanwhile, I was told in no uncertain terms that if I wanted a roof over my head, I'd better learn to serve. So here I am, vacuuming carpets for people who can afford to commission haute couture as casually as buying groceries. Halfway down the corridor, my phone buzzes in my pocket. I switch off the vacuum and dig it out. It's a text from my stepsister Brenna, Fiona's golden child, Brenna, 11:42 p.m. OMG. Guess who's just been invited to a private dinner? WW/the Leomatics. I roll my eyes so hard it hurts. The entire family knows how I feel about Leomatics, but Brenna must enjoy rubbing it in. My heart clenches anyway. A private dinner with the Leomatics? Rumor has it he's scouting personal designers for a hush-hush, exclusive launch. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime break for any aspiring fashion professional. But Brenna's not a designer. She's a socialite who sees the industry as a vanity fair. She doesn't even sew on her own buttons. Exasperated, I tuck the phone back into my pocket. The vacuum roars to life again, drowning out the swirl of thoughts. My father's legacy, my stepmother's manipulations, the memory of a man I've grown to resent. The next time I glance at my phone, it's nearing midnight. My shift will end around 4 or 5 in the morning, depending on how much time I take for breaks, which means I'll get home just in time to catch a few hours sleep before having to deal with Fiona's latest demands. I grit my teeth and keep cleaning. By 1:30, I'm done with the executive wing and moving on to the top floor boardroom, where deals worth millions, sometimes billions, are made. The polished wooden conference table looks like it's carved from a single slab of mahogany. The chairs upholstered in rich, buttery leather. Rows of motivational artwork, art that probably cost more than my father's first production run, adorn the walls. They say things like, innovate, lead, dominate. The irony isn't lost on me. The boardroom is silent, but the hush feels heavy, like the ghosts of 1,000 closed deals still echo here. Wiping down the table, my mind drifts again to that text from Brenna. I can't help the small, bitter spark of envy. I'd kill for the opportunity to show my father's sketches, my sketches, to someone with the influence to open doors. Yet the same man who destroyed my father's career is now hailed as a genius. If my father had been alive, maybe we could have rebuilt his brand together. Maybe I would have finished fashion school. Maybe we'd have matched each other in drive and talent, heart and heart, father and daughter. Instead, I have rags in my hands and the sting of salt behind my eyes. I pause, exhaling carefully. Crying on the job won't help. Neither will rage. My father told me once, in a world of thieves, you must protect your heart by arming your mind. Maybe that's what I need to do. Find a way to arm my mind. Plan, strategize. Not let bitterness consume me. When the final wipe down is complete, it's close to 2. I slump into one of the leather chairs, letting the exhaustion settle into my bones. A noise in the hallway startles me. I jolt upright, worried it might be a supervisor. Heart hammering, I scramble to my feet and gather my cleaning supplies. But no one comes in. After another minute, it's silent. My nerves are shot, though, so I decide to take a quick moment to recenter. Just then, my phone buzzes again. Another text from Brenna. Brenna, 2:02 a.m. Don't freak, but I might not make that dinner tomorrow. Got a better invite? Maybe you can go. Brenna, 2:04 a.m. LOLJK, as if, never. Every muscle in my body tenses. She might be joking about letting me go in her place, but the seed is planted. What would I give to sit across from Leomatics, to see the look in his eyes if I demanded answers about my father's downfall? Better yet, to show him the designs that carry the very essence of Patrick Hart's vision, and watch that arrogant facade crack? A war begins in my head. It's reckless. It's probably an awful idea. But the part of me that's been silent too long, the part that fantasizes about restoring my father's name, roars to life. If Brenna truly doesn't go, could I? My heart thunders so loudly, I half expect the security guard to burst in and tell me to keep it down. I stare at the text a moment longer. My father taught me to seize every chance to prove myself. Not that I was ever bold enough to impersonate my stepsister. Until this moment. I gather my cleaning supplies and head for the elevator. The doors whisper open, revealing my reflection for the umpteenth time tonight. Tired eyes, chestnut brown hair trying to escape its bun, uniform that hides my figure, skin the color of caramel looking washed out under fluorescent lights. For a second, I picture myself in one of my designs, something bold, sleek, and undeniably me. Head high, eyes blazing with purpose, stepping into a world of glitz and haute couture, the world my father once commanded. What if? That's the question that follows me all the way to the next floor. It's the question that refuses to let me sleep when I finally drag myself home. It's the question that throbs in my chest as I recall the rumors swirling about Leo Maddox's new launch and how he's rumored to be scouting personal designers. I may have no rightful place at his table, but sometimes a chance is all you need. In a world of thieves, arm your mind, my father had said. I close my eyes, feeling the prickle of tears I won't let fall. My mind is stirring with the new possibilities, dangerous, exciting possibilities. I step off the elevator into yet another corridor that glimmers with wealth, push the vacuum along, and let the hush of the night blanket me in half-formed hopes. Because if Brenna won't show up for that dinner, maybe I will. Outside, the faintest lightening of the sky signals dawn. My shift ended an hour late. Typical. My arms ache, shoulders stiff from hours of labor. But despite my exhaustion, my pulse thrums with a curious, bright energy I can't shake. Something about the idea, putting on my sister's borrowed glam, stepping into that restaurant, and forcing Leo Maddox to acknowledge the daughter of Patrick Hart, sets my heart racing. Even if it's just to see the shock on his face, the self-assured man, rumored to ruin reputations with a single phone call, might finally meet someone he can't easily dismiss. I push through the revolving doors and step onto the sidewalk. Crisp air greets me, and I inhale deeply, letting the morning chill numb my fatigue. New York is stirring awake. Cars honk, a few early joggers pass by, and the lights in nearby cafes snap on. It's the city that swallows dreams whole, but sometimes it spits a few out triumphant. I wonder if I can be among the few. I head toward the nearest subway entrance, the city's pulse thrumming beneath my feet. My phone buzzes again, a final text from Brenna that arrived while I was in the elevator. Brenna, 4:59 a.m. Confirmed. I'm definitely not going. Have fun cleaning floors or whatever you do at night. I let a small wry smile curl my lips. Oh, I'll have fun all right. The kind Brenna will never see coming. My father lost everything once. He died in ashes. But maybe I can reclaim something of his legacy, even if it's just the right to demand that Leo Maddox face me, no longer a shadow in a janitor's uniform, but as Patrick Hart's daughter. Tucking my phone away, I quicken my pace down the subway steps. Beneath the city, trains rattle, the metallic scream echoing through tunnels. Commuters shuffle, half asleep, carrying hopes and burdens as heavy as mine. I hug my coat closer around my body and let the turnstile clack behind me, my footsteps purposeful on the worn concrete. A single whisper pulses in my mind. Tomorrow night, you'll look the man who stole your father's legacy in the eye and remind him that the Harts aren't finished yet. Despite everything, my exhaustion, my fear, my battered faith in a dream that might never come true, an ember of determination glows within me. I cling to it, because if I lose that, I lose the last piece of myself that believes in possibilities. The train arrives, doors sliding open with a rush of stale air. I slip inside, find an empty seat, and lower my gaze to the folder of sketches in my bag. Someday, those sketches will see the light of day. Someday, I'll show the world who Camille Hart really is. And tomorrow night, I might just get my chance. Impersonation be damned. The train lurches forward, plunging us all into the darkness of the subway tunnel, but I feel like I'm on the brink of something new. Fear and excitement mingle, twisting into a single coil in my stomach. A question forms on my lips, one that sets my pulse racing with anticipation. What happens when the man who took everything from us finally faces the one woman determined to take it back? My reflection in the train window stares back with an almost defiant glint. Soon, Leo Maddox, I think, gripping my bag. You'll see exactly who I am and what I'm capable of.
Chapter 2. Leo. The boardroom at Maddox Design HQ glitters at night, the skyline of Manhattan stretching like a neon tapestry beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city pulses with an energy that used to fill me with hope once upon a time. Now it's a background hum to my perpetual state of calculation. I lean back in my leather chair, tapping the edge of a sleek tablet balanced on the polished conference table. The last of my team has just filed out, leaving me with only my executive assistant, Vance, who's perched near the door, eyes scanning the final bullet points of tonight's agenda. I rub my temple, forcing a sigh out between tight lips. "So we're locked in for tomorrow's private dinner?" I ask, my voice low and even, reflecting the composure I've honed over years of boardroom battles. Vance nods, flipping through his phone to confirm. "Yes. We have a small group, including a few potential designers. Mostly people who can help us gauge the direction of the new line. Those with enough clout to matter." He lifts his gaze. "Miss Brenna Martin will attend as well, correct?" I fix him with a steady look. "That's the plan." My tone betrays nothing, but inside I feel the slightest tug of distaste. I'm not fond of socialites who see fashion as a sparkly novelty. Still, connections are everything. I need the best and brightest for this upcoming launch, and sometimes that means rubbing elbows with the superficial. If Miss Martin proves valuable, she'll be useful for press. If she doesn't, no harm done. A flicker of something crosses Vance's face. Amusement, maybe. He's been at my side long enough to understand my unrelenting drive. She's a stepping stone, then. I offer a shrug, glancing at the empty seats around the table. We'll see. We need a certain level of influence for this to work. Tugging at the cuff of my tailored suit jacket, I add, "Make sure the other invitations went out to actual designers, not just social media celebrities. I want real talent. This line must be ironclad in quality and concept." He nods. "Of course. Will that be all?" "Almost," I say. Then slide the tablet toward him, the screen displaying a real estate summary for a small property in Soho. It's one of the last holdings tied to Patrick Hart's defunct brand, a half-abandoned workshop that used to produce prototypes for Hart's mid-tier couture. My pulse quickens at the sight of the name on the document. Hart. I want a full assessment of this space. If it's worth acquiring, I need the numbers tomorrow. Vance examines the screen with a careful eye. I wasn't aware we were still looking at Hart's assets. I don't move, keeping my features impassive. Let's just say I have a personal interest in tying up loose ends. He's too professional to press further, so he just nods. I'll handle it. See you in the morning. When he's gone, I let the silence of the room settle over me. The city, beyond the glass walls, sparkles, a reminder of how far I've come from those grimy, narrow streets I called home as a kid. My father was never in the picture. My mother was a seamstress who spent her life hunched over a sewing machine, churning out pieces for upscale brands that never gave her credit. Growing up, I learned early that power is what separates those who get trampled from those who do the trampling. That lesson guided me to Patrick Hart's doorstep over a decade ago. He was legendary in the design world until he wasn't. If I close my eyes, I can still remember how proud I felt when he said my sketches showed promise. How convinced I was that he'd be my advocate, my mentor, my protector in an industry thick with sharks, and how foolish I'd felt years later, watching him tear my ideas apart in front of senior investors, claiming them as his own. Bitterness flickers in my chest. I force it down. The man is gone, and I've built an empire. Maddox Design stands on my vision, my cunning, and yes, maybe a kernel of heartbreak. But I succeeded. I always do. Reaching for the bottle of sparkling water on the table, I pour a measure into a glass, I usually prefer a neat whiskey when I'm alone, but I need a clear head. Tomorrow's dinner is crucial. It's the first step in selecting a handful of fresh talents for an exclusive launch I've been planning for months. There's no room for error. My brand, my name, is on the line. I stand, crossing to the floor-to-ceiling windows. My reflection meets me. Tall, 6'2", dark hair precisely trimmed on the sides, longer on top. My eyes, steely gray, people say, reflect the city lights. I adjust the lapels of my bespoke navy suit, noticing the tension in my shoulders. It's been a relentless month of acquisitions and expansions, and apparently my body is letting me know. I grimace slightly and roll my neck, eyes slipping shut for a moment. In the hush, I hear my mother's voice, reminding me of the nights she'd bring home cast-off fabric scraps, dreaming of a better life for both of us. I hear the echo of Patrick Hart praising my earliest attempts at design. Then I remember the day he cast me aside. A piece of me wants the world to know I became everything he said I wasn't capable of being. No one will ever use me again. No one will ever overshadow my name. With a sharp exhale, I push the memories away and head out of the boardroom. The corridors of Maddox Design are a maze of glass offices and contemporary decor. My aesthetic is sleek, efficient, cutting edge. I like to think it contrasts with the old-world glamour Patrick Hart once prized. A reflection of who I've become, a man forged in steel, not pastel linens. Near my private elevator, I spot a dimly lit display featuring my latest runway success, a streamlined black and white suit dress that critics called equal parts ferocity and finesse. Its structured lines and subtle embroidered detailing speak to my mother's influence. I still sew my own linings, a fact no one but me knows. It's my way of remembering where I came from, and a quiet nod to the power in craft, something Patrick Hart may have taught me but never gave me credit for. I push the elevator button. The polished metal doors slide open. Inside, the hush is thick, broken only by the gentle hum of movement. I press the button for the penthouse floor, where my personal suite is located. There's a swirl of satisfaction in my gut. I built this, but also an undercurrent of restlessness. Once you've reached the top, where else is there to go? Halfway up, my phone buzzes. It's an update from one of my legal advisors on the Hart estate. A short line of text. No new developments, but we have eyes on the Soho property. I thumb the message closed, jaw clenched. There's no reason to resurrect the ghost of Patrick Hart except I can't fully move forward without burying him, once and for all. Owning that workshop is the final nail in the coffin, a symbolic victory. I'll either renovate it for my own brand or demolish it. Either way, Hart will vanish, leaving only Maddox. The elevator dings at my private floor, which functions as a living space and office extension. It's an elegant open-concept area with floor-to-ceiling windows on two sides, modern furniture in shades of charcoal and white, and the faint echo of jazz playing from an unseen speaker. I step onto the Italian marble floor, inhaling the subtle fragrance of leather and clean linen. The environment is meticulously curated, just like my public persona. Before I can toss my tablet onto the sofa, a voice calls out, "You work too late, you know?" It's Lexi, my personal chef and occasional confidant. She emerges from behind the kitchen's sleek countertop, arms folded over a casual hoodie. She's the only person in the building who dares to speak to me without formalities. I give her a tight-lipped smile. "I'll sleep when this new line is secured." Lexi tilts her head, dark curls swaying. "Any reason you're pushing yourself harder than usual?" She gestures to the files on my tablet. "You've had successful launches before, but this one seems personal." For a moment, I weigh how much to share. Then I shrug, leaning against the kitchen island. "Everything I do is personal, Lex. That's why it works." I pause, swirling the glass of water in my hand. I'm scouting new talent, people who bring fresh eyes to the brand. Meanwhile, certain properties might soon come under my control. It all ties together. She arches a brow, glancing at me skeptically. "And this doesn't have anything to do with that old mentor of yours?" The one you never talk about? I stiffen, a flicker of annoyance. I talk about him plenty, I lie, forcing my shoulders to relax. Patrick Hart is ancient history. I have bigger concerns, like ensuring tomorrow's dinner goes off without a hitch. Right. That dinner. She moves to the fridge, pulling out a container of fresh fruit. Some socialite, plus a handful of up-and-comers. A real who's who from the rumor mill, apparently. People love rumors, I say flatly, and I thrive on them when they serve me. She chuckles, handing me a small bowl of sliced mango. You're good at that. Just don't forget to eat something that's not your own ambition. I roll my eyes, but I take the bowl. Thanks, Mom, I mutter. Still, I pop a slice of mango in my mouth, letting the sweet tang ground me. She's right. I haven't eaten a real meal in hours. With a parting wave, Lexi heads out, likely giving me space. She knows I hate small talk about my personal life, especially about Patrick Hart. Once alone, I cross to my desk, setting down the bowl. Stacks of lookbooks and market analyses clutter the surface, but my gaze drifts to a faded photograph pinned to the side of my laptop stand. It's from a time I almost forgot. Me, at 19, standing beside Patrick Hart, both of us beaming over a new design pinned to a mannequin. The photo was taken right after he said, "Leo, you've got something special. We'll make history." The next year, he froze me out. Took my best ideas, labeled them as his reinvigorated approach, and subtly let the industry praise him for designs that were half mine. After I confronted him, he shut me down, said I wasn't ready, that I needed more humbling. Soon I was off the team, with no real credit, no references, no open doors. My mother died around that time, never getting to see me claw my way back up, never knowing how cold the fashion world could be. In the years since, I've built Maddox Design into a behemoth. I'm the majority shareholder, and not a single stitch crosses the runway without my personal approval. I earned my place, while Patrick Hart's brand crumbled in scandal and debt. The man died with the same name he robbed me of, undone by shady deals and shattered trust. Every time I think of him, my gut twists between anger and a strange, hollow sense of loss. Maybe because a part of me once cared about him. But caring is a liability. That's a lesson I learned well. With a quick flick of my wrist, I minimize the old photo on my screen. There's no point in dwelling on the past except to make sure it never threatens me again. The Soho workshop is the last piece of that puzzle, the final ghost to exorcise, and I'll do it quietly if I can. The press loves a bloodbath, but I prefer to pick my battles carefully. I refocus on the dinner guest list for tomorrow. Names scroll by on the screen. Some I recognize as influencers, others as genuine up-and-coming designers. Brenna Martin stands out. A name with money, though not necessarily a design portfolio. Her mother apparently gleaned some assets from the Hart estate, but that's not my main interest. Brenna's known to be a shameless opportunist, which can be useful. My PR team insists her presence will attract media coverage, especially if she attaches her name to the brand in some capacity. Whatever it takes, I tell myself. This exclusive line isn't just about revenue. It's about unveiling a new direction for Maddox Design, something that merges old-world craftsmanship with future-forward technology, a line that will silence any critics who dare to say I can't evolve. And if my new approach outshines anything Patrick Hart ever did, so be it. A final fitting triumph. The digital clock on my laptop reads 12:37 a.m. Another late night, but I don't stop. Instead, I flick through design proposals my team has curated. Some have potential, but none sing to me. They're safe, predictable, lacking the raw emotional spark that once drew me to fashion in the first place. As frustrating as that is, I refuse to settle. I need more, I need better. Something that hits you in the chest, the way good art does. A memory forces itself into my mind. My mother, teaching me how to cut a pattern late at night. "Clothes can tell a story," she said. "They can whisper secrets." Don't ever forget that, Leo. I exhale, uneasy with the nostalgia creeping through me. Nostalgia is a weakness I can't afford. I open a separate folder labeled Potential Recruits, scanning for anyone else. Another handful of so-so designers with decent references. But again, nothing that sets my blood on fire. Maybe tomorrow's dinner will bring in a wild card, a designer with the nerve to stand toe-to-toe with me. That's part of the reason I insisted on meeting them in a more intimate setting. I want to see who can handle the pressure outside their comfort zone. My phone pings with a reminder about a real estate meeting at 8 a.m. The Soho property, I realize, a small coil of satisfaction knotting in my stomach. The last piece. Once that's mine, I can do with it as I please. And the name Hart will be little more than a footnote in fashion history. People won't even remember him. They'll remember me. A quiet laugh escapes me at the thought. Some might say it's obsessive. Maybe it is. But I didn't become who I am without an edge. Ruthlessness isn't a flaw here. It's survival. I close the laptop, feeling the strain in my eyes, and drain the rest of my water. The city lights beckon from the windows, but behind the glare, dawn is a few hours away. Time to get some sleep, I decide. As I walk toward my bedroom, an expanse of minimalist decor, a king-sized bed with crisp white sheets and blackout blinds that'll shut out the rising sun, I can't shake the sense that tomorrow is pivotal. I've hosted countless events and scouted dozens of designers before, but something about this dinner feels charged. Maybe it's just nerves, I tell myself. Then again, it's more than that. The old ghosts of Patrick Hart, the upcoming acquisitions, the promise of a new line that might shape the future of Maddox design for the next decade. I unbutton my suit jacket, draping it over the back of a chair. In the bedroom mirror, my reflection looks calm and collected, the same expression I carry into negotiations and board meetings. But a flicker of something else stares back from my gray eyes, a restless hunger, a need for something intangible. I swallow hard, ignoring the twinge in my chest that whispers, "It's never just business." Not when your entire identity is built on proving you deserve to be here. Slipping out of my shirt, I set it aside and grab a charcoal t-shirt from a nearby drawer. The cotton is soft, and it clings to my lean frame, a testament to the rigorous workouts I force myself into. Control, discipline, always. I run a hand through my jet-black hair, then draw the blinds shut with the press of a button. The city's brilliance dims, leaving me with the hush of my penthouse. A single beep from my phone breaks the silence. A final courtesy reminder for tomorrow's dinner, listing the guest names. I flick my gaze over them, tapping to confirm. Among them is Brenna Martin, someone I suspect will be more nuisance than help, but I'll deal with that. Maybe she'll bring along the right acquaintances. Maybe she has some hidden angle. I'll milk it if it's there. I set the phone down. Then, standing in the half-light, I let my mind wander to the day I first stepped into Patrick Hart's studio. The walls had been awash in sunlight, bolts of fabric scattered in bright, jumbled rainbows, and the air smelled of coffee and possibilities. For a second, I remember that feeling of awe. This is where I belong. Then, with a fierce blink, I bury the memory. He's gone. I'm here. Tomorrow I'll finalize the scouting for my new line. I'll charm the influential, assess the talented, and confirm that the Soho workshop is mine for the taking. It's all part of the plan. Still, an inexplicable tingle runs through my veins. Every fiber of me says something is about to shift. Focus, I order myself. You built Maddox Design by never letting your guard down. No matter what tomorrow brings, be it fresh talent, media mania, or an unforeseen complication, I'll stay 5 steps ahead just like always. Because when you fought your way from nothing, you learn never to risk losing it all again. I climb into bed, the sheets cold against my skin. Outside, a siren wails faintly, reminding me that New York never really sleeps, just like me. My mind churns with thoughts of expansions, acquisitions, new lines, and old grudges. I close my eyes, willing myself to rest. If I dream, I dream of power suits, runway lights, and applause echoing against high ceilings. Everything I've chased to become a name that no one can erase. Patrick Hart once told me I'd never be more than a footnote in his story. Tomorrow I take one more step in proving him wrong. Even in sleep, I can't help but smile at that.
Chapter 3. Camille. My body aches the next morning. As I shuffle into the cramped kitchen I'm forced to share with my stepmother and stepsister. The apartment is luxurious by most people's standards, 24th floor of a ritzy building overlooking the city. But it's never felt like home. The hush of polished hardwood floors and carefully curated decor only highlights my sense of not belonging. Every cabinet and pillow is designer labeled, a remnant of the wealth my father once commanded before everything collapsed. I slept maybe 4 hours after my night shift at the high-rise. My uniform is tossed in the laundry hamper, and I'm now dressed in worn jeans and a simple navy sweater. I haven't had time to shower yet. The sweet aroma of coffee calls me first. Rubbing the bleariness from my eyes, I hover near the coffee maker. It's Fiona's favorite brand, some exotic blend with a name I can't pronounce. Her taste always skews expensive, a testament to her society background. The hush is broken by the sound of Brenna's laughter coming from the hallway. My stepsister's voice is chirpy, almost cloying. Without thinking, I slow my steps, creeping around the corner just enough to see her perched on the tufted bench by the front door, phone pressed to her ear. She's wearing her usual, casual clothes that probably cost more than my monthly paycheck, a silky blouse in pale peach, and a pair of pristine white trousers, topped off by sky-high nude heels. Her hair is styled in glamorous waves that tumble around her shoulders. She was up early to get ready for something. Suddenly, she says a name that snags my full attention. Yes, with Leo Maddox. Her giggle rings out. Then she lowers her voice conspiratorially. Can you believe it? Mom pulled a few strings, apparently. My breath catches in my throat. Leo Maddox. The man I fell asleep thinking about. The man who fueled my nightmares and daydreams alike. He's a legend and a villain in my story, though we've never actually met. For years, I've nurtured a quiet rage toward him. Hearing Brenna mention him so casually makes my stomach clench with a mix of curiosity and resentment. Brenna glances over her shoulder and I jerk back, pressing myself to the wall. I've never been particularly close to her, but eavesdropping feels wrong even by my own standards. Still, I remain frozen, ears straining. Her voice drifts my way. Yeah, it's apparently some private dinner thing, but get this, it's basically a blind date scenario. Mom's friend said Leo is scouting new personal designers or something, but come on. It's Leo Maddox. He's loaded and gorgeous, and apparently single. I'm just going to show up, look incredible, maybe drop a few hints that I'm fashion-minded. You know how it is. I scoff under my breath. Fashion-minded? Brenna can barely tell a hem from a neckline. The thought of her discussing designs with Leo Maddox is laughable. She's precisely the kind of superficial ornament he probably expects from society events. Pretty, but lacking genuine artistic depth. And yet, hearing her talk about him like a conquest stirs a flicker of indignation in me, like she's snatching at an opportunity she doesn't even want or deserve. But maybe that's my envy talking. For years, I've dreamed of having even a tiny fraction of access to the fashion elite. Meanwhile, Brenna breezes into it with a toss of her perfect hair. I inch farther down the hallway, waiting until she finishes her call. My heart thuds in my chest as she pockets her phone and heads toward the living room. Now is probably my chance to confront her, or at least glean more info, before Fiona swoops in. Summoning courage, I step into the living room, where Brenna is flipping through a glossy magazine. She barely glances at me, but her lips curl in a knowing smirk. "Morning, Camille," she says, a hint of condescension in her tone. Heard you come in after sunrise again. Must be exhausting. I cross my arms, trying to keep my voice level. I manage. Then, forcing more lightness than I feel, I nod at her outfit. All dressed up? Another brunch with the crowd? She arches a meticulously groomed brow. Actually, it's a pre-lunch spa appointment. I have an important dinner tonight. Something exclusive. My pulse picks up, but I keep my expression mild. Dinner with who? Brenna shifts, eyes gleaming. Just a private event. You wouldn't be interested. She's enjoying the power dynamic, dangling bits of information. My blood warms with the irritation, but I won't give her the satisfaction. I force my tone to stay neutral. Well, in case you need anything, let me know. She smirks. Of course. Don't wait up, though. I'll be out late. She lifts her magazine, effectively ending the conversation. Coffee forgotten, I slip back to my small bedroom down the hall. It's an unremarkable space, white walls, a single narrow window, and a twin bed covered in a thrift store comforter. The only hints of my passion are the piles of sketchbooks and fabric scraps stashed in corners. I lean against the closed door, heart pounding as thoughts churn. Leo Maddox, private dinner, possibly a chance for new designers to catch his eye. I rake my fingers through my chestnut brown hair, still messy from sleep. Last night's fantasies about confronting him flicker in my mind. It felt like a fever dream, an impossible scenario where I demanded answers, maybe even some form of justice. Now, it's not just a dream. Brenna has an invitation, and I have, well, nothing. I sink onto the bed and stare at the topmost sketchbook. The image on the cover is a stylized rose, something I drew months ago. It reminds me of the small tattoo behind my ear, a testament to reclaiming beauty on my own terms. My father was big on symbolic gestures. I guess that stuck with me. I can't stop thinking about how Brenna sounded so casual, so dismissive. She doesn't care about design. She just wants the bragging rights of being on Leo Maddox's arm for an evening, maybe snag a few paparazzi shots. Meanwhile, I'd give anything to have a real audience with him, if only to force him to acknowledge what he did to my father. But how? Brenna holds the invitation, and she'd sooner tear out my heart than invite me along. That's when the text chime breaks my thoughts. I fumble for my phone, half expecting it to be a note from the cleaning agency confirming my next shift. Instead, I see Brenna's name. Brenna, 10:45 a.m. I might not go tonight, just got a better invitation. LOL, Mom will flip, but whatevs. My jaw drops. Is she serious? She's skipping dinner with Leo Maddox for something even more exclusive? My heart picks up speed, a hot swirl of nerves and possibility. I text back before I can overthink. You're really not going? Her reply comes fast. Brenna, 10:47 a.m. Probably not. Don't tell Mom. A flurry of emotions rush through me. If she's truly not going, could I go in her place? It's dangerous, reckless, utterly insane. But a tiny voice in the back of my mind, the one that used to cheer for my father at every show, whispers, this might be your only chance. Debate roars inside my head. If I impersonate Brenna, that's borderline fraudulent. I could get thrown out, ridiculed, maybe even blacklisted. I have no illusions about how fierce Leo Maddox can be. If he recognizes me or suspects deception, he could humiliate me. But what if he doesn't? What if I can talk my way through one evening, gather enough courage to ask the questions I've wanted to ask for years, maybe show him a design or two? My father always said, fortune favors the bold. Maybe so, but boldness can also get you crushed. I stand abruptly, pacing the tiny space. My reflection in the mirror shows a woman who looks tired, a bit desperate, but also determined. My caramel-colored skin has a slight flush in the cheeks, my eyes keen. The memory of scrubbing floors in that building last night flickers through my mind. I'm done waiting for someone else's approval. An hour later, I force myself into the living room again. This time, I find both Fiona and Brenna at the dining table. Fiona, my stepmother, is tapping at her phone with her manicured nails, perfectly shaped almond nails painted in a glossy mauve. She wears a cream-colored blouse and a pencil skirt that accentuates her trim figure. Her gaze flicks up when I enter. "Camille," she says, voice carefully neutral. "Good morning." Brenna rolls her eyes. "It's practically noon, Mom." A twinge of humiliation sparks in me, but I push it down. My night shift ended near dawn after all. I clear my throat. "I was up late working, so I heard you have a big dinner tonight, Brenna." Fiona's gaze sharpens. "Yes, it's quite prestigious. You remember the name Leo Maddox, right? He's a top figure in the fashion world." Remember him? The man who dismantled my father's career? I managed to keep my face unreadable. "Yeah, I've heard of him," Brenna sniffs. "I'm still deciding if I want to go. Another invitation came up that's more interesting. A friend is throwing a birthday party at a new club in Soho. Could be epic." Fiona's expression tightens into a glare. "Are you telling me you're going to bail on a dinner with Leo Maddox after I pulled every string to arrange it?" Brenna flips her hair in a casual gesture. "Mom, he's just some business guy. I hear he's a total control freak anyway. Why not have a little fun?" A tension-laced silence follows. Fiona's eyes flash with anger. "Brenna, you know how important these connections are. Think of the press, the potential. You can't back out now. It would reflect poorly on the family." I watch them argue, heart thudding. Brenna huffs, crossing her arms. "He doesn't even know who I am. It's one dinner. He'll get over it." Fiona's voice lowers, dangerously calm. "If you skip this, I'll cut your allowance for a month. See how fun Soho is without money for bottle service." Brenna's jaw drops. She fires back. "That's not fair." They bicker for another minute. I weigh my next move, a plan forming in my mind. If Brenna is so intent on ditching, maybe there's a way to step in without drawing Fiona's suspicion. I feign concern, stepping closer. "Mom, if Brenna really doesn't want to go, maybe she shouldn't. If Mr. Maddox sees how disinterested she is, it might do more harm than good, right?" Fiona snaps her attention to me, eyes narrowing. "What are you implying, Camille?" Steadying myself, I keep my tone gentle. "Just that we wouldn't want to waste an opportunity with him. If Brenna's not into it, maybe someone else should attend. Someone who understands his work or respects his position." My pulse hammers. "I can't believe I'm suggesting this." Brenna snorts. "Like who? You?" She laughs, a derisive sound that curdles my stomach. "As if Mom would let you anywhere near him." Fiona's gaze sweeps over me like she's assessing something she never bothered to notice. An awkward moment passes, and then she returns to her phone, sighing. "I'll deal with this," she mutters, texting furiously. "Perhaps we can rearrange or send regrets, unless Brenna changes her mind." I swallow hard, sense an opening, and decide to push a little further. "Mom, wait. I know it sounds crazy, but I've been following Maddox's career for a while. Understatement of the year. And I know how big a deal he is in the industry. If Brenna really wants to skip, I could just fill in as her date. No one has to know. We're half-sisters. We look enough alike." Brenna bursts out laughing. "Oh, that's rich. You going on a date with Leo Maddox? Dressed in what? Your cleaning uniform?" My cheeks burn, but I press on. "I'm capable of wearing a nice dress if I have one, Brenna." Fiona glares at both of us. "This is ridiculous." "The RSVP was for Brenna, not you, Camille. Besides, what do you know about upper crust dinners and private events? You'd embarrass the family." Those words sting like acid, but ironically they fuel my resolve. She underestimates me. Let her. That's my edge. Brenna lifts her phone, ignoring us, probably searching for memes or gossip to amuse herself. Meanwhile, Fiona stands abruptly, pressing a manicured hand to her temple. I can't deal with this right now. I have a luncheon. Brenna, you're going. End of story. She points a lacquered nail at her daughter. Cancel your Soho plan. I won't have you humiliating me in front of potential business partners. With a swirl of her designer skirt, Fiona marches out. Brenna groans, slumping into a chair and pouting like a child denied a shiny new toy. She shoots me a glare. Don't think I didn't see what you were trying to do. You just want your grubby hands on Maddox's connections, don't you? I stiffen. You don't even care about fashion, I retort, voice trembling slightly. If you're so unhappy, why not let me go? I'll use the invitation properly. She narrows her eyes, a calculating gleam shining through. What's in it for me? My throat goes dry. You just said you have a better invitation anyway. Right, but Mom's threatening my allowance. If I hand this over, I need something in return. We lock eyes, a tense moment of silent negotiation. I loathe the idea of bargaining with Brenna for something that should be rightfully mine, the chance to confront the destroyer of my father's legacy. But I'm willing to do it if it means stepping into that private dinner. Before I can reply, Brenna stands, flips her hair again and shrugs. Not sure you have anything to offer me anyway. If I decide to go, I go. If I don't, maybe I'll just skip everything and let the invitation go to waste. That's my decision. Anger flares in my chest, but I mask it with a semblance of calm. Suit yourself? She breezes past, heading to her room, and I'm left staring at the glossy marble floors. Damn her. My chance is slipping away unless I figure out a plan. Later that afternoon, I'm back in my bedroom, rummaging through the few formal pieces I own. The dilemma still rages in my head. Should I really try to pass myself off as Brenna? What if it all crashes and burns? Yet every time I think about walking away, I picture my father standing at his drafting table, the light in his eyes dimming as he realized how thoroughly he'd been undermined. Leo Maddox stole years from him, and from me. The chance to salvage my father's reputation, or at least uncover the truth, might be worth every risk. A knock at the door startles me. I turn, half expecting Brenna's smug face. Instead, the door cracks open and Fiona stands there. She steps inside, shutting the door quietly behind her. She says nothing for a moment, scanning my messy room. Her eyes flick to my open sketchbook on the desk, some half-finished designs for structured evening gowns. When her gaze returns to me, her expression is unreadable. Listen, she begins, folding her arms. I know you think you have a right to attend these events because of your father's name. My spine stiffens. I never said that. She lifts a hand to cut me off. But the truth is, you don't. Patrick left nothing for you. The brand, the assets. Everything ended up in my name when the dust settled, and we both know that was his choice. If he'd wanted you to inherit, he would have made sure. My breath catches. That's not true, I want to shout, but the pain in my chest holds me silent. Fiona sighs, adopting a brisk, matter-of-fact tone. Nonetheless, Brenna is determined to skip tonight's dinner, no matter what I threaten. She claims she has a headache or something equally flimsy, so I've decided it might be less embarrassing to send someone rather than have an empty seat. It takes me a second to register the meaning behind her words. My pulse whooshes in my ears. Someone like me. Her lips purse, as though she just tasted something bitter. Yes, but let's be very clear. You will go as Brenna. That seat was reserved for her. You'll act polite, nod, smile, and say nothing that would draw attention to yourself. I expect no mention of your father, no talk of anything that might upset Mr. Maddox, or reflect poorly on our family. Excitement surges in me, followed by a wave of nerves. Of course, I manage. But what about people who know Brenna by sight? Not an issue, Fiona says, dismissing my concern with a wave of her hand. Leo Maddox and his associates are unlikely to know Brenna personally. The circle we're dealing with is broader. Besides, you two have similar features. With the right dress, makeup, and posture, it'll be passable for one evening. A flash of triumph stirs under my skin, but I keep my face neutral. Fiona's tone hardens. I'm allowing you this for one reason, to maintain appearances, nothing more. Don't get delusions of grandeur. I swallow. I understand. She nods curtly. Brenna's letting you borrow one of her dresses. We'll find something that fits. You'll leave at 7:30 sharp. A car will be here. Understood? Yes, I say, my heart thrumming. Fiona lingers, studying me like a specimen in a lab. Don't disgrace this family, Camille. If you step out of line, say something foolish, or mention your father's name, I'll ensure you pay the consequences. The threat sizzles in the air. I meet her gaze, forcing a calm I don't feel. I won't, she exhales, flicking her eyes once more to my sketches. Then, without another word, she pivots and leaves, heels tapping decisively down the hallway. The door closes behind her with a soft click. For a moment, I stand there stunned. I'm actually going. This is real. Tonight I'll sit across from the man who orchestrated my father's downfall, and he won't even know who I am. My stomach flips, a tumult of fear and excitement. On the desk, the half-finished gown design stares back at me, a reminder of the dream that's fueled me all these years. Maybe this is the break I've been waiting for. Or maybe it's a trap that will leave me humiliated. My phone buzzes with a new message, another reminder from the cleaning agency, probably confirming tomorrow's shift. I ignore it for now. Tonight, I'm not a cleaning girl. Tonight, I'm Brenna Martin. Drawing a shaky breath, I pick up my sketchbook and flip through pages, pausing on each design. My father's influences shine in every line, but they're also undeniably mine. A surge of resolve braces my spine. I might only get one shot at this. I close the sketchbook gently. If I have to step into Brenna's heels to face Leo Maddox, I will. I have questions. I have ambition. And for the first time in a long while, I have a glimmer of power, albeit stolen. As the day drags on, I prepare mentally, replaying possible scenarios in my head. I debate how direct I'll be, if I can mention my father without blowing my cover. Above all, I promise myself, I'll find a way to make him see me, really see me, even if he thinks I'm someone else. Because sometimes, you have to masquerade as the person everyone expects in order to become the person you were always meant to be.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Leo. The buzz of the restaurant envelops me in a sophisticated hum. Elegant conversations, the quiet chime of silverware against porcelain, the distant thrum of soft jazz. The place is called Les Nuages, perched on the 38th floor of a luxury tower in Midtown. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcase the sprawling city lights below. A hush of wealth hangs in the air, from the plush velvet seating to the crystal chandeliers casting shimmering patterns across the polished floors. I stand near the hostess podium, scanning the crowd with a practiced eye. After all, this is my event, a private dinner, specifically curated for half a dozen potential recruits and a few influential acquaintances who might help shape the next phase of Maddox's design. Personally, I prefer more intimate settings for business meetings. It's easier to gauge how people behave when they're lulled by upscale ambience and expensive wine. "Mr. Maddox," the maitre d' murmurs, "your table is ready whenever you'd like to be seated." "Thank you," I say, the corners of my mouth curving in a polite but distant smile. I'll wait for my final guest. He nods and disappears, leaving me in a small foyer area draped with scarlet curtains that block off the main dining room. My reflection glances back at me from a mirrored wall. Tall, broad-shouldered in a charcoal suit that's meticulously tailored. My black hair, tapered at the sides and swept back on top, glints under the low light. Some of my staff joke that I have an armor of precision, never a cufflink out of place. It's not far from the truth. In my world, appearance is power. I check my watch. Brenna Martin is late, of course. I'm not terribly surprised. Socialites tend to waltz in on their own schedule, convinced the world will wait. I glance around, noticing the others who are already seated at the far table. 2 promising designers I invited, Rory and Alicia, plus a couple of brand consultants who can help me shape the new line's narrative. They're sipping drinks and making small talk. Good. Let them mingle. I want them relaxed. "Any word from Miss Martin?" Vance's voice comes from behind me, quiet enough not to attract attention from passing waitstaff. He's wearing his usual composed expression, a slim portfolio tucked under one arm. I shake my head. "Not yet." He arches a brow. "Shall I send a message, or are we content to wait?" Before I can reply, the restaurant's doors open with a soft whoosh. My gaze flicks over, expecting Brenna's blondish-brown waves and well-rehearsed socialite smile. But the woman who walks in doesn't match my memory of the pictures I've seen. My recollection of Brenna Martin is of someone tall and willowy, with an almost haughty way of holding herself. This woman is different. She moves with a cautious, careful grace, as though she's not entirely used to the opulence around her. She's about 5'6", chestnut-brown hair gathered into a sleek, pinned style that reveals a slender neck and a hint of delicate earrings. She's wearing a figure-hugging dress of deep emerald satin, a color that contrasts strikingly against her caramel-toned skin. Around her shoulders is a light wrap that she fidgets with, like she isn't fully comfortable in it. And her eyes, even from a distance, are a warm brown that seem to sweep the space with a mixture of curiosity and carefully masked nerves. She inhales, visibly steadying herself, and takes a step forward. "Brenna Martin? No, that's not Brenna. Yet she's clearly scanning the restaurant like she's looking for someone, presumably me. My pulse ticks up a notch. If she's a gatecrasher, she's either bold or foolish. I glance at Vance, who appears equally puzzled. We exchange a look. A single thought crystallizes in my mind. She's faking it. But why? I let my curiosity simmer and step forward, clearing my throat softly so she notices me. Her gaze snaps to me, and for an instant something undefinable flashes in her eyes. Nerves, defiance, intrigue, maybe a little panic. Then she composes herself, lips curving into what I suspect is a carefully rehearsed smile. "Miss Martin?" I ask, letting just a hint of skepticism color my voice. She pauses, her eyes flicking over me. "Yes," she says smoothly, though I catch the smallest hitch. Brenna Martin. A wave of amusement thrums through me. This is not the woman from the photographs or from social media posts I've glanced at. Still, I find my lips quirking into a polite smile as I extend a hand. Leo Maddox, pleasure to finally meet you. Her delicate hand meets mine, and I catch the faintest tremor. Either she's nervous or excited or both. Up close, I can see more details. A faint scar across the knuckle of her index finger, a small birthmark at the base of her throat just peeking above the neckline of her dress, and those expressive eyes that miss nothing. It's an honor, she says softly. I've heard a lot about you. There's something in her voice, an undercurrent of tension that suggests there's far more beneath this surface conversation. I gesture toward the curtained area. Let's join the others. Vance sidles away, presumably to handle some last-minute details. Meanwhile, I walk beside this faux Brenna, assessing her with every step. Is she after money, connections, or something else? I sense an edge to her, something that makes me want to find out more before exposing her lie. We approach the table, and the small group rises to greet us. After I make introductions, Brenna gives them a polite nod and takes a seat at my left, adjusting her wrap carefully across her shoulders. The waitstaff pours champagne with a delicate flourish. I raise my glass for a toast. To new beginnings, I say, catching her eye. She lifts her glass in unison with the others. Her gaze locks onto mine for half a second, a spark of challenge there before she takes a measured sip. 20 minutes later, we're about 4 courses into the tasting menu. Plates arrive in an artful sequence. Tuna tartare, roasted beet salad, miniature lobster ravioli, and the table's conversation hums along. Rory and Alicia chat with the consultants about design aesthetics, dropping references to current fashion trends. Brenna chimes in occasionally, always careful but surprisingly knowledgeable about style. More knowledgeable, in fact, than I'd have expected from the real Brenna Martin, who seemed far more interested in partying than design. I lean back in my chair, swirling a glass of Pinot Noir. From time to time, I respond to a question or direct the conversation, but mostly, I watch her. She tenses whenever a direct question about her personal brand or social media presence arises. It's subtle, but noticeable enough if you're looking for it. Every time someone tries to draw her into details of her life, she pivots the conversation back to them, or to me. It's a deft dodge, impressive actually. Finally, the conversation shifts to design philosophies for the next generation of couture. Alicia animatedly describes her concept for mixing synthetic avant-garde materials with classical silhouettes. Rory passionately argues for eco-luxury, integrating sustainable fabrics. I let them speak. Part of this dinner is my chance to see who can articulate a real vision. In the midst of their exchange, I glance at Brenna, who remains silent, nibbling on a piece of bread. Her eyes are focused, thoughtful. I arch a brow. "What about you?" I ask, directing the question pointedly at her. "You said earlier you have a keen interest in fashion. I'd love to hear your perspective." She sets down her bread with a faint swallow, and for a heartbeat, I see panic flash behind those brown eyes. Then she steels herself, lifts her chin. "I think," she begins, voice steadying, "that luxury fashion can lose its emotional core if it gets too absorbed in the spectacle. At its best, couture should move people, not just impress them with price tags or shock value." Her words resonate more than I'd expect from someone playing the role of a disinterested socialite. My curiosity spikes. "Interesting," I say, letting my tone convey mild approval. "Any particular designers who inspire you?" She hesitates, a heartbeat of silence where I suspect she might mention Patrick Hart. Then, as if catching herself, she shrugs. "A few. I admire detail-oriented visionaries, people who innovate but don't forget the craftsmanship. A little vague, but not entirely so." The rest of the table nods or chimes in with their own examples. An iconic brand from Milan, a rising star from Tokyo. I notice Brenna taking a subtle breath, as though relieved no one questioned her further. Dinner continues, and I steer the group toward other topics, from upcoming runway seasons to the latest business rumors. All the while, I keep an eye on my mysterious dinner companion. Whenever someone references her by name, she answers smoothly enough, but not once does she volunteer personal anecdotes. I suspect she's terrified of being caught in her own lie. The real Brenna Martin might be shallow, but she's easy to identify. Tall, blonde highlights, a face that's frequently in the tabloids. This woman's hair is a rich chestnut. Her build more petite. It's ludicrous that anyone at the table would think she's Brenna Martin if they bothered to fact-check. But I realize my acquaintances don't actually know Brenna personally. She's essentially a rumor, an intangible presence in the social circuit. No one's questioned her identity, trusting my introduction and her confidence. The question nags at me. Why is she here in Brenna's place? She must have a reason, and from the way she's been observing the conversation, it's more than a quick money grab. The intelligence in her gaze is palpable. The tension in her posture suggests something personal. I let the meal wind down, offering polite smiles to those who finish their dessert and begin to drift away. Rory and Alicia gather their notes, chatting about potential follow-ups with me in the coming weeks. The consultants murmur polite thanks, stepping aside to handle the check with the maitre d', though I've already arranged to cover the entire evening's cost. Eventually, the table empties until it's just me and Brenna. She looks at her half-eaten chocolate soufflé as if she's unsure whether to take another bite or bolt. The hush of the restaurants closing in around us, only a few other patrons linger, enjoying after-dinner drinks. I lean forward, resting my elbows on the table, lacing my fingers. So, I say quietly, my voice pitched low so the waitstaff won't hear. Should we be honest now? Her eyes dart to me, tension radiating off her. What do you mean? I offer a half-smile. You're not Brenna Martin. The statement hangs in the air, definitive. I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. She swallows, knuckles turning white around her napkin. No need to lie, I murmur. I won't cause a scene. I'm just curious. I shift, tilting my head. Who are you, really? Her breathing quickens, subtly, but enough for me to notice. She sets the napkin on the table, glancing around as if gauging potential escape routes. Then, deciding perhaps that she's cornered, she squares her shoulders and meets my gaze. My name is not important, she says, voice slightly shaky but resolute. Let's just say I'm someone who wanted a seat at your table tonight. I cock a brow. I see. And for what purpose? She gives a fleeting shrug, though her eyes hold a trace of defiance. I have ambitions, potential, and connections in the right place, at least enough to walk in here unnoticed. Her lips twist in a faint, almost mocking curve. Isn't that how half of your industry events work anyway? People sneaking in on borrowed invitations to get a foot in the door? I chuckle, a low rumble in my throat. She's not entirely wrong. Maybe, but you're risking quite a lot. If I expose you, your entire plan, whatever it is, falls apart. She lifts her chin. Will you? Intriguing. She's calling my bluff. My mind whirls with possibilities. Under normal circumstances, I'd escort an imposter out, ensuring they never get near my brand or events again. But there's something about her, some brazen spark that makes me want to see where this leads. Also, I have my own reasons for wanting any advantage over the Hart estate. Perhaps this unknown woman with enough nerve to impersonate Brenna Martin might be a useful pawn, especially if she's connected to the family assets I'm quietly trying to acquire. I settle back in my chair, expression thoughtful. That depends on how honest you plan to be with me from now on. A flicker of relief crosses her face, though she tries to hide it. I'm not a liar, she says carefully. This was just necessary. To get your foot in the door. She nods, eyes flashing with a complicated mix of nerves and determination. Let's put it that way. I tap my fingers lightly against the tablecloth. The hush around us feels charged, like a taut string vibrating between us. All right, I say quietly. If you're not here for free champagne and dinner, I assume you want something from me. An opportunity, a connection. She hesitates, glancing at her plate. Maybe. In that moment, I realized two things. First, she's not nearly as composed as she wants me to believe. She's holding herself together with remarkable grit, but there's a tremor beneath the surface. Second, I can't recall the last time someone so boldly invaded my space. Most people cower or grovel. She's doing neither. She's standing her ground. I lean closer, lowering my voice. We could cause quite a scene if the press found out. The woman who arranged Brenna's invitation might be furious, not to mention Brenna herself. But what if instead we keep this little secret between us? I pause, letting her see the spark of amusement in my eyes. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement. She lifts her gaze, meeting mine. There's wariness there and something else. Curiosity, maybe even the faintest glimmer of relief. An arrangement? 1,000 thoughts shoot through my mind. An arrangement where I keep her masquerade under wraps while I figure out who she really is and how I might use her. Possibly she could be a back channel to the Hart estate if she's connected, though I'm not yet sure how. Or an arrangement where I harness her nerve and raw talent for my brand, provided she has any real talent. She's at least passionate about design. That was obvious from her remarks earlier. And admittedly, my interest in her runs deeper than mere business. There's an intensity to her presence that feels strangely familiar, like the quiet kind of ambition I had once, back when I believed in something other than pure power. Yes, I say at last, you continue whatever game you're playing under my supervision. Let's call it a trial. If you truly want a place at the table, you'll earn it, and in return, I won't expose you. She exhales, tension visibly draining from her shoulders, yet she still studies me with caution. And what do you get out of it? My lips curve into a smirk. Let's just say I have my reasons for wanting to keep you close. The reasons flicker through my mind like a deck of cards, my private acquisitions, my curiosity, a potential advantage in dealing with the Martin family. It'll be simpler for us both if you don't ask too many questions yet. She swallows, dropping her gaze to the swirl of sauce on her dessert plate. Her expression warps between relief, concern, and something akin to defiance. But after a moment, she nods. Agreed. A subtle thrill washes through me. In any other scenario, this might be dangerous, letting a stranger infiltrate my circle. But I learned long ago that risk often yields the greatest rewards. Besides, there's a part of me that finds her audacity refreshing. She's clearly not here to cower or flatter me with hollow compliments. She has a secret agenda, and I want to uncover it. I push my chair back. Come with me, I say, standing. She rises too, smoothing her dress. I notice how the emerald satin clings to her frame, accentuating a slim waist and gentle curves. She tucks a stray wisp of hair behind her ear, revealing a flicker of nerves in the gesture. We leave the table and cross the restaurant, which is now half empty. As we exit into the foyer, the maitre d' tips his head politely. The city lights beyond the tall windows gleam in the night. I pause by the elevator banks, turning to face her. You'll receive a message from me tomorrow, I say. I'll schedule a time for us to talk privately. Until then, I trust you'll keep our arrangement discreet. I assume you don't want your family knowing what you've done? She almost flinches at the word family, but covers it with a quick nod. Yes, I'd appreciate that. The elevator doors glide open, revealing an ornate interior lined with mirrors. She steps inside, and I follow, a quiet tension crackling in the enclosed space. She smells faintly of vanilla and some subtle floral note. I press the button for the lobby. We descend in silence, but I feel her presence keenly. So many questions swirl in my head. Her real name, her connection to Brenna or Fiona Martin, what she hopes to gain from me. But I say nothing more. Let her wonder. Let her realize she's walked into the lion's den. At the lobby, the doors open with a polite chime. We step out and I guide her to the building's entrance, where a uniformed driver stands waiting. Lights from the bustling street bounce off the glass facade. A rush of cool night air greets us. I gesture to the waiting car. "Your ride, Miss Martin." My tone carries a hint of irony. She meets my gaze, and a flicker of gratitude shadows her eyes. "Thank you," she murmurs. Then she ducks into the back seat. The door closes, and just like that, she's gone, car pulling away into the stream of traffic. I stand on the sidewalk a moment longer, watching the taillights disappear. My mind races with possibilities, schemes, and an undercurrent of intrigue that borders on exhilaration. She's not who she pretends to be, and that is precisely why she might be the most interesting person I've encountered in a long, long while. A low chuckle escapes me as I turn on my heel and head for my own car. I have a meeting in the morning to finalize details about the Hart property in Soho. Yet tonight's unexpected twist has me itching to reevaluate everything, to see if this woman, this imposter, will help me achieve a far more strategic victory. Or if she'll become a wild card that shatters my carefully constructed plans. Either way, I can't wait to find out.
Chapter 5. Camille. I wake up the next morning in a haze, adrenaline still pulsing through my veins from the night before. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I replayed the moment Leo Maddox called me out for my impersonation. Just the memory sends a hot jolt of shame and thrill through my chest. He knew I wasn't Brenna. He probably knew before I even said hello. Yet, instead of ruining me on the spot, he suggested an arrangement. I swing my legs over the edge of my narrow bed and stare at the dusty mirror on my dresser. I can't believe I went through with that. Somehow I managed to charm or bluff my way through an entire dinner with the most powerful man in fashion, wearing a borrowed dress and a stolen name. My hair's a wreck, stray curls sticking out every which way, and faint traces of mascara smudge under my eyes. I look like someone who tried to outrun their problems in heels and didn't quite succeed. Yet, here I am, breathing, still employed, for now, and not in some local tabloid under the headline "Imposter at Maddox Dinner." The question is, why did he let me off so easily? People don't call him ruthless for nothing. He's built a reputation for swallowing smaller brands whole, spitting out anyone who gets in his way. The more I think about it, the more my stomach knots with suspicion. He must want something. A knock at my door makes me jump. "Camille," Fiona's voice seeps through the thin wood, laced with impatience. "I need to speak with you." I grit my teeth. The last person I want to see right now is my stepmother. She probably spent half the night texting Brenna about how the dinner went. Or does she already know? Steeling myself, I stand and open the door a crack. Fiona stands in the hallway in a perfectly tailored navy suit, arms crossed. Despite the early hour, her makeup is immaculate. She's likely heading to some brunch with socialites or a midday charity luncheon. "Well," she demands, "how did it go?" My throat tightens. "It was fine," I say, forcing a casual shrug. "I showed up, played Brenna, made small talk." Her gaze narrows, scanning my face for signs of trouble. "And Mr. Maddox, did you embarrass yourself? Or me?" I stiffen but keep my tone polite. He seemed satisfied enough with my presence. Nobody questioned my identity. As far as I can tell, he didn't suspect a thing. It's a half lie. He absolutely suspected. He knew I was an imposter, but if I reveal that, Fiona might do something drastic, like throw me out. I still need a roof over my head, at least until I figure out my next move. She exhales slowly, like relief is washing over her. "Well, Brenna said the invite was wasted, but I guess you've saved face for us. Thank you." The words sound awkward on her tongue, as if gratitude isn't part of her usual repertoire. I say nothing, waiting for the other shoe to drop, but all she does is deliver a clipped nod. I'm meeting a colleague for lunch. Try not to create any more chaos in this house." With that, she pivots and clicks down the hallway in her stiletto heels. I watch her go, heart still pounding. She doesn't know the truth. Good. I can keep it that way. For now. Once she disappears around the corner, I shut my door again, pressing my back to the wood. My phone vibrates on the nightstand. Heart hammering, I rush over and check the screen. Unknown number. "I'll have a car pick you up at 4 p.m. There's a place we need to talk. L." There's no doubt who L is. I've spent the day pacing, trying to figure out what I'll say to him. Every scenario I imagine ends with me either being blackmailed or somehow roped into a plan I can't control. But a stubborn part of me, maybe the part that still aches for the father I lost, urges me to go. If there's any chance I can glean the truth about how Leo dismantled Dad's company, I need to take it. By 4, I'm standing outside my apartment building, wearing the best outfit I can put together on short notice. Black skinny jeans, a simple white blouse, and a structured blazer that I thrifted but had tailored to fit me like a glove. My hair is pulled into a low bun, with only a few curls escaping to frame my face. It's not the borrowed glam from last night, but it's decent. A sleek black sedan rolls up to the curb. The driver, a middle-aged man in a dark suit, steps out and opens the back door for me. He nods politely when I climb inside. The tinted windows obscure my face from curious onlookers, and probably keep me from seeing exactly where we're headed to. My phone pings again, but this time it's a message from the cleaning agency confirming my shift tonight. I exhale, typing a quick response that I'm running late but will make it. No way I can miss another shift if I want to keep that paycheck. We glide through the city for about 20 minutes. I try to catch glimpses of street signs, but the tinted glass makes it hard to parse. Eventually, the car pulls up to a quiet side street in Soho. The driver opens the door, and I step out onto the sidewalk, lined with old brick buildings, some converted into boutiques or galleries. He gestures toward a narrow entrance. "Through there, miss." Something about this feels clandestine. My pulse thrums. I nod and head toward a plain metal door in the middle of the block. It's unmarked, a single overhead light shining on chipped paint. Before I can knock, the door swings open, revealing Leo Maddox in all his imposing elegance. Sharp trousers, a crisp white shirt rolled at the sleeves, and an expression that's calm yet unreadable. "Come in," he says quietly. I follow him into a spacious interior that looks half renovated, half abandoned. The high ceilings are crisscrossed with exposed beams, and dust motes dance in the sunlight, streaming through huge industrial windows. The center of the space is cleared, except for a work table covered in sketches and swatches of fabric. My heart twinges. It reminds me of Dad's old studio. Back when life made sense. Leo closes the door behind us, the echo bouncing off concrete floors. "Welcome to what might become my next design workshop," he explains, sweeping an arm around. "This used to belong to someone else. It's in the process of being transferred to me." Someone else. He doesn't say my father's name, but a chill crawls over my skin. Dad's workshop was a lot like this. Could it be? Leo steps forward, the distance between us shrinking. "So you showed up." His voice is a low rumble, tinged with dry amusement. "I wasn't entirely sure you would." I straighten my shoulders. "You asked me to, didn't you? And you said we had an arrangement to discuss?" His lips quirk, a faint, enigmatic smile. "Right." He leads me toward the center of the room, near the table. Once there, he leans against it, crossing his arms over his broad chest. "I'm sure you have questions." "Plenty," I say, my nerves firing. "For starters, why didn't you expose me last night?" He cocks his head, studying me with those slate gray eyes that seem to pierce my defenses. "Because you intrigued me. It's not often someone impersonates an invitation to get close to me, especially someone who actually knows something about fashion. I recognize genuine understanding in your comments last night. Heat creeps across my cheeks. I was trying not to sound like a complete imposter. He arches a brow. You succeeded, and you also didn't take advantage by bragging or name-dropping. You listened, observed. That's rare. A swirl of conflicting emotions stirs inside me. I should be grateful he's not calling the cops or outing me to Fiona, but also, isn't this he the one that destroyed my father's legacy? My anger simmers beneath the surface. I'm not sure whether to say thank you. You don't have to. He pushes off from the table and paces, gesturing to the wide, empty expanse of the loft. I have a proposition. I want you to be my date for a series of upcoming fashion events, much like last night, but this time with my knowledge and consent. The words land like a sucker punch. Your date? My voice squeaks higher than intended. He turns to face me. Yes, in a professional sense, though the public might assume otherwise. I'm unveiling a new line soon, and I'm scouting for fresh talent. It helps my brand image to be seen with someone who shows promise, and you clearly have that. You said so yourself. You need a seat at the table. I swallow hard. So, basically, you want to use me for appearances? He lifts a shoulder. In a way, yes. And in return, you'll be connected to top designers, mentors, and potential investors. Doors will open for you that would otherwise remain locked. His gaze turns calculating. A woman with your nerve and insight might do well if given the chance. My heart thuds painfully in my chest. A golden opportunity handed to me by the last person I'd ever trust. I cross my arms, tension thrumming in my limbs. You're the reason I don't have those opportunities to begin with. People in your position, your circle, shut out Patrick Hart and... I catch myself too late. His expression flickers, a shadow crossing his handsome features. Patrick Hart, he repeats quietly. Yes, I figured that name might come up. Are you related? I grip my teeth. I've never spoken openly about my father's downfall with an outsider, much less the man who orchestrated it. But here we are. He was my father, I say, voice tight. And I believe you had a major role in destroying him. Leo's eyes flare, surprise, maybe guilt or something else. His posture stiffens, but he recovers quickly. I see. A loaded silence swallows the air between us, thick with unspoken accusations. My hand curls into a fist at my side, nails digging into my palm. Then let me guess, he says, voice tense. You impersonated Brenna Martin to get close to me, all because you wanted revenge for your father. Revenge. The word clangs in my ears. Is that what I want? Or do I want closure, answers, maybe a chance to reclaim Dad's name? Either way, anger pulses. Maybe I wanted an explanation, I say, my voice trembling with reined-in rage. All I know is that Patrick Hart's brand, once thriving, collapsed after you came on board. And then you left, built your own empire, and he was left with nothing. Leo closes his eyes for a split second, an almost imperceptible flinch. That's not the whole story. He sighs. But I understand why you'd see it that way. My throat burns. So enlighten me. A small smile tugs at his mouth, though his eyes stay grim. It's complicated. Your father and I had a falling out, and it got ugly. Business deals, credit for designs, who owned what? Let's just say the industry can be savage. By the time it was over, we both lost more than we gained. I won't pretend innocence. But I will say Patrick wasn't a victim of my cunning alone. The explanation feels inadequate. But the subdued sincerity in his tone catches me off guard. My anger wavers, replaced by confusion. Could there be more to the story than I realized? My father always insisted he'd been betrayed. But maybe he too did things I don't know about. Still, I gather my resolve. That doesn't change the fact that he died in disgrace. He lost everything. I lost everything. Leo regards me, sympathy flickering in his storm gray gaze. I'm sorry for what happened to your father, Camille. I know he has a daughter named Camille. Hearing my actual name in his deep voice sends a shiver down my spine, equal parts hurt and something else, something I don't want to name. If you're sorry, I say quietly, why help me now? He exhales, raking a hand through his immaculately styled hair. Part of me wants to atone, maybe. Another part wants to ensure that if there's any remaining tension from the Hart family, like your stepmother's shady dealings, I can keep it under control. And yes, I'm intrigued by your talent. You're not like the typical socialite or influencer. You actually seem to care about design. I open my mouth to protest, to demand specifics, but he presses on. So here's the deal. You'll accompany me to events. I'll introduce you to people who can advance your career, and I'll help you refine your ideas. Maybe even offer you a design apprenticeship under my brand. In exchange, you'll keep your father's legacy drama away from public eyes. That sounds like hush money, I snap, though my heart stutters at the idea of an apprenticeship. Or worse, blackmail. You're basically saying I can't talk about my father, about how you contributed to his demise, if I want your help. He studies me, then shakes his head. I'm saying we handle it discreetly. You want justice or recognition for your father's work? We can explore that. But blasting me in the press or dragging up ancient feuds helps neither of us. His voice firms, a note of finality. If you want to rise in this industry, Camille, you need allies more powerful than your enemies. Let me be that ally. A swirl of emotions tangles in my chest. Longing for the chance to resurrect my designs, fury at the notion of allying with the man I've despised for years, and a flicker of curiosity that borders on temptation. Am I really considering this? I tilt my head back, staring at the lofty ceiling. The afternoon sun slants through dusty windows, illuminating motes that swirl like a snow globe. My father used to say, "Always weigh the cost of your ambition, Camille." The cost here is trusting a man who might have ruined Dad. But the payoff could be reclaiming the future I lost. Is it worth it? So, Leo says softly, do we have an agreement? I lower my gaze and meet his steady eyes. I don't trust you, I murmur. A hint of a smirk plays at his lips. You shouldn't. Trust is earned, not given. Exactly, I exhale shakily. But if this means a real opportunity to design, to show my work, it does, he confirms. My mind spins. What if he's stringing me along, just to keep me from causing him trouble with Fiona, or dredging up old scandals? Yet a small voice inside me insists that I can use him as much as he's using me, learn from him, gain connections, and find out the real truth about Dad. All right, I say, the words tumbling out before I can second guess. I'll do it. I'll be your date, or escort, or whatever you want to call it. But I have conditions. He arches a brow. I'm listening. First, no more lies about my identity. If we're going to do this, I'm Camille Hart, not Brenna Martin. My pulse hammers as I say my father's last name in front of him, like a challenge. His expression tightens briefly, then he nods. Agreed. Second, I want transparency about your plans for this new line. If I'm going to be involved, I need to actually learn something, be part of the process. He inclines his head. I can arrange that. And third, I pause, drawing in a steadying breath. At some point, you have to tell me the full story of what happened between you and my father. No half-truths. Something flickers in his eyes. Pain, regret, maybe. But he nods once, solemn. Deal. A wave of relief and dread washes through me simultaneously, leaving my legs weak. In a gesture more gentle than I expect, he places a hand lightly on my elbow, guiding me toward a rough wooden stool near the table. Sit, he says. You look like you might fall over. I comply, resting on the stool. He stands in front of me, arms folding again. A silent tower of power and contradiction. For a moment, neither of us speaks, the quiet hum of city life drifting in through the windows. I notice the tension in his jaw, as though he's grappling with his own doubts. At length, he says, "We'll start tomorrow night. There's a gallery opening in Chelsea, an event with some big names in fashion, plus potential sponsors. Wear something that shows your unique style. I want to see what you can do without your stepsister's closet." I feel a rush of defiance. I'm not exactly rolling in cash. My budget is limited. He shrugs, pulling out a business card from his inside pocket. "Send me your measurements. I'll make sure you have options." My pride flares. "I can sew my own dress," I insist. "I have designs. They're not runway perfect, but..." His gaze lights with intrigue. "You sew?" I stiffen. "Yes, my father taught me. I do small alterations for extra money, and I've made a few pieces from scratch." The words tumble out defensively, but it's the truth. I'm no stranger to late nights hunched over a secondhand machine, adding details to cheap fabrics. Leo's smirk softens. "Then by all means, show me what you've got. If you want help, though, let me know. I have resources." He presses the business card into my hand. It's black and understated, with just his name, Leo Maddox, and a phone number in silver lettering. I slip it into my blazer pocket, heart pounding. I'll figure something out. My mind is already racing with potential sketches. I have only a day, but I can rework a piece I started a few weeks ago. Something bold, an asymmetrical neckline with sleek lines that whisper confidence. My father would say, "Design from your pain. Let your clothes speak your truth." Maybe it's time I do exactly that. Leo's phone buzzes in his pocket. He glances at it with a slight frown. "I have a call with my legal team." He motions to the door. "I'll have the driver drop you wherever you need to go." I hop off the stool, smoothing my blazer. Before heading out, I take one last look at the expansive workshop. Something inside me aches. It's reminiscent of the dream Dad and I once shared. A flash of memory hits. Dad's laughter echoing in a place like this. The hum of sewing machines. The swirl of colorful fabrics. Now I'm in the lair of the man who overshadowed him. The irony stings. But I lift my chin, forcing that pain into a quiet place in my mind. Focus on the plan. If I can navigate Leo Maddox's world, maybe I can reclaim a piece of my father's legacy and carve out my own. I step away, but Leo's voice draws me back. "Camille." I turn. He looks uncharacteristically hesitant, a line creasing his brow. "Be careful with your stepfamily, especially Fiona. She's not as harmless as she pretends." The warning jolts me. "I already know that." He nods. "Good, just be on guard. I have reasons to believe she's mixed up in some dubious financial dealings." My stomach churns. "Then why are you warning me?" An unreadable emotion flickers across his face. "Because I need you in one piece for this arrangement to work." His words should anger me. This reminder that I'm a pawn in his bigger game. But there's a note of genuine concern in his tone, almost protective, and it throws me off balance. I scoff lightly, burying the flicker of warmth that tries to surface. "I can handle myself." He lets a small wry smile tug at his lips. "We'll see." With that, he leads me back to the door, opening it to the bustling Soho street beyond. The driver stands at attention. Leo remains in the threshold, watching me step outside. Tomorrow night, he reminds me. Don't be late. I swallow, nodding. The door closes gently behind me. The sedan navigates midday traffic as my mind whirs. I stare out the window at crowds of people, none aware that my life just took a sharp, dizzying turn. 1,000 questions clamor for attention. Did I just make a deal with the devil? Or have I seized the only chance I'll ever get to break out of the shadows? My phone dings again. Another text from my cleaning agency. Shift starts in 2 hours. You running late? I exhale shakily. Back to reality, where I'm a night shift cleaner who sketches on napkins during break, but maybe not for long. If I can navigate Leo's offers and his secrets, I could become something more. As the car pulls up to my apartment, I clutch my phone in one hand, feeling the weight of possibility press down on me. Tomorrow, I'll be on Leo's arm at a gallery event, wearing something I designed, for the first time in a setting where real industry giants mingle. The thought makes me want to burst out laughing, or screaming, or both. Dad would be proud, or horrified, possibly both, if he knew I was dancing with the man he once called a traitor. But Dad's gone, and I'm here. The dream that died with him flickers back to life in my chest, fragile but insistent. Maybe I can become the designer I was always meant to be. Maybe I can unearth the real story behind Dad and Leo, avenge whatever wrongdoing led to Dad's downfall, and still rise on my own terms. Or maybe I'm just chasing illusions. Right now, though, illusions are all I have, and they're brimming with a hope I haven't felt in years. As I step out onto the sidewalk, I whisper a silent vow. I'll walk into that gallery tomorrow, wearing a piece of my own design. I'll face Leo Maddox, not as a frightened imposter, but as Camille Hart, a woman who's decided to take back her life, stitch by stitch, secret by secret. And no matter the cost, I won't lose sight of what my father taught me. That design can be a way of speaking the truth.
Chapter 6. Leo. I stare at the digital cityscape outside my penthouse window, lights flickering like distant stars. From up here, the world seems quiet, subdued by altitude and glass. But I know better below. New York pulses with life, ambition, and secrets, just like me. Vance hovers near the espresso machine in the corner of my living space, tapping something into his ever-present tablet. I catch a glimpse of the notes. Financial projections for the next season, brand acquisitions, and a bullet point labeled Martin Estate Ties. Exactly what I asked him to assemble. He's been my right hand for years, efficient, discreet, and occasionally exasperated by my demands, but loyal all the same. He sets down his tablet and glances my way, clearing his throat. So the rumor mill says you're bringing a date to the gallery opening tomorrow. Should I arrange extra security? I let out a low chuckle. Security? It's a gallery event, not a mob summit. It's also you, sir, Vance replies dryly, stepping closer. And apparently the young woman from the dinner the other night. The one you insisted was Brenna Martin, even though half the staff suspected otherwise. I tilt my head, letting a smirk ghost across my lips. She and I came to an agreement. Yes, an agreement. Vance tries to hide his skepticism. Care to elaborate? I shrug, turning away from the window. She has potential. She's creative, not to mention bold enough to sneak into my private event. I can use that kind of courage. And, as you and I both know, my expression hardens. She has ties to the Hart legacy. Vance's brow knits. Patrick Hart's daughter? Are we talking about that tie? She confirmed it, I reply, strolling toward the sleek marble kitchen island. The overhead lights cast a soft glow, highlighting the tension in my reflection. I've suspected for a while that Fiona Martin controlled some leftover Hart assets. Now it appears that Camille, who was left with nothing, might still be inside that circle. And if she's inside, I can get inside too. Vance sets his espresso cup aside. So this is about dismantling Fiona's hold on whatever pieces remain. I nod. It's more than that, I admit, feeling a faint tug of something I can't fully name. Guilt, curiosity, desire. If there's even a shred of Patrick's old brand or finances left in Fiona's possession, I want them under my control. I understand you want retribution, Vance says carefully. But is it wise to entangle yourself with someone who might have an emotional grudge against you? This woman is Patrick Hart's daughter, after all. She does have a grudge, I say, remembering the flash of hurt and anger in Camille's eyes when she brought up her father. But she agreed to my conditions. She wants to make a name for herself as a designer, and she's willing to let me guide her. That means I can keep her close. Vance's mouth twists, and that's always the best strategy. Keep potential threats where you can see them. I prefer to see them coming, I murmur. Then my voice softens, as does my resolve. Besides, she's talented. She knows her craft in a way that's rare, and I can't deny there's something about her that's refreshing. She's not starstruck or scheming for a ring on her finger. She wants opportunity. If I can channel that, it might benefit both of us. Vance's expression wavers between approval and caution. Just be mindful of your end goal. You've always said you want no loose ends with the Hart estate. If she... I hold up a hand. I know. My chest tightens, remembering the swirl of emotions on Camille's face. I'm not naive. She could try to sabotage me from within, or humiliate me publicly with revelations about her father's downfall. But I can't shake the feeling that I need to give her a chance, if only to see how far her spark can go. My phone pings on the counter. I pick it up and see a brief message from the gallery curator confirming tomorrow's event details. There's also a separate text from an unknown number. I suspect it's Camille. My pulse kicks up a notch as I click it open. Camille, I'm working on a design for tomorrow. Just wanted to confirm the color scheme is flexible. Don't want to clash with your meticulously curated brand. A short laugh escapes me, surprising even myself. Meticulously curated brand. Indeed. She's not wrong. My public image is all about sleek lines, subdued palettes, and unwavering control. God forbid someone or something disrupt that. I type back, Leo. Any color you choose will be fine. Make it memorable. That's all I ask. I send the message, noting the odd flutter in my stomach. I bury it quickly, turning back to Vance. All right, let's finalize the acquisitions update. Anything new on Fiona Martin's financial dealings? Vance nods, picking up his tablet. Yes. Word on the street is that Fiona's short on liquid funds. She's been leveraging old Hart assets to maintain her social standing. If we find a way to buy out or foreclose on those assets, she might be forced to relinquish them. I feel a surge of triumph. Keep me posted. I want a meeting with my legal team within the week. Understood, Vance says. Then he hesitates. And about Miss Hart, Camille, are you certain she's stable? If she's in contact with Fiona, she might inadvertently pass on information. I weigh the question. She's not in league with her stepmother. In fact, she seems at odds with the whole family. But I'll stay vigilant. If she tries anything, I'll be ready. He studies me for a heartbeat, then nods. Yes, sir. I'll see myself out. After he leaves, I sink onto the sleek leather sofa, letting the hush of the penthouse settle over me. A muted jazz playlist loops in the background, courtesy of my integrated sound system. Sometimes it relaxes me. Tonight it feels like a reminder of how rarely I let myself pause. My thoughts drift to Camille's eyes, dark, warm, and brimming with something that might be fury, might be ambition, or both. Typically, a woman in her position would either cower or try to flirt her way to an advantage. Camille does neither. She speaks with honesty, sometimes blunt to the point of rudeness, and that intrigues me more than I'd like to admit. Focus, Leo. There's a reason this arrangement is beneficial beyond curiosity. Fiona Martin is cunning, and if she's funneling whatever remains of Hart's estate into questionable deals, I need a direct line of sight. Camille unwittingly provides that line of sight. If I keep her close, under the guise of mentorship and professional support, she might reveal cracks in Fiona's armor. Still, I can't deny my own mixed feelings. A twinge of guilt surfaces whenever I recall Patrick Hart's final days. I never intended for him to lose everything, not truly. But once the betrayal started, neither of us pulled back. We both played dirty, and he just happened to lose more. Now, looking into the face of his daughter, I sense the ghosts of old regrets stirring. My phone dings again, a second message from Camille. Camille. Memorable. Got it. Just remember you asked for it. I can't help smiling at her irreverent tone. I quickly respond. Leo, I look forward to being impressed. 7 p.m. sharp. I arrive at the gallery early to ensure everything is in place. The space is a sleek, modern loft with exposed brick walls and white partitions, displaying vivid contemporary art. Spotlights illuminate each piece while soft instrumental music drifts from hidden speakers. I greet the curator, double-check the guest list, and ensure the champagne is chilled. This is supposed to be a night of networking, forging alliances, and quietly gauging who might fit into my brand's upcoming expansion. But every so often my thoughts wander to Camille. Will she show up wearing something that actually stands out? Or will her self-doubt sabotage her? I told her to make it memorable, but that was partly a test. I want to see if she has the mettle to walk into a room of industry heavyweights, wearing a design she created with her own 2 hands. At precisely 6:58, I slip away from the crowd milling by the entrance, stepping out of view so I can watch for her arrival without being seen. Another small test. If she's prompt, it shows respect for my time and a measure of her own confidence. At 7 o'clock on the dot, a hush seems to fall as the front doors glide open, and Camille steps in. My chest tightens. She's alone, scanning the space like she's searching for me. Her hair frames her face in carefully defined curls pinned on one side, with a small, glittering accessory shaped like a rose. The dress is a deep plum color, bold, not quite purple, not quite wine, that hugs her figure but flares subtly at the knees. There's an asymmetrical neckline, a single strap embellished with what looks like hand-stitched detail. My eyes skim over the lines, crisp, precise, but with a flare of whimsy in the gentle drape across her torso. She looks extraordinary. She smooths the skirt with nervous fingers. I notice she's wearing black heels that add a couple of inches to her height, but not so tall that she wobbles. Practical, confident. My heart does a strange flutter, unexpected yet undeniable. Memorable indeed. I let the moment linger before making my approach. After a few seconds, I emerge from behind a column. Punctual, I remark, my voice low so it doesn't carry beyond us. I like that. She whirls, eyes widening. For a moment, her expression flickers with relief or gratitude. Hard to say. Then she schools her features into careful composure. Couldn't risk letting you think I'm unprofessional. My gaze sweeps over her dress once more. You made this yourself? She nods, a hint of pride warming her features. Yes, worked on it until 3 a.m. There are some flaws I'd fix if I had more time, but... Where? I interrupt, stepping forward, letting my eyes trace every seam. I don't see any obvious flaws. She swallows, color rising in her cheeks. Well, the bodice could be more structured. The zipper line is slightly off by a fraction of an inch. I grin, amused by her perfectionism. You have a good eye. This is quite a statement, Camille. I see the flicker of nervous pleasure in her eyes at hearing her own name from my lips again. She exhales, tension melting just enough for a shaky laugh. Thank you. Or, well, thank me for nearly losing my mind over it. I offer my arm in a gesture of courtly invitation. She hesitates, then links her arm through mine. I feel a warm current pass between us, an unexpected intimacy. Clearing my throat, I guide her toward the main gallery space where a small crowd of designers, patrons, and Influencers chatter over champagne. As we stroll through, heads turn. Some recognize me and offer polite smiles. Others whisper about who the stunning woman at my side might be. I sense Camille's posture stiffen, as though she's bracing for scrutiny. Her chin lifts slightly, eyes scanning the crowd. "You'll be introduced as my colleague," I say softly, leaning close so only she can hear. I prefer to let them assume what they will about our exact relationship. She arches a brow, a teasing spark lighting her gaze. And they will assume. I smirk. Yes, it might work in our favor. People are curious, and curiosity drives conversation, deals, opportunities. She lets out a half scoff, half laugh. I see. My presence is your PR advantage. Among other advantages, I say without thinking, then realize the double meaning in my words. Her cheeks flush, but she doesn't pull away. We pause at one of the art installations, a striking piece of abstract metalwork. She tilts her head, taking in the sculpture's interplay of shapes and shadows. "This is actually pretty remarkable," she murmurs. "The lines are so, evocative." I watch her face as she observes the piece. Her eyes shine with genuine interest, as if soaking in every detail. A small surge of admiration floods me. She's not pretending. She actually appreciates the artistry. Before I can respond, a figure steps up behind us, Andrea Corrigan, an influential fashion blogger. She's all smiles, wearing a bright pink suit with an over-the-top ruffled blouse. "Mr. Maddox, how lovely to see you here. And who's this gorgeous companion?" I slip seamlessly into my usual suave persona. "Andrea, this is Camille Hart, an emerging talent I'm mentoring." The words feel strange on my tongue, but I press forward, aware that dropping the Hart name in front of an industry blogger is no small move. Andrea's eyebrows climb. She offers Camille a handshake that wavers between curiosity and immediate calculation. Bloggers love new stories, fresh angles. "Wonderful to meet you. Hart, you say? Any relation to the late Patrick Hart?" Camille's breath hitches. I gently press a hand against her back, a silent reassurance and answer for her. "She's his daughter, actually." Andrea's eyes sparkle. "Oh, that's quite intriguing. Were you in the fashion world before Mr. Maddox discovered you?" A wry smile touches Camille's lips. "Not in any official capacity. Let's just say I grew up around design." Andrea nods vigorously, pulling her phone from a purse shaped like a French poodle. I wish I were joking. I'd love to set up an interview if possible. The legacy of Patrick Hart is a fascinating topic, especially with you stepping into the limelight under Leo's mentorship. Camille glances my way, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. I give a subtle nod. This is exactly the kind of connection I want her to make, though I'll have to keep an eye on how much she reveals about her father. If she starts discussing the complicated business meltdown, things could get messy. But if she can handle it gracefully, it'll catapult her name into relevant circles. Clearing her throat, Camille says, "I'd be open to discussing an interview in the future. Right now, I'm focusing on developing my skills and learning from Mr. Maddox's team." Andrea beams. "Understood. I'll ping your people, and if you ever need a media push, count on me." With a few more pleasantries, Andrea bustles off to corner someone else, likely in search of the next big scoop. Camille lets out a breath the moment Andre is out of earshot. That was intense. I chuckle softly. "You handled it perfectly. She can boost your profile if you give her the right angles. But watch out. She'll spin whatever you say into a story." Her hand brushes against the folds of her dress, a self-soothing gesture. I never realized how much backstage maneuvering goes on. Fashion was always about creativity to me. Design, fabric, expression. But this is politics. "Welcome to the real world," I say with a hint of dry amusement. "But if you play it right, you'll find you can shape the narrative to your advantage. People will see Patrick Hart's daughter rising from the ashes, forging a new identity with me as your sponsor. That alone is a story that sells." Camille's jaw tightens at the mention of her father's name, but she nods. I get it. Business. There's a note in her voice, resentment or longing, perhaps, whenever her father is mentioned. I sense the weight of her emotions, and it stirs a strange protectiveness in me. I reach for her hand lightly, guiding her to another part of the gallery where fewer people cluster. We stop by a wide window, overlooking the skyline. Reflections of the city's neon lights dance on the glass. She turns to me, searching my face. So this is how it's going to be, huh? A swirl of whispers and press, me wearing a dress I sewed in my tiny bedroom, and you orchestrating the narrative? Her tone isn't accusatory as much as it is uncertain. For now, I say simply, if you want to learn how to thrive in this environment, watch me. Let me show you the ropes. And in return, you give me your best. Deal? She studies me, eyes narrowing. You make it sound so straightforward, but I know there's more going on beneath the surface. You have your reasons for wanting me close. I glance away, momentarily caught off guard by the honesty in her gaze. She's right. My main drive is to ensure Fiona Martin's empire crumbles. Yet, the more time I spend with Camille, the less purely strategic it feels. There's a certain energy to her presence that's both exhilarating and disquieting. Let's say I do, I admit, voice low. Do you really mind if it brings you closer to your goals? She exhales, staring at our faint reflections in the dark window. I guess not, she says after a moment. As long as I'm not just another pawn to be discarded once you get what you want. I let her words hang, an unexpected pang deep in my chest. I recall how Patrick Hart once accused me of discarding him. It wasn't entirely true, but I also never denied the power plays that ended our partnership. Am I walking the same path with his daughter now? Gently, I touch the back of her hand. If you prove your worth, you won't be discarded. I promise. She meets my eyes, a storm of emotions flickering there. I'll hold you to that. Just then, another cluster of guests wanders over, someone calling my name. I release Camille's hand, plastering on a polished smile. The moment dissolves, replaced by the usual swirl of greetings and pleasantries. I present Camille to them as a promising new designer, painting a picture that's half truth, half strategy. She plays along admirably, showcasing a measured confidence that impresses even me. Yet in the back of my mind, I keep replaying the quiet intensity in her eyes, the note of longing and caution in her voice. She's not the typical occupant of my orbit, someone dazzled by wealth or desperate for favor. She's driven by something deeper, something that resonates with me even if I'd rather ignore it. When the event winds down, we've each done our share of mingling. I circulate, finalizing a few business handshakes. Meanwhile, Camille drifts among small groups, collecting compliments on her dress and forging new contacts. A subtle pride swells in me as I watch her handle each question with composure. Finally, close to 11, the gallery staff begins dimming lights, politely ushering out the stragglers. I head toward Camille, who's examining a last piece of artwork. A striking painting of a single red thread stitched across a black canvas. She seems almost entranced by it. Tired yet? I ask, stepping beside her. She releases a slow breath. A little, but this was incredible. I never thought I'd be introduced to so many influential people in one night. This is only the beginning, I say. If you're in, I have a schedule of events lined up for the coming weeks. Shows, dinners, maybe a pop-up or two. I pause, gauging her reaction. I'd like you by my side for all of them. Her lips part in a small, uncertain smile. Guess I'd better start sewing more dresses. I offer a quiet chuckle, then let my gaze slip to her mouth. The flicker of awareness in the air sends a shiver through me. We're standing inches apart, alone in a rapidly emptying gallery. A hush falls over us, and for a heartbeat I consider the possibility of leaning in, of letting this arrangement become something more than business. But I clamp down on the thought. This is about strategy. Stay focused. Clearing my throat, I step back. I'll have a car take you home. We'll meet soon to discuss your next steps. She nods, arms slipping around her waist as though suddenly reminded of her vulnerability. I gesture for her to follow me out to the sidewalk where the driver waits. She slides into the back seat, eyes flicking back to me with a look that's half gratitude, half apprehension. "Good night, Leo," she says, voice soft. I dip my head, shutting the door behind her. As the car pulls away, I stand on the curb, the city's nighttime swirl pressing in around me. The neon signs, the whisper of traffic, the intangible weight of unresolved history. I exhale, shoving my hands in my pockets. Camille Hart is more than a resource. She's a wild card. I'm using her to topple Fiona Martine's hold and salvage what's left of the Hart estate for my own ends. But if I'm not careful, she might unearth the parts of me I've kept buried, like guilt, longing, maybe even the capacity to care about something more than revenge or business. I head to my own car, mind churning with questions I can't quite answer. When I slide into the back seat, I realize my phone is buzzing. It's a call from the legal team, no doubt about Fiona Martin's assets. I answer, voice clipped, shifting seamlessly back into predator mode. Yet the lingering image of Camille in that plum dress, eyes alight with creative fire, refuses to leave my thoughts. Tomorrow, I'll bury it beneath deadlines and deals. But for tonight, I let it simmer, a reminder that for all my planning, this B story might be rewriting itself, and I have no idea where it leads.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 7. Camille. 3 weeks have flown by since the night of the gallery opening with Leo. In that time, my life has transformed into a surreal whirlwind of fabric swatches, late-night sewing sessions, and events I never dreamed I'd attend. The initial shock of stepping into his orbit has dulled to a steady hum of adrenaline, like I'm living on a constant edge, waiting for something to give way. A lot has changed in those 3 weeks. I've been accompanying Leo to smaller industry meet and greets, pop-up runway previews, private cocktail receptions, a couple of intimate dinners with potential collaborators. Each time, I walk in on Leo's arm, nerves twisting in my stomach. Each time I manage to hold my own, even though my heart races with imposter syndrome. I've introduced myself, proudly, as Camille Hart, an emerging designer under Leo's mentorship. The name still garners curious looks, especially from those old enough to remember my father's once glorious brand, but no one's openly challenged me or grilled me for details. I suspect that's partly because of Leo's imposing presence. Whenever I sense the conversation drifting toward delicate territory, like my father's legacy, Leo artfully redirects the topic. It's both a relief and a frustration. He's shielding me, which is helpful, but I still want answers about what truly happened between him and Dad. So far, all I've gleaned are half hints and cryptic remarks. That said, I'm not blind to the advantage he's giving me. In just a few weeks, I've collected more business cards and potential leads than most aspiring designers manage in years. I've shaken hands with icons in the industry. I've been invited to coffee by stylists who once brushed me off. I've even snagged a small commission from a boutique brand that needs a freelance seamstress for an upcoming capsule collection, something I can do during my off hours if I'm careful. Leo, of course, is always 5 steps ahead, orchestrating introductions and making sure my name doesn't fade into the background. Part of me hates how reliant I feel on his influence, but another part is undeniably grateful. This is the door you asked for, I remind myself in the quiet hours, alone with my sewing machine. Don't blow it. Now, 3 weeks after that gallery night, I'm standing in my bedroom, staring at the reflection in my mirror. I've just slipped into a floor-length gown of creamy champagne satin, borrowed from a well-connected stylist friend of Leo's. It's not my own design, which pricks my pride a little. But time was short and the event is massive, a high-profile gala with media coverage, top designers, and celebrities. Leo insisted I needed a knockout look that would photograph well. The dress has a sweetheart neckline and a subtle slit up the side. It clings to my curves more than anything I've worn before. My hair is pinned into a low, elegant bun, leaving a few tendrils loose to frame my face. I've even braved a smoky eye makeup look, which took me an hour of YouTube tutorials to master. I run my palms over the satin and breathe deeply. You can do this. You're Camille Hart, talented designer in training. Remember who you are. My phone buzzes, and I pick it up to see a text from Leo. Car's downstairs whenever you're ready. My stomach flips. No matter how many times we attend these events together, I can't get used to the subtle feeling of stepping into a story that's half genuine ambition, half carefully staged partnership. We're not dating, but we appear that way to everyone outside our private circle. And sometimes, I feel that tension. Awareness bridging the gap between business arrangement and something more. I slip into a pair of satin heels and grab a small clutch that matches the gown. Before leaving, I give myself one last look in the mirror. The woman staring back looks polished and confident, but my heart thrums with the same question. Do I really belong here? Or am I playing a dangerous game of dress-up? 15 minutes later, I exit the sleek black sedan in front of the Metropolitan Crown Ballroom, an opulent venue reserved for the most exclusive functions. Towering columns flank the entrance, a red carpet stretching up wide marble steps. Flashes from photographers light up the dusk, capturing arrival shots of VIP guests. Leo is waiting at the base of the steps, talking quietly with a stern-looking security guard. My breath hitches when I see him. He's in a classic black tuxedo, the bow tie perfectly aligned, his posture relaxed yet commanding. Even after 3 weeks of being around him constantly, I'm still struck by his self-assured presence. The broad lines of his shoulders under the tailored jacket, the subtle interplay of control and charm in his stance. It's enough to make my pulse skip. He catches sight of me and ends his conversation with the guard, stepping forward to greet me. "You look stunning," he says, voice pitched low enough that the cameras can't pick it up. I swallow back a wave of self-consciousness. "Thank you. You look very dashing yourself." His lips quirk in a faint smile, but I notice a certain intensity in his gaze. "Shall we?" He extends an arm and I slip my hand into the crook of his elbow. We ascend the steps, camera flashes popping. A few reporters call out, "Leo, over here." "Mr. Maddox, who's your date tonight?" "Camille, can we get a shot?" It's disorienting, but I try to keep my head high and my smile poised. Just before we enter the lobby, Leo murmurs, "Remember, you're not an imposter. You belong here." My heart flutters at the echo of my own earlier pep talk. He must see the tension in my eyes, I think. I manage a tiny nod, inhaling the confidence he's offering. The interior is more lavish than I imagined. Crystal chandeliers draped with delicate strands of pearls, gold detailing on vaulted ceilings, and ornate sconces casting warm light. Live strings play from a corner stage, providing an elegant, melodic backdrop. Groups of guests mingle in small clusters, dressed in everything from classic gowns to avant-garde statement pieces. Champagne flows and canapes circulate on silver trays. Leo guides me through the crowd, exchanging handshakes and greetings with people who seem to be a mix of designers, influencers, and philanthropic patrons. The gala is part charity fundraiser, part industry power gathering. He introduces me each time as Camille Hart, an exciting new designer to watch. I say the right words, smile the right smile, but the swirl of it all is overwhelming. Moments later, we're stopped by a presence I recognize from fashion magazines. Renata Moretti, a legendary Italian designer known for her bold silhouettes and innovative textiles. She's shorter than I expected, with silver hair cropped close to her head and a pair of emerald green glasses perched on her nose. She's wearing a sculptural dress in midnight blue, each fold crisp enough to slice through air. "Renata," Leo says with warm politeness, "I'm so glad you could make it." Renata's sharp eyes flick over to me. "And who is this vision on your arm?" Her lightly accented English holds a certain musicality. Leo gestures to me. "Camille Hart, she's been assisting me at various events, looking to break into the design world." Renata extends a manicured hand, and I shake it, heart thumping. "It's an honor to meet you. Your work has always inspired me." She waves off the compliment with a half smile. "We'll see if you still feel that way once you've tried to work with my impossible materials. Then her mouth curls in a sly grin. "Leo, you must join me in the VIP lounge shortly. There's a small runway preview I'd like you to see." Before he can respond, someone calls Renata's name, and she excuses herself with a graceful nod, disappearing into the crowd like a wisp of smoke. I exhale a shaky breath. Renata Moretti, the Renata Moretti, I've studied her designs in old magazines. Leo's expression betrays a hint of pride. "You'll likely see more of her tonight. She's unveiling a few new concepts, I hear, surprise additions to this gala. She never misses a chance to wow the crowd." My excitement flares. "Are we going to watch the preview?" He smirks. "Wouldn't miss it. But first, let's circulate a bit more. There's someone else I want you to meet, a friend of mine who's big on craftsmanship." As we weave through the throng, I can't help noticing the extravagant outfits all around. Designer gowns with intricate beadwork, tuxedos and unconventional fabrics, bold accessories that flirt with the line between art and fashion. It feels like stepping into a living, breathing style magazine, and despite my best efforts, a sliver of that old sense of I don't belong here creeps in. Then I catch sight of a petite woman wearing a striking black gown with a flamboyant feathered collar. The collar is splendid, except one portion droops awkwardly, as if the seam is loose. She's talking animatedly to a group of onlookers, oblivious to the malfunction. My eyes zero in on that detail, and I can't help but think how easily it could be corrected, a hidden stitch or a small structural reinforcement. I realize that, even in my anxiety, I'm analyzing the garments around me. My father taught me well. The memory fills my chest with a bittersweet warmth. Even in a room full of power players, design is still my anchor, my language. We eventually approach a side lounge area separated by gilded screens. A few heavyweights in the fashion world are gathered here, chatting in hushed but excited tones. Among them is a man wearing a flamboyant jacket with metallic embellishments. He notices Leo first, greeting him with a wide grin. "Leo Maddox, you elusive creature," he says, leaning in for an air kiss on both cheeks, a distinctly European flourish. "When am I finally going to get you on my runway in Milan?" Leo chuckles. "When you stop expecting me to be the star model, perhaps." Then he turns, placing a hand lightly on my back. "This is Camille Hart, a designer I'm mentoring." The man's eyes sparkle. "A Hart? Fascinating. I'm Giovanni DeLuca. Pleasure to meet you, Cara." We exchange quick pleasantries, and my mind whirls with the knowledge that DeLuca is a top-tier European designer known for pushing boundaries. My heart speeds up when I notice a model behind him, wearing what looks like an experimental skirt with layered organza and lace. As she shifts position, I spot a subtle flaw. The organza layer dips slightly too long on the right side, creating a weird ripple at the hem. DeLuca notices me eyeing the piece. "Ah, do you approve? It's part of my new Eclipses collection. Very hush-hush until next season." Heat floods my cheeks. I'm torn between politely praising him and my genuine urge to point out the minor flaw. Then I recall my father's words. Honesty is the greatest asset in design. Timid critiques do no one any favors. Carefully, I say, "It's gorgeous. The layers create a dynamic silhouette, but, if I may be so bold, the right side hem dips by maybe an inch or so. It causes a slight drag when she walks. It's subtle, but you can see it if you watch the sway." A hush settles around the group. DeLuca's expression shifts from delight to surprise, possibly annoyance. Leo tenses beside me, and I'm ready to sink through the floor from mortification. Then, to my shock, DeLuca's face breaks into a brilliant grin. "You have quite an eye, Miss Hart. I thought I was imagining that drag. My seamstress swore it was even." He calls the model over and gestures for her to turn. Examining the hem, sure enough, he spots it. "I'll be damned," he mutters, sounding almost pleased by the discovery. One of the onlookers, a woman in a shimmering silver gown, chimes in. "I noticed the organza shift too, but I didn't want to say anything. You know how fussy these designers can be?" She winks. DeLuca laughs uproariously. "Fussy? Absolutely. But I'd rather be corrected now than humiliated on the runway." He turns to me. "Thank you for your honesty. Most novices would have just gushed about the design." Relief and a surge of pride ripple through me. "I hope I wasn't too blunt. It's a beautiful piece otherwise." He waves a hand dismissively. No. Your directness is refreshing, and I can tell you know your details. Are you sure you're not a veteran in disguise?" I shake my head, lips curving in a grin I can't hold back. Just a rookie with a strong teacher, my father, and now, I glance at Leo, a new mentor. DeLuca's gaze flicks between us, a curious glint in his eyes. This is interesting. He leans toward me conspiratorially. I have a small showcase next week in Milan, purely for press and buyers. If you're free, you should stop by. I'd love your perspective. My jaw drops. Milan, me? He shrugs. Why not? If Maddox is grooming you, you'll be traveling eventually. Might as well start now. I'm too stunned to speak, but Leo interjects smoothly. We'll consider it, Giovanni. Perhaps if scheduling permits. De Luca smirks. Don't take too long to consider. Opportunities like this don't linger. With that, he turns back to his circle, ushering the model along, who's already fussing with her phone to snap pictures of the flawed hem for a quick fix. The moment they're gone, I glance at Leo, who's been standing a fraction behind me. His expression is unreadable, though I sense tension in the set of his shoulders. Are you upset? I ask quietly, bracing for criticism. I didn't mean to. He shakes his head, something like pride flickering in his steel gray eyes. Not upset. Surprised, maybe. Because I spoke up? He exhales. Because you did it with precision, and he listened to you. A small thrill courses through me. I guess I got lucky. He meets my gaze, expression softening just enough that I notice. That wasn't luck. You have a gift for seeing what others miss. He pauses, a trace of an almost smile tugging at his lips. It's both inspiring and a little unsettling. My cheeks warm. Unsettling how? He hesitates, glancing away. Let's just say I'm used to being the one with all the answers. The idea that you might spot flaws I don't see or upstage me is a shift. I bite back a grin. So you're threatened by me? He laughs quietly, a genuine sound that rumbles through his chest. Maybe a little, yes, but also impressed. My heart thuds as I register the sincerity in his tone. For a moment, we stand there in the swirling bustle of the gala, locked in a strange bubble of intimacy. There's something in his gaze that resonates with the flutter in my stomach. Admiration, curiosity, maybe even desire. A server passes, offering us flutes of champagne. We each take one, sipping the crisp bubbles. I swallow, letting the tension settle into something more comfortable. What's next? I ask, voice low. He scans the room, returning to his carefully controlled persona. We'll head to that VIP lounge, see Renata Moretti's preview, and keep forging connections. After that, there's dinner service, and eventually a small award segment. We don't have to stay for the whole thing if you're exhausted. Despite my nerves, a rush of excitement flares. I can handle it, I say, hoping I sound more confident than I feel. I want to see it all, observe as much as I can. He nods approvingly. Then let's do it. Over the next hour, we watch a hush-hush mini runway showcase where Renata Moretti's new designs wow the select audience. The music swells, the models gliding across a temporary catwalk set up in the lounge. I take mental notes of every stitch, every silhouette, enthralled by the display of creativity and expertise. Leo stands at my side, sometimes leaning in to whisper commentary. A certain pleat reminds him of a technique from years ago, or a color palette evokes a past era in fashion. I'm hyper-aware of his closeness, of the subtle brush of his jacket sleeve against my bare arm, the warmth of his breath near my ear. The lines between business arrangement and personal intrigue blur in these small, charged moments. Yet neither of us mentions it, forging ahead with the unspoken understanding that we're playing a dual role, ambitious allies in the public eye, secret conspirators in private. Eventually, we slip away to the main ballroom again, sampling the catered dinner and striking up conversations with a handful of editors. I'm learning to measure my words, offering just enough about my background to pique interest without diving too deep into the tragic history of Patrick Hart. I feel Leo's silent approval each time I navigate a question deftly. By the time the clock nears midnight, the gala shifts into a more relaxed after-party vibe. The lights dim, the music picks up, and a DJ replaces the live string quartet. Some guests head to the dance floor. Others cluster around high-top tables with cocktails. Leo murmurs in my ear, ready to call it a night. Part of me doesn't want this magic to end, but my feet ache, and I suspect my adrenaline is about to crash. Yeah, I admit. I could use some rest. Work doesn't stop tomorrow, right? He nods. Your hustle is impressive. Let's get you home. We weave our way through the crowd, exchanging final pleasantries with a few acquaintances. Everyone seems abuzz with the night's revelations, Renata's preview, DeLuca's organza moment, and the new face of Camille Hart, who apparently has an eagle eye for detail. I catch snippets of conversation referencing me in passing, and it sends a ripple of thrill through my tired body. They know my name. Outside, the air is cool against my flushed cheeks. The paparazzi presence has thinned, but a few stray flashes pop as we step onto the sidewalk. Leo signals our driver, and the sedan glides forward, the back door opening smoothly. I start to get in, then pause, turning to face him. The glow of the street lamp highlights the strong lines of his face, the faint stubble on his jaw. There's a question in his eyes, but I don't know what it is. Maybe he's wondering if I'll say something about Dad, or if I'll thank him for everything. Or maybe he's just trying to read me, like I'm reading him. Thanks, I say softly. For the invitation, the introductions, all of it. He tips his head. You earned your place tonight. Don't forget that. A spark of gratitude and warmth wells in my chest. Then, impulsively, I lean in and press a quick, gentle kiss to his cheek. It's not romantic exactly, more a gesture of thanks, or maybe curiosity, but my heart still pounds. When I pull back, I find him looking startled, a momentary flicker of vulnerability crossing his features. Then he schools his expression into a guarded smile. Get some rest, Camille. I slip into the sedan, drawing the door shut. He remains on the curb, hands in his pockets, watching as the car pulls away. My mind spins with the night's triumph, the promise of new connections, and the tangle of feelings I have for Leo Maddox, part gratitude, part suspicion, and an undercurrent of attraction I can't deny. As we merge into traffic, the city lights blur by, and I let my head fall back against the seat. There's a sense that I'm stepping deeper into a world of power plays and glamorous facades. Yet, for the first time, I'm not just an onlooker. I contributed, I made my mark, I belong. That knowledge steadies me. If this arrangement continues, I'll need all the wit, skill, and courage I can muster. Tonight at least, I've proven I have a shot at surviving, and maybe even thriving, in Leo's high-stakes world.
Chapter 8. Leo. I watch from the sidewalk as Camille's car merges into the late-night traffic, headlights dissolving into a wash of neon and shadow. The faint memory of her lips brushing my cheek lingers like the last note of a song. 3 weeks of carefully orchestrated public appearances, guiding her into my world, and yet somehow I'm the one caught off guard. She's not playing any standard role, no starstruck admirer, no social climbing schemer. She's something else entirely. I rub my jaw, a wry smile tugging at my lips. You weren't expecting that, were you? Even now, the trace of her warmth sparks a mix of pride and cautious intrigue in my chest. We said our goodbyes outside the gala, but apparently our night isn't quite over. Because this is only part one, I remind myself. My phone buzzes, snapping me out of my reverie. It's a text from Renata Moretti. Who else? Hosting a late supper for a select few at Il Ruscello in Midtown. Bring your new protégé. 11:30 p.m. She ends with her signature flourish, a single green heart emoji. I glance at the time. 11:15. Looks like I'll need to intercept Camille before she's too far gone. Dialing quickly, I raise the phone to my ear. The call rings a few times before she picks up, voice curious. Hello? Where are you right now? I ask, pitched above the hum of city traffic. She hesitates. In the car you arranged. Heading home. Why? I wave for my own driver, who's idling at the curb. Renata wants us at a private after-party dinner. Think you have the stamina? A pause, then a soft laugh crackles through the line. I don't know what time zone my body is in at this point, but sure. I'll ask the driver to turn around. Tell him to meet me at the corner of 9th and Carson, I say. I'll have my driver bring me there, and then we can ride together to the restaurant. All right, she says, sounding both weary and excited. I'll see you soon. I slip into my waiting car, shutting the door behind me. 9th and Carson, please, I tell the driver. As we ease into traffic, I can't help the pulse of anticipation thrumming beneath my polished exterior. There's a certain electric charge that sparks whenever Camille is around, one I'm not entirely sure how to handle. The corner of 9th and Carson is a relatively quiet intersection at this hour. Rows of shuttered storefronts and a lone coffee shop that's in the midst of closing up. Both cars arrive within seconds of each other, headlights illuminating the empty sidewalks. I step out, smoothing my tuxedo jacket, and watch as Camille climbs from her car, gathering the folds of her borrowed champagne gown. The street lamp casts a warm glow over her, highlighting the soft shimmer of satin and the delicate curve of her bare shoulders. She lifts a hand in a hesitant wave. Change of plans, huh? I open the rear door to my car. Renata Moretti is many things, but above all, she's unpredictable. She wants a small group to join her for a private supper, and you've impressed her enough that she specifically asked for you. Camille's eyes widen. She did. I only spoke to her for a moment earlier. Believe me, if Renata extends an invitation, it means she sees potential. I gesture for her to slide in. Shall we? She settles in the back seat, careful not to wrinkle her gown. I follow, the door clicking shut behind me. The driver merges back into the stream of cars. For a moment, the hush of the vehicle envelops us, quiet enough that I can hear Camille's steady breathing, sense the lingering tension from the gala. So, she says, turning slightly to face me, any tips for dining with a legend? Should I keep my mouth shut this time so I don't offend anyone with my bluntness? A low chuckle escapes me. That's exactly why they like you, Camille. Don't dim that honesty, just maybe. I mime a gentle turn of a knob. Keep it at a manageable volume. She snorts softly, a smile tugging at her lips. I'll try my best. My gaze flickers over her face. A swirl of gratitude, relief, and something deeper passes through me. You did well tonight. With DeLuca, with the entire crowd, really? She ducks her head, but I can see her smile deepen. Thank you. I'm still half expecting someone to tap me on the shoulder and say, Miss, you're not supposed to be here. Security, please remove this imposter. I feel a prickle of guilt and admiration combine. Imposter is a word that once applied to her deception as Brenna Martin, but now she's forging a path on her own name. No one's going to do that, I say, voice firmer than intended. Not when you're proving every time that you belong. Her eyes meet mine, and in the muted glow of passing streetlights, I read the gratitude there. She doesn't reply, but the silence hums with a gentle warmth that feels oddly intimate. We arrive at Il Ruscello, a secluded Italian restaurant tucked beneath an ivy-draped awning. The place is nearly empty, clearly closed to the general public, except for Renata's exclusive gathering. A uniformed hostess awaits us at the door, leading us past a candlelit corridor into a private dining room where a handful of people have already gathered. Renata sits at the head of a rectangular table, sipping a glass of red wine. She spots us and waves us over, her sharp eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ah, there you are. I was about to send out a search party. Traffic, I offer in explanation, guiding Camille forward by her back. Hope we didn't miss anything important. Renata shrugs, beckoning us to 2 chairs on her left. We're just beginning. Sit, eat, be merry, and I want to pick both of your brains about something. The table is set with pristine white linens, flickering pillar candles, and elegantly arranged silverware. About 8 other guests are present, designers, stylists, a couple of influential fashion editors who greet me with polite nods and curious glances at Camille. Once we're seated, a waiter swiftly pours water and wine. Camille looks around, taking it all in, the candlelight catching the delicate angles of her face. I notice her gown sparkles slightly under the glow, and I have to force myself to look away before my thoughts drift too far from business. Renata gestures with her wine glass, leaning toward us. So, young Camille, she begins, I've been hearing from multiple sources that you've got quite the eye for detail. Giovanni De Luca, especially, seemed taken with your critique. I want to know, how do you see the future of couture? Tell me something innovative. Surprise me. Camille sets down her water glass carefully. A flicker of nerves crosses her features, but it's fleeting. Well, I think couture needs to find a balance between artistry and real-world application. Sometimes we get so caught up in creating showpieces that we forget the consumer. Today's consumer wants things that feel both extraordinary and wearable. A hush falls. I smirk a little, sensing that half the designers around this table prefer the pure artistry route. Renata arches an eyebrow. Wearable, you say? Sometimes I think the entire point of haute couture is to be unwearable. A ripple of laughter moves around the table. Camille bites her lip, then plunges on. I understand that perspective, but I also think the future is about bridging the gap, incorporating new technology like smart fabrics or eco-friendly materials, without losing the storytelling that makes couture so special. Renata sets down her wine and rubs her chin, considering. You talk about storytelling in design. Whose stories are you telling? Camille's gaze flicks to me. I see the conflict in her eyes. Her father's story. Her own. Ours. But she only says, I believe every piece has a narrative. The stitches, the drape, the color palette. These evoke emotions. If you marry that with innovation, you can create something that resonates with people on a deeper level. A momentary silence, then Renata laughs lightly, turning to an editor on her right. Do you hear this, Gerard? The new generation is quite philosophical. Gerard, a stoic man in a tailored vest, gives a curt nod. Philosophy sells, if executed well. I watch Camille carefully. She's balancing her nerves with genuine insight, and I can't help the surge of admiration that wells up in me. She's going toe-to-toe with industry titans. Renata returns her attention to Camille. Well then, Kara, you're in good company with Leo as your sponsor. Though I dare say his approach to design these days is more, how shall I put it, mercenary? She gives me a pointed smile. A mild flush creeps across Camille's cheeks as she glances at me. I can almost sense the unspoken question. Is that true? Are you purely mercenary? I take it in stride, swirling my own glass of wine. Practical, Renata. I prefer the word practical. But yes, I'll admit I veered from the purely visionary approach of my youth. It served me well. She snorts. It has. Though I remember the boy with the needle, once upon a time. All heart, no caution. A pity he's gone, she says with a mock-dramatic sigh. I feel a pang in my chest, memories flaring of who I was a decade ago. Hungry, idealistic, naive enough to believe in mentor-mentee relationships that wouldn't turn sour. Patrick Hart took that from me, I think, with a rush of old bitterness. And ironically, here I am with his daughter. Camille's gaze lands on me, a hint of curiosity. She's never heard this side of my story from anyone but me, and I've only told her bits and pieces. The tension in my throat swells, but I keep my face neutral. Change is inevitable, Renata. We adapt or we stagnate. She chuckles, lifting her glass in a mock toast. Indeed. Now shall we eat? I'm starving. The staff begins bringing plates, fresh bruschetta with heirloom tomatoes, handmade gnocchi and a truffle cream sauce, grilled vegetables drizzled with balsamic. The aromas are heavenly, and I realize how hungry I am after the long night. As we dig into the meal, the conversation mellows into a comfortable hum. Some discuss upcoming shows, others debate the merits of sustainable textiles. Camille sits quietly at first, listening, but I can see the spark in her eyes whenever a new design concept is mentioned. Halfway through a plate of gnocchi, I lean in, voice low enough for only her to hear. Don't hold back if you have ideas. Speak up. She glances at me, lips curving in a slight smile. Look at you, encouraging me to overshadow you. A teasing grin tugs at my mouth. I'm confident enough in my standing. Go ahead, overshadow all you like. She snorts. You sure about that? Then her tone turns playful. Because if DeLuca recruits me to consult on his next line, you might be forced to compete with me. A flash of something. Pride, maybe a hint of jealousy, tightens my chest. Let him try. I'm not worried. Her eyes dance. No? Because I recall a certain moment earlier when you admitted you might be unsettled by my eagle eye for detail. I arch an eyebrow. I recall saying it's both inspiring and unsettling. That's not exactly fear, just... I hesitate, searching for the right words. Respect for your potential. She inclines her head as though accepting my answer. Our banter vibrates with a new charge, underscored by the subtle candlelight and the hum of conversation around us. It's as though we're in our own pocket of the room, a private exchange of challenges and invitations. A few seats away, Gerard the editor picks up on our quiet conversation. Maddox, you're not used to such spirited partnership, are you? He calls out, smirking. I laugh lightly, refusing to be flustered. I'm open to dynamic collaborations, Gerard, and Camille has proven she can hold her own. Camille lifts her chin, turning to address him directly. I'll try not to shock him too much. Gerard's hearty chuckle echoes around the table. I love it. Keep him on his toes, someone needs to. Renata chimes in with a sly smile. I'm certain she will, and if he can't handle it, perhaps I'll poach her. Camille beams at the teasing while I feign mock offense. You'll have to get through me first, Renata. My words are playful, but there's an undercurrent of truth. I'm not about to let Camille slip through my fingers, not when she's integral to my plans. The meal continues, and each course only heightens the sense of camaraderie at the table. Wine flows, conversation turns more relaxed, and occasional laughter bursts out. Camille engages easily with the other guests, her previous shyness replaced by a newfound confidence. I catch glimpses of her unstoppable curiosity and drive, the same qualities that made her impersonate Brenna Martin to corner me in the first place. But beneath that bright surface, I sense another layer in her, a flicker of longing or unease, especially when any reference to her father arises. I wonder how much she's still holding back, questions about my history with Patrick Hart, about the partial truths I've given her. She might be formidable, a voice warns in my head, but she's also wounded. And I'm not sure which aspect draws me more. Eventually, the plates are cleared, and a round of dessert arrives, tiramisu, cannoli, and espresso shots. Renata stands, wineglass raised, to make a small toast. To good food, good company, and the ever-evolving world of fashion. May we never fear risk or reinvention. We all join in, clinking glasses. Camille catches my eye before sipping, and I sense the current between us intensify. I can't recall the last time I felt this alive, this challenged. A subtle shift occurs as the dinner winds down. Some guests trickle out, claiming early flights or morning meetings. Others linger, discussing possible collaborations or next season's plans. Renata corners a young designer in the corner to review sketches on a tablet, while Gerard pulls me aside to talk about a potential interview. Camille drifts deep in conversation with a stylist who's raving about her subtle yet effective critique at the gala. I skim the room, noting the small clusters of conversation. This is perfect, I think. a sense of satisfaction blooming. Camille is forging her own path, building relationships that will ultimately reflect back on me and my brand, while also giving me an inroad to her stepfamily's hidden dealings if I play my cards right. It's all falling into place. Still, a small knot of discomfort forms in my stomach. Is that truly all this is? Something about the look on Camille's face each time she nails an interaction resonates with me, reminiscent of my own younger self, hungry to prove I belonged. I recall nights spent at Patrick Hart's side feeling invincible, convinced we'd create magic together before everything soured. The memory slices me with guilt and resentment in equal measure. But this time, I tell myself, I'm in control. I won't let illusions blind me. By the time Renata finally announces she's calling it a night, the private dining room has thinned out. Only a few staff remain, clearing plates and candles. Camille is saying goodbye to a pair of stylists near the door. I wander over just as the stylists slip out, leaving us briefly alone in the softly lit entryway. She exhales, leaning her weight onto one foot, pulling at the tight satin that's hugged her body for hours. I didn't think I had the energy for an after-party dinner, but I'm so glad we came. I nod, eyeing the faint circles under her eyes. You're running on adrenaline at this point. Absolutely. She manages a small laugh, then tilts her head up at me. Thank you, really, for everything tonight and these past weeks. I still can't believe some of the people I just had dinner with. A quiet pride and something else flutter in my chest. You earned your seat, Camille. She searches my expression, her gaze drifting over my features. She starts, then stops, biting her lip. I know we have complicated history, you and me. Well, you and my father. But I appreciate you not holding that over my head. Part of me worried you'd parade me around as a trophy or something. Look, even Patrick Hart's daughter relies on me now. My throat tightens, a swirl of guilt, old anger, and a pang of empathy for her tears at me. I'd never do that, I say softly. Except maybe I am using you in a different way. The voice in my head counters. I push it aside. I believe in letting talent speak for itself. She nods, a small, tentative smile ghosting her lips. That means a lot. For a moment we stand there, the hush of the nearly empty restaurant cocooning us in intimacy. My gaze slips to her mouth, where I felt that fleeting kiss on my cheek earlier. Tension sizzles, underpinned by the swirl of everything we've shared tonight. Banter, pride, mutual admiration, and unspoken truths. A car horn outside breaks the moment. Camille clears her throat and glances away, cheeks flushed. I guess we should let them close up. I exhale, forcing the tension to recede. Yeah. I place a hand lightly at the small of her back, guiding her toward the exit. Let's get you home. It's nearly 2 a.m. by the time we slide into the back seat of my car again. The city is quieter now, lights reflecting off puddles on the asphalt. Camille leans her head against the seat, eyes drifting shut for a moment. Tired? I ask softly, glancing at her in the dim glow from the dash. She half smiles. I feel like my feet might fall off, and my face muscles are sore from smiling, but I'm still weirdly buzzing with excitement. I chuckle. First rule of the fashion world: you learn to exist on minimal sleep and maximal adrenaline. Second rule: never show you're too tired, or the sharks smell blood. She cracks an eye open, grinning. Is that how you do it, Mr. Maddox? A steady diet of espresso and strategic naps? That and an occasional snarky comment to keep me awake, I banter. But I'll let you in on a secret. The real fuel is the drive not to fail. Once you've fallen on your face in this industry, you do anything to avoid it happening again. Her amusement fades, replaced by empathy. You must know that feeling well. Falling on your face, I mean. I tense, not missing the reference to Patrick Hart. Yes, learned it the hard way, I say shortly, turning to watch the city lights streak past the window. For a moment, memories threaten to resurface, how it felt to be overshadowed, how Patrick's betrayal fueled my own bitterness. Failure teaches you how to survive, I add quietly. She sits up a bit, studying me. How to survive, or how to shut people out so they can't hurt you again. A half-laugh escapes me, but there's no real humor in it. You're getting philosophical at 2 a.m. Are you sure you can handle these deep questions while exhausted? She shrugs, gaze unwavering. I can handle a lot. We lock eyes, and I sense the weight behind her words. Her father's death, the manipulative stepfamily, the leap of faith she took to pose as Brenna Martin. She survived plenty. I let out a slow breath, the conversation stirring something raw in me. We're both survivors, in different ways. Fair enough, I concede. We both can, apparently. She nods, and the tension mellows into a companionable silence, the hum of the engine lulling us. Eventually, the car stops in front of her apartment building, an imposing high-rise where her stepmother and stepsister occupy the lavish spaces while Camille is relegated to a single cramped bedroom. She's stuck there for now, I remind myself, though I suspect she won't be for much longer if her star continues to rise. She turns to me, hand on the door handle. Thank you again. Tonight was unforgettable. I smile, a genuine curve of my lips. Get some rest. We've got a meeting with a potential sponsor the day after tomorrow, and I'm sure your next big chance to show off your skills is just around the corner. Camille nods, eyes shining with a mixture of fatigue and excitement. Good night, Leo. Good night, I echo. She slips out and the door shuts softly behind her. I watch her walk into the building, the doorman nodding politely as she passes. A swirl of pride and guarded regret coils in my chest. She's a force, no question. The question is, will that force help me or undo me? The car pulls away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Outside, the city glitters, but inside my chest, an old ache rears its head. Camille's father taught me artistry and heartbreak. Now his daughter is teaching me something else. That even the walls I built can be chipped away by someone determined enough. I check my phone. There's a notification from one of my legal advisors about Fiona Martin's finances, but I flick it aside for now. Tonight, I don't want to dwell on the cunning moves I've laid out to undermine Fiona's hold on Hart's remaining assets. This arrangement started as a means to that end. Yet I can't deny that each time I see Camille's drive and potential, a part of me wants more for her than just to be a pawn in my game. The contradiction stirs an uncomfortable tension in my gut. I lean back, letting out a silent exhale. My reflection in the tinted window stares back, eyes shadowed with exhaustion. You're letting your guard down, I murmur to myself, though I'm not sure if it's a warning or a confession. Either way, tomorrow dawns a new day. And with each sunrise, Camille Hart steps further into my world, a world I once vowed to control with an iron grip. I gaze out at the passing skyline, the city that never sleeps, the city where illusions and dreams intermingle. My illusions are fraying under her gentle but persistent presence. And I can't help wondering, when the dust settles, who will come out unscathed, her or me?
Chapter 9. Camille. The car door shuts behind me, and I sink back into the plush leather seat, exhaling the breath I've been holding for the past 2 hours. Tonight's meeting with a potential sponsor ran late, swirling with fast-talking executives, endless questions, and the faint smell of expensive cigars in the background. I'm exhausted, physically from standing in heels all evening, and mentally from the tightrope of performing as Camille Hart, emerging designer, under Leo Maddox's watchful eye. Leo slips into the seat beside me with his usual poised grace, closing the door on the city's nighttime roar. The driver pulls away from the curb, merging into the busy Manhattan streets. It's nearly midnight, and neon lights cast ribbons of color across the windows. I can see their reflections flicker over Leo's sharp cheekbones, highlighting the tension in his jaw. We've done this routine dozens of times, finishing an event, sharing a car back to my apartment, or some next destination. Usually we talk about the meeting or plan our next move. But tonight, the air feels charged with something else. Leftover friction from the sponsored dinner, where the conversation about my father's brand took a subtle turn that rattled me. Minutes ago, we were standing at that event, hearing a sponsor casually mention the cautionary tale of Patrick Hart and how maybe it's best to distance from that old brand. My mouth went dry, and though Leo effortlessly steered the conversation away, I felt the sting of that remark. A cautionary tale, best to distance. It's as if my father's entire legacy is something shameful to hide. Now, alone in the hush of the car, those words echo in my mind, fueling a flame of anger and insecurity. I can't stop replaying the sponsor's smug grin as he suggested we rebrand any Hart connection so it wouldn't tarnish Maddox's image. I shift, rubbing my arms for warmth. The tension thrums in my chest like a coiled spring. Finally, I can't hold it in any longer. Why didn't you shut him down? I demand, turning to Leo. When he made that crack about my father's legacy, you let him talk like it was some kind of taboo that needed burying. Leo's gaze flicks to me, a guarded expression crossing his face. I did shut him down. I redirected the conversation. I saw how upset you were. Redirected, I echo with a scoff. But you didn't contradict him. Didn't say that Patrick Hart wasn't just some cautionary footnote. The anger tightens my throat. You could have defended the brand. You know more about my father's skill than that sponsor ever could. He sighs, raking a hand through his dark hair. It was the wrong place and time for a confrontation, Camille. Arguing with him in front of potential investors doesn't help your career or mine. My career? A disbelieving laugh slips out. Right, you're worried about my career. But I feel like everything about my father's name is being erased. And you're letting it happen because it's good business sense. His jaw tenses. Don't twist my motives. I've been trying to help you build your own reputation, under your own name, not as Patrick Hart's daughter, overshadowed by scandal. That's what you wanted, remember? A painful knot forms in my chest because part of me knows he's right. I did agree to forging my own path, stepping out of Dad's shadow, but that doesn't make the sponsor's sneers any easier to swallow. I wanted to do it on my own, I say, voice quivering, not watch my father's memory get dragged through the mud. Leo exhales, turning to stare at the illuminated cityscape beyond the tinted windows. Sometimes you have to pick your battles. My heart pounds, anger mixing with the swirl of unspoken grief. It's easy for you to say that. He wasn't your father. He goes quiet, and I see a flicker of old hurt in his eyes. When he speaks, his voice is taut. Don't assume you know what I've lost. Tension crackles between us, thick as the humid night air. Then tell me, I press, voice trembling with challenge. Tell me what you lost, Leo, because I still don't have the full story. All I ever get are half hints. If you claim you cared about my father once, show me, prove it. He sets his jaw, frustration evident in every line of his face. This isn't the time. It's never the time, I snap. We made a deal that you'd tell me everything. Why is that so difficult? He drops his head back against the seat, eyes closed for a tense second. Because it hurts, he admits, surprising me with the quiet tremor in his voice. I can't rewrite the past, Camille, and part of me still hates how it ended. With him, with me, everything. My anger falters momentarily at the strain in his tone, but the swirl of indignation over my father's slighted name is still too powerful. Hurts or not, I mutter. I deserve to know. Silence stretches, a taut wire between us. The car hits a small bump, causing the overhead light to flicker. Finally, Leo looks at me again, eyes dark and intense. Fine. I tried to shield you from the ugliness because I thought it would help you move forward. But if you really want to hear it, you'll get the raw truth eventually, even if it might shatter your illusions about your father. Is that what you want? Conflicting emotions churn in my stomach. Fear, curiosity, resentment. I have illusions. The sponsor's mocking words ring in my head. Am I the one clinging to something that was never as perfect as I remember? Yes, I say softly, with more conviction than I feel. I do want that. He nods slowly, the promise hanging between us. We stare at each other in the dim light, breath coming faster than it should. Outside, the city streams past in a blur of headlights and neon. Inside, the car feels like a pressure chamber about to burst. Then something shifts. The anger that once crackled turns into a different kind of heat, one rooted in tension, confusion, but also an undeniable pull. My heart thuds as I meet his gaze, and a current of awareness ignites. I see it reflected in his eyes, the same swirl of frustration and desire, the same wariness, the same want. We've been dancing around this edge for weeks, stepping close but never quite falling. My pulse pounds. This is dangerous. I'm angry, upset, and yet I realize in a jolt of clarity that part of why I'm upset is because he matters. His opinion, his choices, the way he defends or fails to defend my father's name, it matters to me far more than I want to admit. Leo shifts, leaning closer. The space between us shrinks, suffused with that electric charge. I should push him away or turn my face, but the moment feels like it's been building forever. We speak at the same time. Camille, Leo. Our words collide, dissolving into a charged silence. He's close enough that I can see the faint stubble on his jaw, the tension in his features. His gaze drops to my mouth and my breath catches. I know, rationally, this is a horrible idea. Mixing physical desire with our already tumultuous arrangement, but reason drowns under the rush of heat flooding my veins. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. The driver slows, turning onto the familiar block leading to my apartment building. Panic flutters in my stomach. I'm not ready to face the fluorescent lit lobby, my stepmother's nosy staff, or my own reflection in the mirror. I'm not ready to dissect what just happened, but here we are, the car rolling to a gentle stop at the curb. Leo straightens, slipping on his jacket with a calm that belies the flush still coloring his cheeks. I smooth my hair, adjusting the straps of my gown, willing my heartbeat to settle. We exchange a glance, both of us silently acknowledging the complexity of what we just did. The driver opens my door, polite as ever. I gather my clutch with trembling fingers, stepping out into the cool night air. My legs feel wobbly, my mind spinning in 100 directions. This definitely just blew up any pretense of a purely business arrangement. Leo leans out, voice low. Camille, he says, we'll talk tomorrow. I nod, not trusting my voice, and close the door. The sedan pulls away, disappearing down the street. Left behind on the silent sidewalk, I wrap my arms around my middle, the cool breeze brushing over the skin that still tingles from Leo's touch. A torrent of emotions rushes through me, fear that I've sabotaged my future by tangling business with desire, elation at how right it felt to be wanted, guilt over betraying the memory of my father by lying with the man I once believed was his enemy, all swirl in my chest, threatening to overwhelm me. I force myself to walk toward the building's entrance, each step reminding me of the lines I just crossed. There's no going back. Tomorrow, I'll have to face Leo and the consequences of tonight's impulsive act. The hush of the lobby envelops me, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and I wonder if my face betrays the secrets pressed into my skin. As I step into the elevator, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the doors, lips swollen, cheeks flushed, hair disheveled. I look like a woman caught between guilt and excitement, because that's exactly who I am. The elevator dings on my floor, and I step into the corridor, each footstep echoing. I'm no longer the same woman who left for the sponsored dinner hours ago. The fragile facade of just business has shattered, replaced by something infinitely more complicated and more perilous. I reach my bedroom, shutting the door behind me with a trembling sigh. The city lights filter through my window, reminding me that the world moves on, even when my entire reality feels flipped upside down. Kicking off my heels, I sink onto the bed, face in my hands. Tomorrow, I'll have to figure out what this means for me, for Leo, for my father's legacy, and the precarious arrangement that tethered us together in the first place. But tonight, my mind replays every heated whisper, every frantic touch in that car, and I let myself feel the forbidden thrill of it all, aware that nothing will ever be the same again. Hey there, audiobook listener. I'm sorry to say that this chapter isn't available because you're listening to the abridged version of this story. Why? Well, because YouTube has a time limit. And sadly, the full version, it ran a little too long. We didn't want to cut anything, but we had to trim a few chapters to stay within the allowed time. We did our best to keep the most important moments, so you still get the full experience. Just a little tighter. You can always get the full version from TylaWalker.com and get 40% off for the inconvenience with codes A40. Either way, we hope you enjoy this version of the story, and thanks so much for listening. Chapter 11. Camille. I step off the elevator onto the 7th floor of the Vintage Craft Guild, the mentorship program Leo insisted I attend. The name's deceptive. Vintage suggests dusty antiques, but the space I walk into is sleek, modern, and humming with creative energy. White walls lined with framed sketches, overhead track lighting that spotlights mannequins draped in half-constructed garments, and the low buzz of sewing machines from a nearby studio. It's as though I've stepped into a secret laboratory where designs are born. A receptionist greets me from behind a curved glass desk, hairstyled in a bold platinum crop. "Welcome to Vintage Craft Guild," she says with a friendly smile. "Are you here for the mentorship intake?" I nod, tugging my messenger bag higher on my shoulder. My heart's pounding, part excitement, part nerves. After everything that happened recently, especially the meltdown of boundaries between me and Leo, this feels like a reprieve, a chance to refocus on what matters: design, ambition, proving myself beyond the name Hart. The receptionist taps her tablet. "Camille Hart, correct? Mr. Maddox set up your appointment with the program director. He's in the main workshop, second door on the left." She points down a well-lit corridor. I offer a polite thanks, then make my way toward the door, each step echoing with anticipation. I still can't quite believe Leo pulled strings for this. Then again, he's been orchestrating behind-the-scenes opportunities for me from the moment we formalized our arrangement. Arrangement. A loaded word, given how personal things have become. My stomach flips as I recall the heated encounter in his car 2 nights ago. Every time the memory surfaces, my pulse kicks into overdrive. A swirl of longing, guilt, and confusion tangles in my chest. Leo and I have barely spoken since, except by text. Each message polite, careful, as though we're both afraid to mention the obvious. Focus on the present, Camille. That's what I tell myself as I push open the workshop door. Because no matter the complications with Leo, I'm here to nurture my talent, to chase the dream that's kept me going since Dad passed. The workshop is a wide, open space with work tables arranged in neat rows. A half-dozen mannequins stand in various states of undress, pinned with muslin prototypes. Rolling racks of fabric bolts flank the walls, silks in vibrant jewel tones, sturdy cottons in neutral shades, a dizzying array of textures and prints. The air smells faintly of starch, fresh linen, and creative possibility. Near the far table, a short man in a fitted charcoal suit paces with a sketchbook in hand. His salt and pepper hair is artfully styled, and he's speaking in low tones to an assistant who scribbles notes. At first glance, I recognize him from old-fashioned coverage. Haruki Mori, a designer notorious for his meticulous craftsmanship, and also infamous for a decade-long rivalry with my father. They locked horns in the press a few times. Some say Dad overshadowed him. Others claim Haruki was the real genius. Either way, they parted on frosty terms. My pulse skitters. Leo arranged for me to meet him? Of all people? Haruki ends his conversation and glances up, spotting me. He tilts his head, curiosity mingling with faint surprise. "You must be Camille," he says, stepping forward. His voice is calm, but carries a subtle edge that makes me stand straighter. "I've heard from certain sources that you're an aspiring designer with a keen eye." I swallow, forcing a polite smile. "Yes, sir. Camille Hart. I'm honored to meet you." Saying my last name in front of him feels like walking on hot coals. He was Dad's rival for years. Haruki's sharp gaze flicks over me, noting the messenger bag, the practical black flats, the fitted blazer I customized. "We'll see if the honor's mutual," he replies with a wry smile, then motions to a nearby table. "Show me what you've got." I step to the table, exhaling softly. The chatter around us fades as I set down my bag and pull out a handful of sketches, carefully slipping them from their protective sleeves. My heart hammers. These are original designs, my attempts at balancing structure and fluidity, mixing influences from my father's emotional lines with a more modern, sustainable twist. Haruki glances at the first sketch, then the second, then the third. He doesn't speak, and the silence stretches. I try to read his expression, but it's like trying to interpret the Mona Lisa. Finally, he sets them down, tapping the last one, a sleek midi dress with a layered organza overlay. "This organza concept," he says. "What's the intention behind the layering?" I clear my throat, forcing confidence into my voice. I wanted to create a sense of movement without losing structure. The top layer is cut diagonally, so when the wearer walks, it flutters at a different pace than the underlayer. He nods, tapping his chin. "And the seam at the waist. Why place it slightly lower in front?" A jolt of relief courses through me. At least he's asking real questions, which suggests genuine interest. To elongate the torso visually, especially on shorter wearers. It's a trick I learned from my father's old sketches, but updated with new proportions. Haruki's expression flickers, just for a second, at the mention of Dad. He sets the sketch aside, then shifts his gaze back to me. "I see. Well, we might test that in the muslin stage to ensure it doesn't warp the silhouette." He's not rejecting me outright. I let out a breath, heart thudding. "Of course. I'd appreciate any guidance." He nods, then picks up another design, a high-waisted trouser with a cropped jacket. "What's your timeline like? If I challenge you to create a prototype of one of these within a week, can you manage that?" The question surprises me. A week? Yes, I think so. Assuming I can use the workshop here and source fabric. Good, Haruki says. We have a pilot mentorship structure. We're promising newcomers produce a small capsule piece. If it's strong, you progress to more advanced guidance. A grin fights its way onto my face. I'd love that. He holds my gaze for a moment, then extends a hand. Welcome to Vintage Craft, Miss Hart. Let's see if your designs speak for themselves. I shake his hand, the reality sinking in. He's giving me a chance. Even though he and Dad were rivals, he's not shutting me out. The surge of gratitude I feel is mixed with a pang of sadness. Dad would have loved to see me learn from someone he once sparred with. After the initial review, Haruki motions for me to follow him into a smaller side room, part office, part sewing nook. Bolts of specialty fabrics line the shelves. Raw silk, delicate lace, shimmering organza. He waves a hand at them. For your prototype, you can pull up to 5 yards from this stash. We prefer limited resources. It forces creativity. I nod, scanning the shelves with awe. Thank you, I say, fingertips tingling at the possibilities. I already have a concept in mind. Haruki crosses his arms, leaning against a table. Good. You'll schedule time on the workshop machines, but I expect you to handle every step yourself. Cutting, sewing, finishing. My team will observe, but not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Understood? Yes, absolutely. He watches me for a beat longer. You know, he murmurs, your father and I didn't always see eye to eye, but he had a gift for details that most designers lack. I can see echoes of that in your sketches. Yet you also have a modern sensibility that's distinctly yours. A surge of emotion hits me, pride, sadness, longing. My throat tightens. Thank you. He was a complicated figure, but I learned a lot from him. Haruki's eyes soften almost imperceptibly. If he'd found a way to reconcile his ambition with the industry's realities, we might have been collaborators instead of rivals. Don't repeat his mistakes. The statement lands with a peculiar ache. I'm trying not to, I reply, voice hushed. He nods, pushing off from the table. Then get to work, Miss Hart. Let's see what you can do. As I leave Haruki's office, adrenaline buzzes in my veins. This mentorship is a huge break, a chance to refine my skills under the guidance of someone who respected Dad's craft, even if he fought him. But beneath the excitement, a flicker of disquiet gnaws at me. Leo's the one who arranged this. Our current emotional minefield complicates everything. I text him quickly. Camille, 1:20 p.m. Meeting with Haruki went well. Thanks for the intro. No immediate response. My heart sinks a little, but I remind myself he's at some investor meeting. He told me he'd be busy. Still, the silence hammers home the tension between us since the night in the car. We have to talk eventually, I tell myself. Though the thought scares me. Part of me wants him to show up, sweep me into another reckless embrace. Another part demands we set boundaries, or risk losing ourselves in a tangle of betrayal and confusion. I head back to the main workshop, determined to focus on the present. I sign out a table for tomorrow morning and browse the fabric shelves, picking a black organza that's crisp yet lightly shimmering. Ideas swirl in my mind. Maybe I'll adapt the layered concept from my sketch, but push the boundaries further. Time slips by as I lose myself in planning. For an hour, I measure yardage, note feasible modifications, and chat with the workshop assistant about machine availability. A sense of purpose takes root. This is what I love. Creation, artistry, the quiet hum of a machine turning raw fabric into a garment that tells a story. I'm so close to the life I've always wanted. By late afternoon, I'm leaving Vintage Craft Guild with a spring in my step, a roll of organza under one arm, and fresh determination pounding in my chest. Dad might be gone, but I'm forging a path that honors the best of him while standing on my own. I'm on the cusp of everything I dreamed of, if I can handle the compromises that come with being Leo's partner. Just the thought of him makes my pulse flare. Yes, he's been my gateway to these opportunities, but the lines between business and personal have blurred dangerously. Am I using him as much as he's using me? The guilt prickles under my skin. I can't forget that he had a hand in my father's downfall. Can I reconcile that with the surge of emotion he sparks in me? My phone buzzes just as I reach the sidewalk. Glancing at the screen, I see a text from Leo. Leo, 3:05 p.m. Glad to hear it. Let's meet at my penthouse at 7. We need to discuss your next steps. And we need to talk about us. My heart does a somersault. Talk about us. So he's finally acknowledging it. My stomach knots, half relief, half dread. I text back, Camille, 3:07 p.m. All right, I'll come by. See you then. I tuck the phone away, exhaling shakily. No more avoiding the aftermath of our choices. Tonight, we'll face it head on. Part of me is terrified, worried the conversation might shatter whatever fragile connection we've built. Another part burns to see him, taste him even, despite the tangle of hurt and resentment. Dangerous territory, I remind myself, but the pull is too strong to ignore. On the subway ride home, yes, I still take the subway sometimes, despite hobnobbing with the industry's elite. I'm jammed between tired commuters and a teenage couple scrolling on their phones. The city rushes past in a blur of tunnels and flickering lights, but my mind is elsewhere, replaying Haruki's comments. We might have been collaborators instead of rivals. Don't repeat his mistakes. What were Dad's biggest mistakes? Pride, maybe. Lack of compromise. Trusting people who betrayed him. Or was it something else entirely, like refusing to adapt? Even as I glean success from the ashes of his legacy, I worry I'm barreling down a similar path of heartbreak. And then there's Leo. He's offering me the world, but possibly at the cost of my father's memory. I recall the sponsored dinner, where Dad's name was shrugged off as a cautionary tale, how Leo didn't fully defend him. Could I become trapped in that same cycle, valued for my skill, but never truly free from the shadow of what happened to Dad? Yet I want to be part of Leo's circle. My ambition roars for more, for recognition, for the chance to change the industry from within. If I hold my ground, maybe I can shape my destiny without discarding Dad's memory. Maybe I can find a middle way. Maybe. The train screeches to a halt at my stop. I slip out, hoisting my fabric roll, weaving through the crowded platform. This neighborhood is so different from the glass towers Leo frequents. A swirl of conflicting feelings tug at me. I'm straddling two worlds, my reality of late shifts, tight budgets, and self-doubt, and the glamour of runway shows and private dinners with industry icons. At home, I set the organza carefully on my bed, rummaging through a cluttered desk for the best sewing shears I own. My stepmother and stepsister are out, thankfully, which gives me a rare moment of peace. In the quiet, I sketch a quick revision to the organza design. My pencil glides over the paper, the lines swirling into a more dynamic silhouette. Inspiration floods me, fueled by Haruki's challenge. Time slips by again, and by the time I check my phone, it's already 6:15 p.m. I'm supposed to meet Leo at 7. Anxiety flutters through my stomach. Tonight's conversation could alter the course of my entire arrangement with him, for better or worse. I rush to change, choosing a simple but elegant outfit. Slim dark pants, a cream-colored blouse with a subtle cowl neck, and low-heeled ankle boots that give me confidence without killing my feet. I keep my makeup minimal, just a hint of mascara and tinted lip balm. No illusions, I tell myself. Keep it real. At 6:45, I slip out of the apartment, ignoring the pang of guilt about not telling Fiona where I'm going. She doesn't need to know. The doorman nods as I pass, but I sense his disapproving gaze. He's loyal to my stepmother. I push the thought aside, stepping into the cool evening air. A black car, courtesy of Leo, idles at the curb. The driver acknowledges me politely, and I sink into the back seat, heart hammering in time with the city's pulse. By 6:59, I'm stepping into the private elevator that whisks me up to Leo's penthouse. The hush is thick, broken only by the soft hum of machinery. My reflection stares back from the brushed steel walls, eyes tense, lips pressed into a thin line of determination. Whatever happens, at least we'll finally be honest. The doors slide open to a spacious entryway, bathed in warm, recessed lighting. The penthouse's panoramic windows reveal a sky-tinted orange and pink by the dying sun. Leo stands near the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, his silhouette sharp against the glow. He's wearing a tailored shirt with the sleeves rolled up, no tie, exuding casual authority. The moment he turns and sees me, a flicker of uncertainty crosses his face, mirroring the churn in my own gut. He strides over, each step controlled. "Camille," he says quietly, voice holding both warmth and tension. "Thank you for coming." I nod, setting my bag on a nearby chair. My heart thuds, and I realize how painfully aware I am of his presence, especially after that night in the car. The memory crashes into me, the taste of his lips, the urgency of his touch, the way he whispered my name. He motions for me to follow him into the living area, where a set of couches surrounds a low-glass table. "Please, sit." I lower myself onto one sofa, smoothing my blouse. He sits across from me, elbows braced on his knees, eyes fixed on me with an intensity that makes my breath catch. "How did your day at Vintage Craft go?" he asks, voice carefully neutral. I manage a small smile. "Good. Haruki Mori took me under his wing, sort of." I hesitate, scanning Leo's face for a reaction. "I didn't expect you to pick him, given his history with my father." Leo exhales. "Yes, well, Haruki's one of the best at mentorship. He respects skill above all else, even if he had a rivalry with Patrick. If anyone can push you to greatness, it's him." A subtle warmth spreads in my chest at Leo's confidence. Yet the tension remains. We're skirting around the real conversation. My gaze drops to my hands. "So," I begin, voice trembling slightly, "we need to talk about what happened between us." Leo's jaw tightens. "Yes." Silence presses down. The city lights flicker into life outside, a reminder that the world carries on. Eventually, he meets my eyes. "I don't regret it, Camille," he says, tone grave. "But I also know it complicates things for both of us." My throat constricts. It was intense, I admit. I didn't plan it either, but now, I trail off, searching for words. How do I explain the swirl of feelings? Desire, betrayal, hope, anger? He nods slowly, leaning back, tension radiating through his posture. "We started this as a business deal, an arrangement for mutual benefit. But there's more now, whether we like it or not." Emotions churn in my chest. This is the moment. Be honest. "Leo, I don't want to lose the opportunities you've given me, but I also can't ignore that part of me feels guilty. My father and you have a history. It's hard not to wonder if I'm betraying his memory by letting this happen." His face shudders. "I understand. That's exactly why I didn't want to cross that line. But we did." I catch the flicker of pain in his eyes, fleeting but real. "I don't regret it either," I say softly, surprising myself. "I just don't know where we go from here." He leans forward again, elbows on his knees. "We can't erase that night, but we can figure out if we keep mixing personal and professional." A grim chuckle escapes him. "You and I both know how risky that is." A swirl of longing and fear tightens my stomach. And if we try to keep it professional, can we really ignore whatever this is? His lips press into a thin line. I'm not sure. We stare at each other, the hush charged with 1,000 unspoken confessions. Outside, the sky darkens from pink to a deep navy, the city's neon glow reflecting off the glass. In that reflection, I see two silhouettes leaning toward each other, hearts pounding. Finally, I take a shaky breath. I'm on the verge of a real breakthrough in my career. Haruki, the gala events, the sponsored dinners. I want this. I need it. But I don't want to be just a pawn or a fling. He reaches out, tentatively covering my hand with his. The warmth of his touch sends a familiar surge of heat through me. You're not a pawn, he murmurs. And if you think I only see you as a fling, he sighs, eyes drifting shut briefly. I'm sorry, it's just complicated. I have my reasons for wanting control over certain aspects of the Hart brand. My heartbeat spikes. The brand. The old worry resurfaces. Is he planning something that might hurt Dad's memory? Before I can ask, he squeezes my hand and lets go, standing abruptly. Let me get us something to drink, he mutters, striding toward the open kitchen. The abruptness of his exit leaves me reeling. Did I push too hard? From the kitchen, I hear the clink of glasses and the faint hum of the wine fridge. Anxiety coils in my gut. Maybe he's just regrouping. Still, the question of his motives lingers, colliding with my own ambition. I'm so close to the life I've wanted, I remind myself. If I keep trusting him, I might reach it. If I challenge him about Dad's legacy, I risk everything. He returns with 2 glasses of a deep red wine. He hands one to me, avoiding my gaze. It's a Malbec, he says, voice low. I figured we could use something bold tonight. I accepted, the scent of rich berries wafting up. Thanks. We sip in silence for a moment. The wine's warmth settles in my stomach, dulling the sharp edges of my nerves. So, I say softly, what do we do? Leo closes his eyes, tension visible in the tight line of his jaw. We set boundaries for one. No more impulsive collisions in the backseat of a car, especially if we can't handle the fallout. A pang of disappointment mingles with relief. Right. He sets his glass down, gazing at me with an intensity that's almost painful. But if we can learn to handle it, if we can find a way to care about each other without letting everything else burn, maybe that's possible too. I'm not naive enough to think it'll be easy. Hope flutters in my chest. I'm willing to try, if you are. A crooked smile lifts one corner of his mouth. We'll take it slow, and I promise I won't stand by while people disrespect your father's memory. I'm re-evaluating certain plans. A flicker of confusion crosses my mind. What plans? But he moves closer, gently brushing a stray curl behind my ear, and the question slips away in the wave of warmth that floods me. I lean into his touch, still grappling with the complexities but finding solace in the quiet moment. Outside, the city glitters, a silent witness to our precarious alliance. I can almost taste the future's promise. Standing on my own 2 feet in the fashion world, guided by mentors like Haruki, supported by the man who once stood as my father's nemesis. It's a strange tapestry, threads of ambition, betrayal, longing, and fragile trust woven together. If I can accept these compromises, if Leo truly has my back, I might achieve everything I dreamed. The risk is I might lose something deeper, my heart, my father's legacy, or the fragile spark Leo and I are nurturing. He slides his arms around me in a tentative embrace, wine glass forgotten on the table. I bury my face against his shirt, inhaling the faint scent of cedar and something uniquely him. For now, We choose closeness over conflict. A moment of peace amid the swirling storms of ambition and old ghosts. Tomorrow, I'll wrestle with the tension between my father's memory and my rising star. Tonight, I let myself lean on Leo's steady warmth, letting hope and ambition soothe the worry in my chest. Because at this brink, this shift, I feel a spark of confidence that I can be both Patrick Hart's daughter and Camille, the designer forging her own path. And perhaps, just perhaps, I can have Leo by my side without losing who I am. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Leo. The night is alive with a cold electric energy that only New York can conjure. Outside the Liberty Lounge and runway, flash bulbs pop against the midnight sky, illuminating a line of black SUVs and luxury cars dropping off the city's elite. The club has been transformed for tonight's high-profile runway preview, an exclusive peek at a rising label rumored to redefine modern couture. It's the kind of place where a rumor can turn a designer into a star or destroy their reputation in a single evening. I step out of my car, immediately greeted by the hum of paparazzi calling my name. My suit is a dark navy, tailored so precisely it feels like a second skin. I straighten my lapels and nod politely at the photographers. Normally, I'd glide through without acknowledging them, but tonight I have a plan that demands their attention. A plan that involves her. My driver opens the back door and Camille emerges, the delicate swirl of her gown catching the glint of the streetlights. She's wearing a sleeveless charcoal gray number with subtle embellishments at the waist, her own design, apparently reimagined with a new cut. The city's neon plays over her caramel-toned skin, highlighting those deep brown eyes I've grown too fond of. The cameras let loose a fresh volley of flashes, and I sense the instant buzz. Leo Maddox has arrived, and he's with someone intriguing. I offer my arm, and she takes it, albeit with a slight nervous tension. Our gazes lock for a split second, a shared breath that speaks volumes about the new, unspoken terrain between us. After that conversation in my penthouse where we set tentative boundaries yet admitted our undeniable pull, it feels surreal to stand here, publicly walking side by side. But we're forging ahead, determined to balance personal and professional, if it's even possible. As we ascend the steps, the paparazzi clamors, "Leo, who's your date?" "Camille. Over here, Camille." The fact they know her name sends a ripple of satisfaction through me. Months ago, she was an unknown entity, and now she's becoming a fixture, rumored to be the next big designer, whispered about in exclusive corners of the industry. She keeps her composure, a small, poised smile on her lips. Inside, the Liberty Lounge is awash in avant-garde decor, all gleaming mirrors and lush velvet banquets. My vantage point offers a glimpse of the runway set up on a raised platform in the center, lights rigged overhead to spotlight the models when the show begins. We weave through a throng of fashion editors, influencers, and socialites, each clad in an ensemble more daring than the last. The pounding bass of electronic music thrums through the walls. But the real pulse here is ambition. Just past the bar, I spot a cluster of designers and brand representatives I've courted. When they see me, their eyes spark with interest, then slide to Camille. I feel the subtle shift in the room, that moment where everyone takes notice. She's not just a +1. "Leo," calls out Giovanni De Luca, the flamboyant designer whose organza hemline Camille critiqued a few weeks back. He's wearing a bright magenta suit and swirling a martini in one hand. "You brought the eagle-eyed muse with you tonight, I see." Camille blushes at the attention, but she musters a confident smile. "Hi, Giovanni," she says, voice steady. "I'm excited for the preview. I hear the designs are groundbreaking." He winks, taking a conspicuous sip. "Ah, you've heard right, darling. Let's see if your impeccable scrutiny approves." Then he points a finger at me. "Smart move, Maddox. Showcasing your protege at an event like this, people are already buzzing." I incline my head, feigning casualness. "She's earned the buzz," I say, letting my tone carry a note of pride. Camille's eyes flick to me, a silent thank you in her gaze. We move on, weaving through the crowd. My goal: to be seen, together, in a way that cements her rising status while reminding everyone that I'm still the power behind the scenes. I'm playing a dual game, boosting her reputation while continuing my behind-the-curtain maneuvers to finalize the takeover of Hart's remaining assets. After all, I can have both: her talent, my brand's expansion, and the final vengeance that erases Patrick Hart's name. At least that's what I tell myself. When we approach the main seating area by the runway, a hush falls as people catch sight of us. The front row is usually reserved for top editors, celebrities, and key investors. I lead Camille to 2 seats in the center, officially designated with plaques that read Leo Maddox and guest of L. Maddox. Instead of letting her sit right away, I make a deliberate show of introducing her to a cluster of influential media figures. "This is Camille Hart," I say, my hand resting lightly on her back. "She's the most promising designer I've encountered in years." I speak the words clearly enough for onlookers to overhear. A ripple of curiosity spreads. One editor, a stylish woman with razor-sharp bangs, raises her eyebrows. "Hart? As in Patrick Hart?" Camille stiffens, but I smoothly answer. "Yes, his daughter. But she's forging her own path. You'll want to watch her." The editor smiles, intrigued. "I've heard rumors. If you're vouching for her, she must be good." I feel Camille's relief as she exhales. We take our seats, cameras snapping from various angles. Behind us, I sense the murmurs and pointed stares. In the fashion world, appearances are everything, and by publicly seating her next to me, I've effectively put a spotlight on her potential. The message is clear. Camille is mine to endorse, and more. She leans in, voice low. People are really noticing. I catch her gaze, letting a faint smirk curve my lips. That's the idea. Beneath the cool exterior, a flicker of warmth spreads in my chest. I want them to see her. The lights dim, signaling the runway show is about to begin. A hush descends, and the bass-heavy music shifts to a pulsing rhythm. The first model strides out in a metallic trench coat that catches every spotlight. Gasps and applause ripple along the front row. I keep an arm draped along the back of Camille's seat, an unspoken claim in a world that devours status. A half-dozen looks later, I steal a glance at Camille's expression. Her eyes shine with genuine excitement. She leans forward, analyzing each garment's construction, the fit, the color palette. When a particularly innovative piece sweeps down the runway, a gown with laser-cut details that swirl around the model's arms, she sucks in a breath, whispering something about the precision of the stitching. I murmur back, amused. "Only you would notice the stitching from here." She blushes, but her smile is radiant. I find myself captivated by the flush in her cheeks, the spark in her eyes. This is the moment she thrives on, pure design. No scheming, no deals, Just artistry. When the show ends with a dramatic finale, a model in a gravity-defying sculptural dress that earns a standing ovation, Camille and I join in the applause. The crowd surges onto the runway area for the after-event mingling, and I can't walk 3 steps without someone pulling me aside to whisper, "Who is she?" Or, "I'd love an introduction." My chest puffs with something I'm reluctant to name. Pride, maybe a hint of protectiveness. Camille fields the attention with a mixture of humility and quiet confidence. She thanks each person politely, listens to their remarks about the show, and occasionally offers her own insights. I see the way they respond. They like her. They're curious about her. And I realize I want them to see how extraordinary she is. Not just for the sake of my revenge or brand, but because she deserves it. In the midst of the crowd, Giovanni De Luca reappears, swirling yet another drink. He corners us with a theatrical sigh. "That was quite the show, no? But I suspect our dear Camille could have done it better." He winks at her. "When can I see more of your work, darling?" She laughs lightly, shaking her head. "You flatter me. I'm working on a prototype for Haruki Mori's mentorship program, but it's a small piece." De Luca's eyes widen. "Haruki? Well, that's an interesting partnership. The old fox might shape you into a diamond or chew you up and spit you out. Stay on your toes." Camille nods, a flicker of determination crossing her face. "That's the plan." De Luca clinks his glass with mine, leaning close to me conspiratorially. "You found a good one, Maddox. Don't screw it up." I offer him a half-smile, ignoring the knot of conflicting emotions in my stomach. I'll try, I want to say, but the words catch in my throat. Instead, I watch De Luca vanish into the crowd, leaving behind the faint scent of perfume and mischief. After more mingling, Camille and I slip away to a quieter corner near the bar, an alcove draped in rich velvet curtains. I order 2 glasses of champagne from a hovering server, handing one to her. She takes it with a grateful nod, eyes still sparkling from the show's afterglow. My gaze sweeps over her face. "You realize you caused half of this stir tonight, right?" She lowers her voice. "I don't know about that. Most of the attention is because I'm with you." A soft laugh escapes me. "You're wrong. People see your spark. I'm just giving them a reason to look." And as the admission leaves my lips, I recognize the shift in me. I'm not just using her. I'm proud of her. Proud of who she is, what she's accomplished. A delicate flush colors her cheeks. "Well, thank you. It feels surreal. A few months ago, I was cleaning offices and sketching in secret. And now, she gestures around as if trying to encompass the entire glittering event with a sweep of her hand. I set my champagne aside, stepping closer so I can speak without shouting over the background music. "Now you're here," I echo, "and you belong. Everyone can see it." Her eyes lock on mine, the tension between us pulsing like an unspoken vow. I recall the boundaries we tried to set, but right now, in this hush behind the velvet curtain, I can't bring myself to step away. The memory of her taste, the feel of her trembling against me, that night in the car, burns fresh in my mind. Yet there's another thought that flares up, a quiet thrill that I can have this and push forward with my plan to erase the last of Patrick Hart's brand. A part of me insists, "You're on the verge of finalizing the takeover." Novak will sign. Fiona Martin will be cornered. You'll fulfill your vengeance, and no one will suspect a thing. I can do all that while still championing Camille, right? She'll succeed as Camille, not as Patrick Hart's daughter. It's a win-win. I place a light hand on her arm, guiding her to stand just a breath closer, the warmth of her body radiating through the delicate fabric of her dress. "You feel it, don't you?" I murmur. "This night, it's yours." She swallows, gaze flicking to my lips. "Leo," she starts, voice half caution, half invitation. I arch a brow, a self-assured grin tugging at my mouth. "Relax," I tease, though my own heart pounds. "We're not going to scandalize the entire room. A soft laugh escapes her. Good, because I'm not sure I can survive another photo spread of us making headlines for public displays. I laugh in return, half imagining the uproar that would cause. No, not tonight. My tone drops, quiet enough that only she can hear. But soon, let's find time that's just for us. No cameras, no audience. She exhales shakily, eyes softening. I'd like that. My heart twists, an unexpected wave of tenderness rushing in. For a moment, the weight of old grudges recedes, overshadowed by the reality of her presence. Vibrant, talented, forging ahead despite the ghosts of her father's legacy. I feel unstoppable, as though I can claim victory in every arena. My revenge against Patrick Hart's memory, and the woman who ignites me in ways I can't fully articulate. I tip my head, pressing a swift kiss to her temple, chaste enough not to scandalize the passers-by, but intimate enough to stake my claim in this swirling crowd. She closes her eyes at the touch, and I sense the flutter of her breath. When we pull apart, I catch sight of a photographer lingering, snapping a shot from a respectable distance. Good. Let them see us. Let them talk. Let them wonder. The entire industry is watching, and I don't mind anymore. This is our night. An announcement cuts through the lounge. The designer whose preview we just witnessed is inviting everyone to an after-party on the rooftop bar. The crowd starts drifting upstairs, laughter and excitement trailing behind. Camille looks at me, a question in her eyes. Do we join them? I consider it, then shake my head gently. I think we've made the statement we needed tonight. My voice is low, private. We can leave them guessing. She nods, relief mingled with lingering adrenaline. All right. Where to then? I slip an arm around her waist, steering her toward the exit. Home, or wherever you'd like. Maybe we can just talk, away from all this noise. She smiles, a slow warmth lighting her features. Talking sounds good. We exit the club under the curious gazes of onlookers, stepping past photographers snapping their final shots. My driver opens the car door, and Camille slips in. As I slide in beside her, a surge of confidence swells in me, a sense of triumph. I can have it all, I think. She's at my side, forging her own rise in the industry. The press is buzzing about her talent. Meanwhile, Novak's near-certain deal will hand me the last vestiges of Hart's legacy to do with as I please. Patrick, you took everything from me once. Now, I'm taking everything back. But when I glance at Camille, catching the reflection of city lights dancing over her face, I realize I'm not just taking anymore. I'm giving too. I'm giving her the support, the platform, the pride she deserves. And if that means rewriting my old script of pure vengeance, maybe it's worth it. Still, the quieter side of me thinks I'm barreling toward a collision. Can I really keep secrets from her and expect us to flourish? A small voice warns that she might see my moves against Hart's brand as a betrayal, but I push it aside. Not tonight. Tonight is a victory, albeit one with shadows at the edges. As the driver pulls away, Camille leans her head on my shoulder, exhaustion and contentment mingling in her posture. I slip an arm around her, holding her close in the hush of the car. The neon glow of Manhattan streaks past, and I let myself revel in the feeling of having her near, unafraid of who might see. This is our false victory, I think, though I don't yet call it that. To me, it just feels like a promise that I can have everything I've wanted. The final word on Patrick Hart's betrayal, and the woman who's brought spark back into my life. I press a gentle kiss to her hair, letting her drift into a momentary doze against me. Outside, the city roars on, but in here, we're wrapped in a hush that's equal parts triumph and fragile hope.
Chapter 13. Camille. A silky dawn breaks over Manhattan, painting the sky in layers of peach and gold. I watch the colors shift through Leo's penthouse window, perched on the sofa with a cup of black coffee cupped in my hands. My nerves hum with the afterglow of last night's runway preview, where Leo made a pointed display of claiming me, both as an emerging designer under his wing and, implicitly, as something more. I should be basking in the memory of cameras flashing, editors cornering me with questions about my sketches, and the pride in Leo's eyes whenever someone praised my potential. Instead, I'm wound tight, thoughts snagging on every fleeting moment of closeness we've shared. In the hush of this early hour, the lines between our personal connection and the business deal we struck feel blurred beyond recognition. I take a cautious sip, letting the coffee's bitterness ground me. The penthouse is mostly silent, except for the distant hum of the city and the gentle whoosh of air through the vents. Leo is in the shower, the patter of running water a faint background noise. I'm grateful for the moment alone. I set the mug down on the glass table, flexing my bare toes against the plush rug. My phone buzzes, an email from Haruki Mori's mentorship program. I click it open, scanning the new schedule. He's expecting me at the Vintage Craft Guild in a few days to review my prototype. A surge of determination rushes through me. I want to impress him. I want to prove I can stand on my own. Another buzz on the phone, this time a text from an old coworker at the cleaning agency. Hey, just reminding you to fill out your final pay paperwork if you're not coming back. My heart sinks. I've been so caught up in Leo's world, I barely told my old job that I'm not returning for night shifts. But the truth is, I've moved on. My life no longer revolves around cleaning empty lobbies at 3 a.m. Amid these swirling thoughts, I hear the water shut off. A second later, Leo's footsteps approach, and I look up to find him stepping into the living area. Hair damp from the shower, wearing a crisp white shirt with the top buttons undone. He looks at me over the rim of his phone. My pulse does a little flip. "Morning," he says, voice husky with sleep. He pockets the phone and offers me a faint smile. "You're up early." I muster a soft laugh. "Couldn't sleep. Too wired from last night." His gaze drifts to my coffee. "I can get the espresso machine going if you need something stronger." "No, this is fine," I say, though I feel the undercurrent of tension between us. Ever since the night we decided to try balancing personal and professional, there's been a careful dance in each interaction, like we're both waiting to see if the other will break the unspoken rules. He crosses the room, settling beside me on the sofa. The faint warmth of his body radiates through the distance of a few inches. "I have a handful of meetings today," he says, tone drifting towards business. "But I'll be free by late afternoon if you want to discuss your progress for Haruki's assignment." I nod, swirling the coffee in my cup. "Sure, I have a few sketches to show you." He offers a brief smile, then glances at his phone again. A slight frown creases his brow. Work emails, probably. He's been cagey about certain business dealings, but I chalked it up to routine corporate secrecy. Yet a small voice in the back of my mind reminds me of the rumors about him demolishing the last remnants of Dad's brand. Could that still be in the works? The question makes my chest tighten. He's never openly denied he has certain plans, but he's also never told me the details. Before I can push the thought aside, Leo's phone buzzes. Again. He glances at it, mutters something under his breath, and stands abruptly. I need to handle this. 1 second. I watch him slip into his study, shutting the door behind him. My heart clenches with an uneasy pang. He's never locked me out like this. Normally, he'd take a call in the same room without worry. A wave of insecurity washes through me. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. But the old fear stirs. What if I'm just a pawn in some bigger game? I gather my courage and stand, brushing imaginary lint off my blouse. I remind myself that I trust him most of the time. But a tiny voice whispers, he was Dad's protege once. That didn't end well. Half an hour later, Leo emerges from his study, phone call apparently finished, and informs me he has to rush to a meeting at Maddox Design HQ. His driver is on the way. We share a brisk goodbye. No kiss, just a warm hand squeezing mine. Another jolt of unease. He usually isn't this distant. After he leaves, I linger in the penthouse, packing up the few things I brought. I'm about to head out the door when a ping on the wide marble countertop draws my attention. Leo's tablet sits there, screen lit with an email notification. A fleeting thought. Should I just ignore it? But my gaze snags on the subject line showing in the preview. Hart Estate, Martin, Family Real Estate, Urgent. My stomach twists. Hart Estate? My father's estate, presumably? My stepmother's properties. Why is Leo getting urgent emails about that? Heart pounding. I lean closer, scanning the snippet of text that's visible in the notification window. The final push to secure the remaining shares. Fiona Martin's finances are precarious. We can close the deal within. The rest is cut off. A cold prickle runs down my spine. Fiona Martin's finances? Leo's final push to secure something? The sickening suspicion that's haunted me flickers into something more concrete. He's dealing with my stepmother's real estate and possibly Dad's legacy right now. I hesitate, war raging in my mind. This is private, yet the subject matter concerns me intimately. Dad's memory, our home, everything that was stolen from me. Doesn't that give me the right to look? My hand trembles as I tap the screen. It requires a passcode. For a moment, I almost give up. Then I recall something. Once, I saw him tap his code while we were in the car, a quick sequence of digits that left an impression. Could it be his mother's birthday? 9219. Taking a deep breath, I press those 4 digits. The tablet unlocks. My heart practically jumps into my throat. I'm crossing a line, but I need answers. I open the email app. Sure enough, the unread message is from someone named R. Novak, with a subject line referencing Hart Estate, Martin family. I skim the exchange, throat tightening. Novak to Leo. We've confirmed Fiona Martin's precarious finances. The share transfer is nearly locked. Once we force her hand, we can finalize the dissolution of the Hart brand. I'll forward the real estate holdings and IP rights to you for immediate absorption into Maddox Design, per our agreement. Leo to Novak, earlier replies, Excellent. Timing is crucial. Make sure we secure everything before the quarter ends. I want no loose ends with the Hart name remaining. I read the lines twice, 3 times. My vision blurs with a mix of disbelief and fury. Force her hand? Secure everything? Dissolution of the Hart brand? He's planning to strip away any value tied to Dad's name, ripping out the last pieces of my father's legacy and rebranding them under Maddox Design. A dizzying wave of betrayal washes over me. The same man who's been encouraging me, praising my talent, helping me rise, is orchestrating a business move that essentially annihilates Patrick Hart's brand for good. Did he ever intend to preserve anything about Dad's memory? Or was this always part of his revenge? My hands shake. For a moment, I want to fling the tablet across the room, but anger and heartbreak war for control. I recall how he's told me he's reevaluating certain plans. Was that a lie? It must have been. He's actively finalizing the deal, using Novak to corner Fiona. He's been playing me, yet part of me hesitates. He never outright promised to protect Dad's brand. He never said he wouldn't pursue old grudges. In fact, I pressed him for details, but he withheld them. I was so naive. A swirl of thoughts hits me. My father's downfall, Leo's role, the times I insisted he respect Dad's memory, and how he'd sidestepped the issue. Each piece now fits into a painful puzzle. He hasn't changed. He's still set on destroying the Hart name. Tears sting at the back of my eyes. Am I just a pawn? A naive woman who let herself get swept up in romance and ambition while Leo schemed behind the scenes? If he's planning to destroy the Hart brand, maybe he sees me as an unwitting accomplice, grooming me for success under his name while erasing Dad's. But he seemed to care. My mind replays every moment of tenderness, the quiet confessions, the gentle touches, the genuine pride in his eyes. Can that be real if he's still plotting to destroy my father's name? I exit the email, locking the tablet, feeling sick to my stomach. My gaze drifts around the penthouse that once felt like a haven of possibility. Now it looms as a testament to Leo's power, built on a betrayal I might never forgive. A swirl of conflicting emotions grips me. Anger because he's lying to me. I feel hurt because I trusted him enough to open my heart. Then there's the uncertainty. Is this set in stone, or has he changed his mind? Could he be reevaluating after all? I can't stand here, paralyzed by heartbreak. Gathering my things, I rush for the elevator, desperate to leave before he returns. The air in the penthouse feels suffocating, thick with the residue of broken promises. On the ride down, the elevator mirrors reflect my stricken face, eyes wide, cheeks flushed, pulse hammering. Calm down, Camille. I try to steady myself, but betrayal tastes bitter on my tongue. By the time I reach the lobby, I force my expression into a mask of composure. The doorman greets me, but I offer only a curt nod and hurry outside, phone clutched in my hand. The crisp air hits me like a jolt of reality. Cabs rush by, horns blaring, pedestrians lost in their own worlds. For a second, I feel like screaming at them. Don't you see what I just learned? But the city doesn't care. I walk, not sure where I'm heading. My mind whirls. Should I confront Leo? Run from him? Should I warn Fiona, even if she's been terrible to me? The idea of letting Fiona face ruin alone conflicts with the memory of how she's treated me. But she's still my father's widow, the gatekeeper of what's left of his legacy. Eventually, I slip into a nearby coffee shop, seeking a moment of refuge. The sharp smell of espresso and baked pastries grounds me just enough to breathe. I slump into a corner booth, ignoring curious stares at my disheveled appearance. My phone buzzes. A text from Leo. Leo, 9:15 a.m. Had to finalize a meeting, but I'm done sooner than expected. Where are you? My fingers hover over the screen. Rage flares. He's checking in like everything's normal. A dozen scathing replies form in my mind, accusing him of betrayal, demanding answers. My blood pounds, but an inner voice urges caution. If I tip my hand, he might cover his tracks. I need more information before I confront him. I type a clipped response. Camille, 9:17 a.m. I left. Something came up. I'll text you later. He replies almost instantly. Leo, 9:18 a.m. Everything okay? I force myself to wait, ignoring the insistent buzz. Finally, I type, Camille, 9:20 a.m. Fine. We'll talk soon. Then I silence my phone, heart racing as I stare at the swirling latte art in a stranger's cup, 2 tables over. Talk soon. Will we talk at all? The ache in my chest intensifies. A wave of self-doubt hits me. Was there a chance this email is outdated, or has been overwritten by a new plan? The chain seemed recent, though. I can't lie to myself. He was actively responding. That means even now, while he's praising my talent and championing me publicly, he's orchestrating the final blow to the Hart brand behind my back. I recall the hush after last night's show, how he draped an arm around my shoulders and told me I belong. The tenderness in his voice felt so real, but the email chain suggests a deeper agenda he's never abandoned. Maybe he cares about me personally, but still wants to eradicate my father's name. The thought is too painful to bear. Time slides by in a daze. A barista announces names for fancy drinks, cappuccinos, macchiatos. The city outside bustles, oblivious to my turmoil. I run through possible scenarios. Confront Leo immediately, demand an explanation, risk him lying or deflecting, Or maybe he'd come clean. But how could I trust him again? Gather more evidence. Keep this a secret. Pretend I don't know and see how far he'll go. That feels manipulative and draining. Warn Fiona. As much as I despise her, Dad's legacy is at stake, but she might use me as a scapegoat or twist the situation. Walk away. Sever ties with Leo, lose the mentorships and the connections he's provided. Could I continue my rise without him? None of the options feel right. Anger simmers, fueling my desire to expose him. But a part of me wants to cling to the possibility he might have changed his intentions. Is that naive? Finally, I realize I need time and space. I can't confront him while my emotions are raging. I have to be strategic. This is my father's legacy on the line, along with my future. I slip out of the coffee shop and hail a cab, giving the driver the address for a friend's apartment. My old college roommate, who offered me a spare key ages ago. I'm not ready to face Fiona's domain, nor do I want to run home to the penthouse. I need somewhere neutral. As the taxi wends through congested streets, I stare blankly at passing billboards. My phone vibrates with more messages, likely Leo again. I don't look. I can't. Not until I've steadied myself. The cab stops, and I step onto a quiet residential block lined with stoop-fronted brownstones. This will do. My friend Natalie is at work, but we once joked that I should use her place as a crash pad if I ever needed an emergency hideout. I find the hidden key under a loose brick by her door, slip inside, and collapse onto her living room sofa. The hush of her cozy space soothes me. Mismatched throw pillows, a half-finished puzzle on the coffee table. I set my phone aside, heart still drumming with anger and heartache. Staring at the ceiling, I let the questions swirl. Can I trust Leo at all? Or was everything, his mentorship, his pride in my work, his declarations of support, just a means to bury my father's brand once and for all? I recall how passionately I defended him when Brenna mocked me for trusting him. I remember the surge of jealousy I felt at the gala events when women flocked around him. I believed he was different with me. Tears well in my eyes, but I swallow hard, refusing to let them fall. This is not the time for tears. If Dad taught me anything, it's that the fashion world can be brutal. You either break or you adapt. I won't break. Exhaling a shaky breath, I vow I'll uncover the full truth. If Leo is truly finalizing a deal to erase Dad's name, I need to know the specifics and decide how to respond. Maybe I can stop it, or at least salvage something of my father's legacy. A flicker of heartbreak stabs me. What about the feelings I've developed for Leo? The night in the car, the quiet confessions, the soft kisses. Were they all overshadowed by a betrayal I was too blind to see? Time passes in the hush of Natalie's apartment, the city's afternoon light drifting through the windows. My phone buzzes a few more times. Work emails from Haruki, a random spam text, possibly more from Leo. I ignore them all, letting the silence cradle me. Despite the anger, a part of me yearns for him to walk through that door and explain everything. But trust is fragile, and I've just stumbled on a thread that might unravel our entire relationship. Tomorrow, I'll figure out my next move, whether to confront him with what I know or gather more intel. For now, I let exhaustion pull at my limbs, curling up on the sofa. My eyes close, the knot in my chest refusing to loosen. I hate this feeling, caught between love and anger, hope and betrayal. But one thing is certain, I won't be a pawn. If Leo Maddox thought I'd remain in the dark while he dismantles my father's last remnants, he's sorely mistaken.
Chapter 14. Leo. The skyline of Manhattan unfolds before me through the panoramic windows of my office at Maddox Design HQ. It's nearly noon, yet the morning feels like an eternity. I've already fielded half a dozen calls, investors, board members, and a handful of anxious staff who sense that something's brewing. The tension buzzes like static electricity. Usually I thrive on this hum of possibility. It's the adrenaline that drives me. But today, every ring of the phone sets my nerves further on edge. My thoughts keep drifting back to Camille. Last night she left my penthouse abruptly, her texts curt and evasive. Since then, she hasn't answered my calls or responded to further messages. I tell myself she's busy with Haruki's mentorship or some design emergency, yet a cold finger of dread traces my spine. Did something happen? We were so in sync after the runway preview, my false victory, as some corny script might label it. Yet all morning I've had this unsettling feeling that the ground beneath us is shifting. A knock on my office door interrupts my spiral of worry. Vance steps in, tablet clutched under one arm. He looks as composed as ever, though there's a slight pinch between his eyebrows, a giveaway that he's bracing for delivering unwelcome news. I gesture for him to enter. What is it? Sir, Vance begins, there's an unforeseen complication regarding the Martin family holdings. My shoulders tense. Unforeseen how? Novak was on board. We're weeks from finalizing everything. Vance swallows, glancing at his tablet. It seems someone from the Martin side, one of Fiona's corporate allies, has become aware of our maneuvers, and they're not inclined to let this acquisition proceed quietly. He raises his gaze to mine. They've threatened to expose something in retaliation. I frown. Expose what exactly? In the pit of my stomach, a flicker of anxiety ignites. Camille's old impersonation, our secret arrangement. Vance hesitates, then continues. They claim to have evidence that Miss Hart initially secured her invitation to your first dinner under false pretenses. They're threatening to go to the press with the story of how Camille impersonated her stepsister. Apparently there are text messages, call records, perhaps even a photo or two. They want you to back off the business acquisitions or face a scandal that could tarnish both your name and Camille's. My heart stutters. So this is what it's come to. Part of me is furious at the idea that someone would use Camille's lie from weeks ago as leverage. Another part is enraged at how easily the Martin Circle is stooping to sabotage. But the darkest part of me wonders if I can flip this threat back on Fiona or the rival, use it to pressure them further. No. That would mean risking Camille's reputation, maybe even legal trouble if the press picks it up as fraud. I stand prowling to the window. Who exactly is behind this threat? Vance scrolls on his tablet. They're using an intermediary. But the name that keeps surfacing is a certain Dominic Fletcher, an executive with ties to Fiona Martin's real estate ventures. He's known to be ruthless in business. If Fiona's short on funds, she might have enlisted him to defend her interests. Vance clears his throat. Or he could be acting alone, hoping to gain her favor or a slice of the potential profits. I let out a slow breath, eyes fixed on the gleaming skyscrapers beyond the glass. Dominic Fletcher. I've heard the name. He's a cunning operator in the property market. If he sniffed out my plan to corner the Martin-held shares of the Hart brand, he'd know a direct confrontation might fail. So he's chosen the more insidious route: blackmail. What's the nature of his threat? We already have the upper hand legally. Novak and I can push forward. Are we worried about a little negative press? Normally, I'd say no, Vance answers. But Fletcher knows there's a personal element here. Your relationship with Miss Hart. If the story breaks that you launched your arrangement by covering up Camille's impersonation, it could cast doubt on her emerging career. People might brand her as a fraud who lied her way into the industry. It'd also reflect poorly on your brand's integrity. Anger flares in my gut. They're going after Camille to get to me. So they're betting I won't risk her reputation, I murmur. Yes, Vance says quietly. And if that story gains traction, it could overshadow the entire takeover. Novak might get skittish, or the board might see it as an unnecessary scandal. My jaw tightens. Dominic Fletcher. He wants me to back off entirely? Vance nods. That's the gist. Cease the acquisition attempts or the scandal goes public. I grip the window ledge, knuckles white. The city sprawls below in a seemingly endless expanse of ambition and compromise. For so long, I've set my sights on eradicating Patrick Hart's final strongholds, and I'm so close I can taste it. But not at the cost of humiliating Camille. The very idea sends an acidic burn through my chest. I can't let her be damned as a liar or con artist. She's worked too hard to earn respect in this cutthroat world. Leave me for a moment, Vance, I say, forcing my voice calm. I need to think. He inclines his head. Of course, sir. Then he slips out, the soft click of the door punctuating his exit. Alone, I drop into the chair behind my desk, mind whirling. I want to finalize the Hart brand's dissolution. But not like this, risking Camille's public shaming. The memory of her determined eyes and gentle confidence floods me. I can't betray her, but I also can't let Dominic Fletcher or Fiona Martin block me after all these years. A quiet beep signals an incoming email on my computer. I glance at the preview. Urgent. Fowler and Associates re-proposed Martin Hart share acquisition. Another piece of the puzzle, no doubt. My entire day is unraveling into a chess match with multiple threats, and I don't even know where Camille is. A bitter laugh escapes me. How did it come to this? One part of me is numb at how quickly I've hardened to the possibility of destroying the last of Patrick Hart's brand. Another part roars that if I do, I'll lose Camille. I've told myself for weeks that I can keep her and exact my final revenge. But the reality is closing in. I can't have both. That's the entire reason I never told her about my deeper motives. If she knew, she'd hate me. My phone buzzes with a new text from an unknown number. Dominic Fletcher. We should talk. For Camille's sake. 2 p.m. at the Parkview Hotel bar. Come alone. The nerve of this man. He's going straight for the jugular, brandishing Camille's name as a weapon. Fine. Let's see if he has the spine to face me in person. By 1:50 p.m., I'm stepping out of a car in front of the Parkview Hotel, a posh, old-world establishment with gilded doors and a lobby that smells faintly of polished wood and money. I head to the bar area, scanning for a face I recognize. The bar is dim, with Art Deco fixtures and velvet upholstered chairs. At a small table by the window sits a man in a tailored gray suit, dark hair slicked back, sipping whiskey on the rocks. He lifts his gaze and gives me a thin-lipped smile. Dominic Fletcher. He exudes the quiet arrogance of someone who's used to winning. I approach, posture stiff. Mr. Fletcher, I presume. He stands, offering a handshake that's neither warm nor weak. Leo Maddox, glad you came. We sit, eyeing each other like combatants who've stepped onto a well-dressed battlefield. The waiter appears, but I wave off an order. This isn't a social visit. Fletcher swirls his whiskey, studying me. You've made quite the name for yourself, Maddox. I remember when you were just a whisper in Patrick Hart's shadow. A flash of old rage flickers. If you're here to provoke me, you'll have to do better, I say coldly. Get to the point. He raises a brow, unimpressed. Right, very well. I'll be direct. You stop your plan to acquire the Hart brand's remaining assets, specifically, the ones currently in Fiona Martin's control. In return, I don't leak evidence that your precious protégée, Camille Hart, lied her way into your world by impersonating her stepsister. That'd be a juicy tabloid story, don't you think? My blood simmers. You realize I could crush this story with a decent PR spin. A young designer took a bold risk. Some might even champion it as spunky ambition. He smirks, leaning back. Perhaps. But what about the blowback to her personal credibility? And to yours? Sponsors love a rags-to-riches tale, but not if it's built on deception. Imagine the narrative. Leo Maddox fosters a fraud because of a shady personal entanglement. People will question everything about your brand. Not to mention, Camille might lose the opportunities she's earned. Haruki Mori? The The mentorship programs? They'll see her as a trickster. My jaw clenches at the possibility. You're forgetting that Fiona Martin is widely disliked. If it comes out that her side orchestrated a blackmail attempt, you might face your own scandal. Fletcher shrugs, unconcerned. It won't be traced back to her so easily. And trust me, I can spin a story that Camille Hart's entire career is a sham. I stare at him, a slow burn of loathing in my chest. He's playing dirty. I recall the bright hope in Camille's eyes, how proud she is of forging her path, how close she is to success. If this hits the media, it could tarnish her name irreparably. The truth is, I can't let that happen. Fletcher takes another sip of whiskey. I don't need to drag this out. Either you back off or I release everything I've got. Text messages, voice notes, Brenna Martin's slip about Camille's scheme. Enough to blow up your carefully crafted narrative. So, he adds, setting the glass down, do we have a deal? Silence weighs on me. My mind reels with possible countermoves. I could threaten him, use my own influence to bury the story, but that's not guaranteed to protect Camille. Or I could proceed with the takeover anyway, risking her exposure. She might never forgive me if I stand by while her reputation is dragged through the mud. You speak, I say slowly, like a man who thinks he has no vulnerabilities. Everyone has a pressure point. Fletcher laughs, unruffled. Try me. I've covered my bases. Then he leans forward, voice low and cold. I don't care if you ruin Fiona Martin or her daughters. I only care about my cut of the real estate deals. If you keep meddling, you cost me money. So let's keep it simple. Walk away. The air in the bar feels stifling. My heart thumps against my ribs. For years, I've pursued this final revenge. Now, at the precipice, I'm faced with the choice of crushing Fiona Martin or protecting Camille. An image of Camille's open, determined face flashes in my mind. I can't sacrifice her future just to settle an old score with her father's memory. But stepping away from the deal means letting Fiona's side keep hold of those assets. Another blow to my pride, to the closure I thought I needed. I realize my fists have curled on the table, nails biting into my palms. Fletcher notices, a smug glint in his eye. He knows I'm cornered. Tick-tock, Maddox, he drawls. What's it going to be? A memory flares. The night in my penthouse when Camille looked at me with trust, talking about building her father's memory into something better. My entire scheme to wipe out Hart's brand suddenly feels hollow. I told myself I could have her and settle my old debts, but the cost might be too high. She's become more than a pawn in my life. She's someone I genuinely care about. Love? I can't say that yet, but I feel an ache that might be close to it. With a slow exhale, I meet Fletcher's gaze. I need time to consider, I say, my voice measured. This isn't a light decision. He nods curtly. You have 48 hours. After that, I go public. We stare each other down. Then he stands, slaps a few bills on the table, and strides out of the bar without looking back. The tension lingers, like the bitter aftertaste of whiskey. I remain seated, letting my breath come in tight bursts. My reflection in the bar's polished tabletop shows a man at war with himself. Is my hunger for revenge worth sacrificing Camille's reputation? The answer is painfully clear. No. But pulling out of the deal now means betraying Novak, risking my own credibility among key investors. My brand might take a hit. And a small part of me still resents that Patrick Hart never faced the full consequences of what he did to me. Letting the Martin family keep those assets would feel like giving up a piece of my retribution. My phone vibrates on the table. I check the screen. Another missed call from Camille. My chest lightens. She's calling me now, after ignoring me all morning. Pressing a finger to the device, I see a string of messages from her, but no subject lines. Something must be urgent. I stand abruptly, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons, and step outside to dial her back. The line rings once, twice. She picks up, voice breathless. Leo. Relief and worry wash over me. Camille, are you all right? I've been trying to reach you. A pause. I need to see you, she says, tone taut with emotion. But not at your place. Can we meet somewhere neutral? My heart clenches. Neutral. That means she doesn't trust me enough to set foot in my penthouse or office. Of course, I say quietly. Tell me where. She hesitates. Café Luna on West 43rd. In an hour? I glance at my watch. I'll be there. She hangs up without a goodbye. So something is definitely wrong. Anxiety gnaws me. Did she already hear about Fletcher's threat? Or is this about something else? I hail a cab, giving the driver the cafe address. My mind runs a mile a minute with the new predicament. The next 48 hours. Fletcher's threat. Novak's expectations. And now Camille wanting a tense, neutral meeting. Everything's unraveling. A sour pit of dread forms in my stomach. What if she's discovered my plan to erase the Hart brand altogether? The possibility stings like a fresh wound. Because if she knows all my illusions of having it both ways, her love and my revenge crash and burn. Yet I still feel the lingering sense of protectiveness. No matter what, I have to shield her from Fletcher's blackmail. If that means sacrificing the final piece of my vengeance, maybe that's a price I can pay. But the thought of letting go of a decade-long vendetta leaves me feeling raw and uncertain. During the drive, I stare out at the rush of midday traffic, horns blaring, pedestrians crossing streets in a blur of color. My reflection in the cab window looks tired, haunted almost. This is the price of ambition, I remind myself. But it was never supposed to cost me the woman who's come to matter more than I ever expected. A swirl of conflicting desires wars inside me. Patrick Hart, Camille Hart. The father betrayed me. The daughter unexpectedly saved me from my own bitterness. Which path do I choose? By the time we near Café Luna, I've made a silent resolve. If protecting Camille means stepping away from the final blow against the Hart brand, then I'll do it. Fletcher won't get to use her as a pawn. I might lose face with Novak, but I'll find another way to grow Maddox Design. Camille's worth that much. It's a terrifying realization, letting go of a plan I've nursed for a decade. But when I picture her wide, wounded eyes if the scandal breaks, I can't stomach it. I won't be the cause of her downfall. The cab stops, and I pay the driver, stepping out onto a quiet street lined with small shops. Café Luna is a warm little spot with large windows and a painted sign depicting a crescent moon. My pulse thunders as I push open the door. Inside, the scent of fresh pastries and espresso welcomes me. A few tables are occupied by couples or solo laptop users. Camille sits in the back, away from the windows, arms folded over a simple black blazer, hair pulled back in a taut bun that signals tension. She looks up as I approach, her expression unreadable. I slide into the seat across from her. She's clasping her hands on the table, knuckles white. "You're here," she says softly. "I came as soon as I could," I reply, voice hushed. My chest tightens at the guarded look in her eyes. "What's going on?" She exhales shakily, glancing around to ensure no one's eavesdropping. Then she looks at me, her gaze intense. "We need to talk about what you're doing with my father's legacy, the brand, the real estate." Her voice trembles and my heart drops. She knows. My mouth goes dry, memories of Fletcher's threat swirling. "Camille, I can explain," I begin. "But how did you?" Her eyes flash and she cuts me off, voice shaking with both hurt and fury. "I saw emails, Leo, on your tablet. They talked about forcing Fiona's hand, dissolving the Hart brand, erasing it. You were leading that charge." Silence slams down, thick with tension. I struggle for words, panic flaring. She found out about the plan I'd kept hidden behind carefully chosen half-truths. So the crisis is here, and it's more personal than Fletcher's threat. She continues, voice hitching. "All this time you made me believe you were reevaluating, that you respected my father's memory enough not to bury it completely. But behind my back, you were still pushing to destroy what little remains of Hart's name." Her lips press together as tears gleam in her eyes. Was everything we shared, everything you said, just a way to keep me from suspecting? My heart hammers. No, Camille, it wasn't like that. I started this plan long before I ever considered you might. I swallow, my defenses crumbling under the raw pain in her expression. I won't deny I wanted to erase Hart's brand, but it's more complicated now. I never intended to hurt you. She laughs bitterly. But you did. You betrayed me. And more than that, you're betraying my father's memory. What did you think would happen when I found out you were behind the final dismantling of everything he built? I reach across the table, trying to grasp her hand. She jerks away. The rejection stings, but I persist quietly. Camille, please, let me finish. Her lips thin, but she doesn't speak, allowing me to continue. I draw in a measured breath. I had a legitimate reason to hate Patrick. He took my designs, overshadowed me, forced me out. My brand was built on the ashes of that betrayal. For years, I dreamed of demolishing anything with the Hart name. But then I met you. My voice grows hoarse. At first, I saw you as a way to tie up loose ends, a way to ensure no one revived his brand. But everything changed when I realized who you are, how talented you are, how much you mean to me. She scoffs, though tears threaten to spill. And yet you never stopped. You're about to close a deal to annihilate the last vestiges of Hart. I nod, shame coiling in my stomach. I was. But I'm pulling out. That's why we're in crisis. Dominic Fletcher is blackmailing me, threatening to expose your earlier impersonation if I keep pushing. I'm not going to let that happen. I won't let your name get dragged through the mud. I'm walking away from the takeover. Camille freezes, confusion flickering across her face. Fletcher? Blackmail? Her voice drops. What do you mean? I explain, as succinctly as I can. How Fiona Martin's ally discovered Camille's old subterfuge and is using it to corner me into dropping the takeover. How I've decided to protect her by backing off. I watch every emotion chase across her features. Shock, anger, sorrow. When I finish, she stares at me for a long moment. So you're only stopping because Fletcher forced your hand? Not because you realized you were wrong? I flinch at the directness. I realized I couldn't do it to you. Yes, Fletcher's threat catalyzed the final decision, but I was already struggling. I swear, I couldn't stand the thought of you being hurt by the fallout. She inhales shakily, blinking back tears. Leo, God, I don't know how to trust you now. Her voice trembles. You keep saying you care, but you've been orchestrating this demolition all along. My chest aches at the betrayal in her eyes. I'm so sorry, I murmur. I never wanted it to come to this. I had my reasons, but they pale next to what you and I've built, what you could still become. I'll prove it. I'll show you I'm done with the vendetta. She runs a hand over her face, a tear escaping down her cheek. And how do I know it's not just another lie? I swallow hard. You'll see. I'll call Novak. I'll end the partnership. I'll release those shares to Fiona if necessary, or let them lie dormant. Whatever it takes to ensure you're not caught in the crossfire. She looks away, tears sliding silently. My throat tightens. There's a lifetime of conflict in that single moment. My old vendetta against Patrick Hart clashing with my genuine feelings for his daughter. I can't lose her. Not like this. At last she whispers, I can't decide right now if I can forgive you, or if I should walk away and build my future without you. Her voice shakes. I need time, Leo, and you have to let me have that. Despite the swirl of desperation in my chest, I nod. I understand. She stands abruptly, chair scraping on the tiled floor. You do what you have to do. I'll see for myself if your actions match your words. Her gaze bores into me, shimmering with heartbreak. But I won't be your pawn. Not anymore. I rise, wanting to pull her into my arms, to wipe away her tears, to promise a fresh start. But the tension in her posture warns me. She won't accept comfort right now. I'm sorry, I repeat, voice barely above a whisper. I never meant to turn you into a casualty of my war. She doesn't answer, just stares at me for one raw, painful heartbeat. Then she turns and walks out of the cafe, leaving me standing there amid the warm smell of pastries and the hushed curiosity of other patrons. When the door swings shut behind her, the last shred of my illusions about having it all splinters. Camille's gone, uncertain if she'll ever return. And all because I clung to a revenge that no longer tastes sweet, only bitter. Fletcher's threat remains looming, but it almost pales beside the loss I feel right now. I sink into the chair, heart pounding. I want to protect her more than I want to punish the memory of Patrick Hart. That realization might be too late to fix what I've already broken.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 15. Camille. The front door of my stepmother's apartment clicks shut behind me with an ominous echo. Late afternoon sunlight filters through the tall windows, casting elongated shadows across the gleaming marble floor. My heart pounds as I step inside, bracing myself for the confrontation that's been brewing ever since I caught Fiona's pointed stares and overheard her hushed conversations. Part of me regrets coming back here at all, but with everything else in chaos, I need a place to lie low, even if it's the last place I feel safe. I pass the foyer, trying to move quietly, but Fiona's voice reaches me before I can reach my bedroom. Camille. She's standing by the living room archway, arms folded, posture rigid. She's wearing a tailored designer dress in a pale champagne color, a shade that ironically matches the tension in the atmosphere. The set of her lips is grim. She beckons me with a sharp gesture, leaving no room for argument. We need to talk. A flare of dread mixes with defiance. I want to avoid her, to keep my secrets locked away, but I know from the glare in her eyes that she won't let it slide. I set my shoulders and walk closer, dropping my tote bag at my feet. Yes? I manage, keeping my tone steady, even if my pulse thrums like a drumbeat. Fiona's gaze sweeps over me, thinly veiled contempt in every line of her expression. I've heard rumors, quite a few actually, about you and a certain fashion mogul. Her voice drips with sarcasm. Would you care to explain why the press is abuzz with Camille Hart on the arm of Leo Maddox? I stiffen. He's been helping me, I say carefully, offering me connections, mentorships, opportunities to build my design career. Technically all true, though it leaves out every vital detail about intimacy, betrayal, heartbreak. It's none of your concern, Fiona. She arches a brow. None of my concern? Do you realize that the deals we had in the works, important real estate transactions, are all in jeopardy? People are whispering that Leo Maddox is breathing down our necks, trying to seize the last of the Hart brand. Now you're on his arm? If that's not suspicious, I don't know what is. My stomach twists. So she's caught wind of the acquisitions, and presumably thinks I'm some kind of inside agent for Leo. If only she knew the truth, that I stumbled upon his hidden plan too. I told you, he's helping me with my fashion career. That's it. Don't lie to me, she snaps. Her features tighten with anger. I have sources who say you're intimately involved with him, very intimately. Showing up at galas, seated together in VIP sections, paparazzi photos outside his penthouse. You think I'm blind? Her tone slashes through the tense air. How dare you cozy up to the man who's threatening my livelihood? You live under my roof. Eat my food. I won't be humiliated. A bitter laugh fights its way up my throat. You only kept me here so you could pretend to be the grieving widow while you sold off my father's things. Fiona's eyes narrow. Oh, spare me the sob story. All I want to know is what he's planning. If you're so close to him, you must hear something about his next moves. Does he intend to push me out of my rightful shares? I swallow hard, remembering the email chain and how he's close to finalizing a takeover before everything fell apart. I don't have answers for you, I say stiffly. And even if I did, I wouldn't share them. Fiona's hands clench at her sides. So you're siding with him? She exhales sharply, then composes herself, adopting a brittle calm. You realize that if he wins, you gain nothing. He might ride off with whatever's left of the Hart brand, and you'll be left with scraps. Unless... Her voice trails off, eyes gleaming with a predatory idea. Unless you make it work in your favor. A chill grips my spine. What do you mean? She steps closer, lowered voice brimming with cunning. Spy on him. Find out what documents he's signing, which investors he's courting, the nature of his upcoming deals. Report back to me. That way, I'll be able to counter his moves, negotiate better terms, or at least salvage what I can. Disgust churns in my gut. You want me to betray him? Even after what I learned about Leo's plan, the idea of spying for Fiona, of all people, makes my stomach turn. Fiona eyes me coolly. Betray? I think you're confused about who's betraying who. He's the one who dismantled your father's brand, remember? If you had any sense, you'd be helping us against him. Or do you enjoy crawling into bed with the man who orchestrated Patrick's downfall? My cheeks burn with a combination of rage and shame. She's not entirely wrong, but I refuse to be a pawn in her twisted game. I won't do it, Fiona. She smiles, a smile with no warmth. Then don't expect to live here rent-free. Don't expect any courtesy from me or my resources. I won't let you waltz around calling yourself a Hart while you undermine us. So think carefully before you give me your final answer. My throat tightens. Fine. I manage, voice shaking. I'll find another place to stay. I'll pack my things. Her grin widens like a viper. You can't afford your own place, dear. You're still a novice designer, living off the scraps of Mr. Maddox's generosity. Are you sure you're going to burn this bridge? A wave of helpless fury rushes over me. She's cornering me. My father's memory, my complicated feelings for Leo, the precarious nature of my finances. It's all swirling. Tears threaten to form, but I won't give her the satisfaction. With a jerk of my chin, I gather the last of my dignity. I'll manage, I say, turning on my heel. I storm down the corridor to my bedroom, Fiona's mocking laughter trailing behind me. Inside my cramped space, crammed with half-finished sketches and a small worn mattress, I slam the door shut, heart pounding. My hands shake as I brace myself against the desk, mind racing. I can't stay here. I need to get out. Yet a sliver of fear creeps in. Where will I go? A text pings on my phone, snapping me out of my frantic thoughts. It's from Leo. Leo, 5:02 p.m. Please meet me tonight. We need to talk. I can't let us end like this. My pulse flutters with a chaotic mix of longing and resentment. After learning he orchestrated the dissolution of Dad's brand, I told him I needed time. But Fiona's confrontation changes everything. I've been cornered. My options are limited, and ironically, Leo might be the only person who can help me. But can I trust him? I type back, fingers trembling. Camille, 5:03 p.m. Fine, I'll come by the penthouse, 9 p.m. I feel suffocated in my chest, a swirl of anger, need, and uncertainty. If Fiona wants me to spy, maybe I should finally get the full story from Leo about his business strategies. But I hate the idea of betraying him, especially when my feelings are so tangled. God, what am I doing? I whisper, burying my head in my hands. Then, with a surge of determination, I throw a few essentials into a bag, deciding once and for all that I can't stay here another night under Fiona's roof. Let her threats ring hollow in empty hallways. I'm done. Hours later, I come out of the elevator onto the top floor of Leo's penthouse. The city outside is cloaked in darkness, pinpricks of light flickering in skyscraper windows. My heart jackhammers as I knock once, then let myself in. He gave me a key code a while back. The moment the door opens, I feel the crackle in the air. The space is mostly dark, illuminated by a few strategic lamps. Leo stands near the wide windows, phone in hand. He looks up, tension etched in every line of his face. My own pulse skitters. We're both wound tight, carrying secrets and hurts that might never fully heal. You came, he says softly, setting the phone aside. I nod, dropping my small overnight bag by the door. Fiona discovered everything, I blurt. She knows I've been seeing you. She's demanding I spy on your business deals or she'll kick me out. His expression flares with anger. She threatened you? Threatened my security, I correct, letting out a ragged breath. She's basically blackmailing me to sabotage you. Meanwhile, you're the one who almost sabotaged me by dismantling Dad's brand. My voice cracks under the weight of resentment and heartbreak. Leo moves closer, eyes dark in the low light. I told you I'm stopping. I meant it. Novak is furious, but I'm pulling out. Dominic Fletcher is a problem, but I'll handle him. I won't let them weaponize your name. I want to believe him, but the anger stoked by Fiona's confrontation keeps me rigid. Do you realize the mess we're in? I can't go home. You're under threat of blackmail, and our entire relationship is built on secrets. Tears burn my eyes. You used me, Leo, even if you changed your mind halfway. His gaze flickers with pain. It's not that simple. I never wanted to use you, not once I got to know you. I was locked in my old vengeance, but you made me question everything. I won't ask you to forgive me overnight, but give me a chance to fix it. A bitter laugh escapes. Fix it how? Undo years of betrayal? Bring my father back so he and you can bury the hatchet? My voice catches on a sob I refuse to release. He inhales sharply. I can't bring him back, but I can vow I won't destroy what's left of his brand. If Fiona wants to hold on to those assets, let her. I don't care anymore. I care about... He cuts himself off, swallowing. I care about you. A storm of conflicting emotions whips through me. I step back, hugging myself. You know how twisted it feels? That we're entangled in each other's arms at night while we tear each other's families apart by day? Leo runs a hand through his hair, eyes filled with remorse. I hate it too. Silence stretches. Tension radiates like a live wire between us, heavier than it's ever been. We're both battered, uncertain if we can salvage what's left, yet, underneath the anger, an undeniable pull sparks in the hush. The memory of how we found solace in each other's arms once before, how the raw desire overshadowed the chaos. It flickers now, desperate and fierce. I break first. Damn you, I whisper, voice trembling with rage and need. Then I shove him, my palms pressing against his chest. You made me trust you. Another shove. I let you in. My eyes blur with tears, but beneath the fury, heat flares. He doesn't resist. Just stands there absorbing my blows until I collapse against him, chest heaving. He clasps my wrists gently, face tormented. I know, he murmurs, his breath shallow. I'm sorry, Camille, I'm so sorry. Everything unravels. The heartbreak, the betrayal, the longing I can't seem to snuff out. In a burst of desperation, I push onto my toes and crush my mouth to his, half sobbing, half kissing. The taste of salt and tears merges with his low groan, and it feels like fury and relief all at once. He kisses me back hard, pulling me close until our bodies collide. The air cracks with tension. This isn't tender romance. It's something fierce, a clash of pent-up emotions. His hands grip my waist, fingers digging in as if he's afraid I'll vanish, and I cling to his shirt, trembling. We stumble backward, lips never parting, until my back bumps against a wall. My heart pounds so loud I can barely think. Our kisses turn messy, urgent, tongues tangling with bruising passion. It's as if we're fighting and surrendering all at once. He rakes a hand through my hair, letting out a guttural sound. God, Camille, he rasps, voice raw. I can't lose you. It's half apology, half claim. Tears mingle with desire on my cheeks. Then don't let me go, I whisper, even though every rational thought screams that we're a ticking bomb. But rationality has no place here, only the desperate need for solace in each other's arms. We shift, pulling and tugging at fabric, breath hitching each time we connect. My blouse slips off a shoulder, and his lips follow the newly exposed skin, planting feverish kisses along my collarbone. I gasp, pain and pleasure coiling together. It's not sweet or gentle. This is an exorcism of fear, betrayal, and longing. Somewhere in the fray, we manage to navigate down the hallway, half stumbling. I'm not sure whose idea it is to keep moving, but soon we spill into his bedroom, colliding with the edge of the bed. My bag topples from my shoulder, items scattering, but I don't care. All I see is him, the conflict etched on his features, the same conflict that lives in me. We're destroying each other and saving each other in the same breath. He rips off his jacket, discarding it haphazardly. My skirt tangles around my knees as he fumbles with the zipper. Our kisses are frantic, lips bruising, teeth grazing. Every press of his body against mine stokes the fire higher, while my mind whirls with the knowledge that this might not solve anything. But I need it anyway. We collapse onto the bed, a tangle of limbs. I clutch his shoulders, nails biting into his skin, a voiceless demand to ground me. He groans, burying his face against my neck. I arch beneath him, wanting to forget everything outside this room. Fiona, Dad's brand, the impending ruin. The encounter isn't graceful. It's messy, laced with ragged breaths and half-sobbed confessions. A swirl of contradictions. We rage against each other, yet cling with the desperation. Clothes peel away in frantic motions, revealing skin heated by anger and need. Our voices tangle, curses and apologies that blur into moans. When we finally join completely, it's a clash that sends shockwaves through my body, like we're both claiming something the world is trying to tear apart. I gasp, tears sliding down my cheeks, and I see the same tortured expression in his eyes. We're each other's downfall or salvation. Maybe both. Time folds. The next moments are a blur of sensation, pain and pleasure, grief and relief, tension and surrender. We move together in a desperate, erratic rhythm, as if trying to fuse our broken edges, to fill the hollowness with raw physicality. It's not tender romance, but an expression of how deeply we're entangled, how the storms of betrayal can't erase the craving for each other's touch. Eventually, we tumble over the edge, waves of release crashing through us, leaving us breathless and shaking. I cling to him, tears still burning at the corners of my eyes, not sure if they're from pain or the faint hope that maybe we can still find a way forward. His grip on me is just as fierce, like he's scared to let go. For a long while, we lie tangled in silence, our breath gradually slowing. The bed feels like an island amid a raging sea of secrets and threats. My heart hammers, a mix of satiation and deep-seated fear pooling in my chest. Leo shifts, sliding a trembling hand through my hair. "Camille," he whispers, voice hoarse. He stops, words failing. He cradles my cheek, brushing away the dampness there. "I'm sorry," he manages finally, regret heavy in each syllable. A fresh ache blooms in my chest. "I know," I say, my own voice unsteady. "Me too, because I hate that I need him like this, that we're relying on each other for emotional release, even while everything else crumbles." He pulls me closer, pressing his forehead to mine. "I won't let Fiona or Dominic Fletcher ruin you. I'll do what it takes, I swear." He swallows hard, a flicker of desperation crossing his features. "I can't lose you, Camille. Not over something that died with your father." Tears burn again. "Then show me," I whisper, voice hollow. "Because right now, all I see are cracks in everything we've built. You say you won't finalize the takeover, but my stepmother's convinced you're still out to get her. Fletcher's blackmailing you. I'm caught in the middle." He closes his eyes, pained. "I know. I'll call Novak tomorrow, end our partnership. That'll kill the takeover. We'll renegotiate any ties we have to the Hart assets. I just want you to be free from this mess." A part of me flares with cautious hope. Can it be that simple? Then I recall Fiona's threats, her demands that I spy on Leo. My life is a spider web of conflicting loyalties. "Fiona wants me to gather intel on you," I admit quietly. "She threatened to kick me out if I don't comply." His jaw clenches. "Are you homeless now?" I bite my lip, nodding. "I packed a bag. She made it clear I'm not welcome." My breath hitches. "I don't have anywhere else. I could crash with a friend, but it's complicated." He traces gentle circles on my shoulder, eyes softening with compassion. "Stay here, please, as long as you want." My heart seizes. I want to say yes, but fear whispers that living in Leo's penthouse might only deepen our dependency, entangling us further. Still, the alternative is a lonely couch or letting Fiona manipulate me. "I'll think about it," I manage. He nods, face etched with sorrow and a flicker of relief. "Whatever you decide, just please stay safe. Let me protect you from them." We lie there, the tension in our muscles giving way to exhaustion. My mind flicks to the future, Haruki's mentorship, the next industry events, the possibility of heartbreak if Leo's promises prove hollow. Yet, curled against him, a strange sense of belonging momentarily washes over me, fragile but real. Eventually, I shift to sit up, the sheets sliding over my bare skin. "I should shower," I say softly. Emotions weigh me down, and the ache between my legs mingles with the rawness in my heart. He nods, letting me slip away. As I stand, I catch a glimpse of us in the mirror across the room, disheveled, tear-streaked, entangled in ways that run deeper than lust, a reflection of a love that might be doomed or might survive. While the water cascades over me in the bathroom, I brace my palms against the cool tile, letting the steam envelop me. Each droplet feels like it's washing away a layer of shame and fear, but not enough to erase it completely. We're relying on each other for emotional release. That second desperate encounter proved how entangled we've become. Neither of us can walk away easily, even with all the secrets looming. A faint pang hits my chest. Is this real love or twisted dependency? The question echoes in the shower's roar. I can't answer. Not yet. I step out, towel off, and slip into one of Leo's spare shirts, ignoring the swirl of questions. Back in the bedroom, I find him half-dressed, sitting on the edge of the bed, phone in hand. The lines on his face suggest he's reading some new message or email that carries weight. He glances up when I approach. "Camille," he murmurs, setting the phone aside. "No matter what happens with Fiona or Fletcher, I want you to know I choose you over this revenge. I'm just hoping it's not too late." My throat tightens, tears pricking again. We keep apologizing, keep colliding, yet the storms haven't passed. "I want to believe you," I say softly. I'm so tired, Leo." He stands, pulling me into a gentle embrace. This time, it's not frenzied passion, but a quiet, trembling closeness. His hands smooth over my back as I rest my cheek against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. The tension from our earlier fray lingers in the air, but for a moment, we find a fragile peace in each other's arms. By the time we pull apart, night has fully settled over the city. The penthouse windows reveal a sweeping view of skyscrapers that look both beautiful and lonely. I think of Fiona's ultimatum, how she might retaliate if I don't spy on Leo. I think of Dominic Fletcher's blackmail, how it threatens to blow up everything. And I think of Dad's legacy, what remains of it, and wonder if it'll survive this war. Leo's voice, low and serious, breaks the silence. "Stay tonight. We can sort out the next steps in the morning." I weigh the risks. If I stay, I deepen my association with him. But if I go, I have nowhere safe. At least here I won't wake up to Fiona's venom. "Okay," I whisper. "Tonight." He exhales, relief palpable. We both know this changes nothing about the looming battles, but it's one choice I can control, where I lay my head. With a tentative sense of acceptance, he leads me by the hand back to the bed. We crawl under the covers, the earlier storm of passion giving way to a quieter aftermath. My heart still thuds with leftover adrenaline, but my body is too exhausted for further conflict. He presses a kiss to my temple, and I let my eyes drift shut, lulled by the steady warmth of his presence. In the dark, thoughts swirl. We've just shared a second, desperate sexual encounter that underscores how deeply we cling to each other in crisis. Yet the secrets remain, the future uncertain. One thing is clear, we can't keep going like this forever. Either we learn to trust beyond the betrayals, or we implode under their weight. As sleep tugs at me, I hear his whispered promise. "I'll fix this. I swear." And though I'm not sure I fully believe him yet, my body curls closer, taking comfort in the fleeting sense of safety he offers. Outside, the city's lights blink on, oblivious to our tangled drama. Inside this penthouse, we lie entwined, two damaged souls searching for solace in each other, even as the cracks in our foundation threaten to break us apart.
Chapter 16. Leo. A thin veil of morning light pierces the penthouse windows, but I'm already dressed, pacing the living room in a crisp charcoal suit. My mind ticks like a metronome, counting down the minutes until an urgent conference call with Novak and a handful of attorneys. The swirl of last night's tension with Camille clings to me like an unshakable fog, but I can't let it show on my face. In a few minutes, my entire team will expect to see the unflinching CEO who never blinks in the face of a high-stakes deal. My mobile buzzes on the low-glass table. Another message from Vance, no doubt. He's been texting me updates since dawn. Vance, 6:42 a.m. Novak's board is ready to sign. Are we still proceeding? We're supposed to be pulling out. That was the plan after everything exploded. But the unstoppable momentum of corporate machinery didn't get my memo. This entire takeover of the last Hart asset has rolled forward on autopilot. The final signatures prepared. The lawyers convinced we're still forging ahead. If I don't appear on this call and sign off, I risk not just losing Novak's partnership, but also throwing my entire business into chaos. And that's before counting Dominic Fletcher's blackmail threats. My heart squeezes with a thought. What if I do finalize it? The part of me that's carried this vendetta for years whispers that maybe I should. After all, wasn't Patrick Hart the man who first betrayed me, who forced me out, who set this entire war in motion? Yet Camille... I rub the bridge of my nose, exhaustion dragging at the edges of my composure. Camille is still asleep, tucked in my bed. We spent half the night clinging to each other, fighting, then frantically making up, caught in a swirl of desperation. I claimed I'd back out of the acquisitions for her, but the ball has already rolled too far. Maybe I can salvage it. Maybe not. The phone buzzes again. Vance, 6:44 a.m. The lawyers are on standby. Novak is set to join the Zoom in 15 mins. Need confirmation ASAP. I exhale shakily. Time to face the beast. Grabbing my phone, I stride to my office, a glass-walled haven overlooking Midtown. The city sprawls below, half awake, a fitting reflection of my own state. Restless, uncertain, bracing for the final blow. I settle at the sleek black desk, open my laptop, and connect to the video call. Faces appear on the screen. Raymond Novak, 2 of his board members, and 3 attorneys in neat squares, each labeled with their names. Vance is on the call too, from his corner of HQ. Everyone looks expectant. My reflection in the small self-view window looks composed. Crisp shirt, no tie, hair brushed back, a facade of calm authority. Novak greets me with a curt nod, a faint smile curving his thin lips. Maddox, we've been waiting for you. Ready to finalize this? I swallow, glancing at Vance's subtle frown. This is the moment. But words fail me, an invisible vice gripping my throat. My mind flickers to Camille's face, her tears when she discovered my plan to dissolve the Hart brand. Why am I still letting this happen? Yet a stubborn part of me rationalizes. I told her I'd back out, but I never actually canceled the legal processes. The attorneys are here, the documents are done, and Novak's board expects a signature. If I sabotage it at this stage, I might blow up not just this deal, but my entire credibility with powerful investors. Everything I worked for. Mr. Maddox, Novak prompts, arching an eyebrow. We're all set for your statement on the final asset, the real estate holdings and intellectual property from Fiona Martin's side. Once we secure them, it's a clean sweep. You'll be free to do as you please with any Hart remainders. My pulse hammers. Clean sweep. That's exactly what I used to want. Right, I say, forcing my voice level. Let's review the final steps. An attorney in a neat black suit chimes in, pulling up a contract on the shared screen. We have the purchase agreement and the dissolution clause. By signing, you confirm your intention to either absorb or dismantle any existing Hart brand licensing. Miss Martin's last holdings are set for immediate transfer upon payment. Once it's done, there's no going back. No going back? The phrase lances my chest. If I do this, Camille's father's brand disappears completely, and likely so does her faith in me. I hear a faint ringing in my ears, a swirl of shame and old bitterness colliding. Patrick took everything from me once. Now I'm returning the favor. Except it's not Patrick who suffers. He's gone. It's Camille who will pay the price, financially and emotionally. A fresh wave of guilt surges. If I seize the final asset, the legal ramifications alone could bankrupt Fiona, which might delight me on a typical day. But it would also cut off any inheritance or residual funds that might have eventually trickled to Camille. Even if she hates her stepmother, she's tied to that estate in ways she can't escape. Am I really going to devastate her financial future while claiming to love her? Novak's voice interrupts my spiraling. The buyout cost is steep, But once we sign, the path is clear for Maddox Design to do as it pleases with any repackaged brand. I assume you'll fold it into your existing portfolio? I hesitate, a bead of sweat forming at my temple. Yes, that was the plan. I swallow, forcing the words out. Let's proceed. Vance's face flickers with unease in his little rectangle. He knows I've wavered, but we're in too deep to publicly renege without a full meltdown. The attorney lays out the signature lines. Mr. Maddox, you sign here, then Mr. Novak, and we finalize the wire instructions. Miss Martin's team has already indicated acceptance, though grudgingly under the pressure of the default clauses. That detail stings. Fiona had no choice but to comply. So while she's cornered, Camille gets caught in the crossfire. I grit my teeth, every nerve screaming that I should stop. But how do I do that now? In front of Novak and half a dozen lawyers. My stomach roils as I watch the digital signature lines appear. I see my name typed below. Leo S. Maddox. Once I click, it's done. The last piece of heart is mine to destroy or exploit. My hand hovers over the trackpad. Maddox, Novak repeats, impatience creeping into his voice. We're waiting. Trembling inside, I force the cursor over the signature box and click. The system prompts me to confirm. My chest feels like it might burst. This is it. My final revenge sealed in black and white. I can't. But a swirl of old anger roars up. Patrick Hart used me. The memory of sitting outside his studio, worthless, overshadowed, burns fresh. The betrayal that shaped my entire adult life. The reason I turned into this unstoppable force. With a surge of grim determination, I press confirm. A second passes. The screen processes. And the contract pings with a signed notice. My vision tunnels. God, what have I done? Novak smiles, leaning forward. Excellent. Now my turn. With a flourish, he scribbles his e-signature. Another ping indicates the deal is official. The attorneys clap politely, congratulating us. My laptop speakers echo the sounds of triumph. I swallow a lump the size of a boulder. I just destroyed Camille's father's brand for good. The call ends soon after. Novak logs off with promises of sending final wire instructions. The attorneys congratulate me again, swirling in a flurry of chat messages about next steps. Finally, the screen returns to my desktop, quiet except for Vance's apologetic expression in a private window. He speaks first, voice hushed. Sir, I had the impression we were backing out. I rake a hand on my jaw, feeling physically ill. So did I. My voice is a ragged whisper. But once Novak was on the call, I couldn't pull the plug without incinerating my entire corporate standing. Vance's eyes flick with sympathy. I understand the pressure, but Miss Hart... I grit my teeth, shutting the laptop. I know, I mutter. Damn it, I know. The weight of my actions slams into me full force. Camille's father's brand is now legally in my hands. Fiona's finances will likely crumble. That means any inheritance or potential sale of the brand that might have benefited Camille is gone. She's effectively cut off from the last major hard asset. And if word gets out, she'll see it as the ultimate betrayal. No excuse can fix that I pressed confirm. My phone buzzes. I glance down to see a push notification from the bank. My account has transferred the funds to finalize the deal. And with that, the last chunk of heart is mine, purchased for a fortune. A fortune I can recoup easily by dissolving the brand and folding any IP into Maddox Design. My old self would celebrate. But now, all I feel is dread. I end the call with Vance and pace the office, fists clenched. What do I even do? If I shift the brand's assets to a dormant shell, it's still a blow to Camille. If I claim I'm preserving them, will she ever believe me? A sharp rap on my door startles me. Linda, my assistant, pokes her head in. Mr. Maddox, there's a message from your mother's lawyer. Something about the old seamstress fund you set up. Should I schedule a call? Not now, I snap, immediately regretting my tone. I force a calmer voice. Sorry, Linda. Reschedule it for tomorrow. She nods, eyes darting uncertainly across my tense posture. Of course. Then she retreats. I sink into my office chair, burying my face in my arm. The momentary triumph of pressing that digital signature is hollow, overshadowed by the image of Camille's stricken face if she finds out. No, when she finds out. Because there's no hiding a business deal of this magnitude. She'll discover I went through with it, realize I hold the final blow to her father's memory. It's the exact scenario she feared. I promised her I was done, and I failed. A beep signals a new email. Grimly, I glance at the subject line. Fiona Martin real estate transaction. Completed. Another wave of nausea hits me. It's all done. Standing abruptly, I pace to the window, pressing a palm against the cool glass. The city below looks the same as it always does. Ruthless, unstoppable. I'm part of that machine. For so long, revenge drove me. I'd overshadow Patrick Hart for daring to overshadow me. But now, the taste of victory is ash in my mouth. If I try to unravel the deal now, it'll cost me millions in penalties, not to mention my credibility with Novak. The contract is sealed. I'm locked in. But going forward means demolishing everything the Hart brand once stood for. Even if I opt not to rebrand or demolish it publicly, the blow to Fiona's finances is irreparable, and by extension, it hits Camille too. She might have counted on some final settlement or inheritance. Now it's gone. I recall our desperate lovemaking last night, how she clung to me like I was her lifeline. And I promised I'd fix things, but I just made it worse. The betrayal is confirmed by my own hand. I pick up my phone, scrolling through messages. Camille hasn't texted. She's probably still asleep or out after that emotional meltdown. The urge to call her, to confess my mistake, wars with the desire to hide behind damage control. Could I spin the deal? Offer her a share? The contract might allow me to allocate a portion to her, but would that even matter? Or would she see it as guilt money? The door to my office swings open again, Vance, stepping inside with urgent eyes. He closes it carefully. Sir, I just spoke with Fiona Martin's representative. They're outraged, of course, but I also learned that Miss Hart might be personally on the hook for certain debts if Fiona defaults. It's not confirmed, but there's a rumor that the stepmother put some assets in her name as a co-signer. My blood runs cold. Co-signer? He nods. Yes. If that's true, this deal could severely damage Miss Hart's finances unless you intervene. A wave of horror crashes through me. I'm not just hurting her father's legacy. I might ruin her credit, her future. All because Fiona used her name. My stomach twists violently, guilt choking me. Send me the details, I manage, voice hoarse. I'll protect Camille, extend her a personal settlement or something. Vance nods, though his concern is evident. Yes, sir. But she may not see it as a kindness if she discovers the source of her predicament is also you. He's right, and it feels like a knife to the gut. I've become the villain in her story, the very thing I once accused Patrick of being. Night falls quickly, though the day drags on with endless meetings. Each time I look at my phone, no message from Camille. I attempt to bury myself in tasks, but every piece of paper, every email, is overshadowed by the knowledge that I've sealed a deal that could wreck her. In a single stroke, I've undone any trust I might have salvaged. Around 8 p.m., my phone buzzes with an incoming call. Camille! My heart leaps, a mixture of relief and dread. I answer, pressing the phone to my ear. Camille? Leo, she says, voice unsteady. Where are you? In my office, I admit. We need to talk. My chest tightens. But how do I tell her that I just signed the final takeover? She exhales shakily. I got a call from some legal clerk. Something about my name being tied to a portion of Hart real estate that's been seized? I'm confused. I thought you said you wouldn't go through with it. I close my eyes, pain slicing through me. She already knows. Camille, something happened. Novak pressed forward. The attorneys were all in place. I couldn't. Her voice cracks. You couldn't, or you wouldn't, Leo. I told you how vital it was that you not push this deal, and you did it anyway. I sag against my desk, wishing the ground would swallow me. I froze. I say lamely, I was cornered. I'm so sorry. A moment of stunned silence, then a bitter laugh. That's not good enough. You promised me. You promised we'd figure out a way to protect Dad's memory and me. Instead, you've just confirmed every fear I had. My throat constricts. Camille, let me help. If Fiona put those debts in your name, I'll pay them off. I'll keep you whole. I never wanted to drag you under. She's quiet for a beat, and when she speaks, her voice trembles with tears. She won't let fall. You think money solves everything. Do you know how humiliating it is that you caused this crisis, and now you're offering me hush money? That's exactly how it feels like hush money. A painful knot locks in my chest. It's not like that, I protest weakly. I care about you. I never intended. Intentions don't matter, she interrupts, voice sharp. You said you loved me or something close to it, but your actions speak louder. This is the ultimate betrayal. Her words land like a punch. I do, Camille, please, let me fix it. Her breath hitches. I don't know if that's even possible now. Maybe there's no fixing it. A pause. I can't talk about this anymore tonight. The line goes dead before I can reply. I stand there, numb, the phone still clutched in my hand. She's gone, and I might have just lost her for good. Long after the call, I slump in my office chair, eyes stinging with exhaustion. On my desk is a single folder marked Hart Assets Final. I stare at it like it's a ticking bomb. I got what I once wanted. Control over Patrick Hart's final legacy. But at the cost of the woman I've come to love. Laughter echoes in my memory. Patrick's laughter back when we were close. I recall the day he first praised my stitching technique, promising we'd conquer the fashion world together. Then I remember how that warmth curdled when he overshadowed me, slapped my name off credit lines, and forced me out. For years, that humiliation fueled my ambition. Now, I wonder if all I've done is become the same kind of villain I once despised. I bury my face in my hands, a wave of regret choking me. The office lights hum overhead, mocking me with their stereo brightness. I can't pull back now. The deal is signed. I've already cut the final thread that connected Camille to her father's brand. She'll never forgive me. Outside the window, the city sparkles, indifferent to my torment. I once believed I could have everything. Settle the score with the Hart name, keep Camille's love. But the illusions are shattered. I've confirmed the betrayal, sealed with my own signature. And the woman who matters more to me than any revenge is left devastated in its wake. A single tear burns at the corner of my eye. I fought so hard to never be powerless again. But tonight, I've never felt so powerless in my life.
Chapter 17. Camille. A stiff wind whips through Manhattan's streets, rattling the late afternoon light as I emerge from the subway station. I'm clutching a printout of leaked emails, recently forwarded to me by an anonymous source. My heart thuds with an anxious, nauseated rhythm. Every favor, every introduction, Leo orchestrated all of it. My mind replays that damning sentence over and over, like a broken record. Every single step had a purpose, to corner my stepfamily and me. My throat aches. I've spent the last hour in a dingy cafe, reading and rereading these messages. At first, I thought it was a sick prank, but the timeline aligns too perfectly with my life. The day after I impersonated Brenna, an internal memo from Leo's staff about using the Hart daughters' connections. The day after the runway show, an instruction for extending new mentorship opportunities to Miss Hart. Each bullet point references me, painting a grim picture of how meticulously he guided every rung of my ascent in the industry, all to gain leverage against my stepmother, and by extension, my father's legacy. My chest feels like it's filled with shards of glass. He told me he was sorry, that he wouldn't finalize the deal. He claimed to have regrets, yet the thread of his machinations has been there all along. Even if some part of him changed course later, I'm faced with the reality that from the start, he manipulated me. That romance and that raw connection might have been real at times, but it was also a means to an end. Did he ever truly care, or was I always just a pawn? Clutching the papers, I step toward the sleek black doors of Maddox Design HQ. My reflection glares back at me, wearing the face of a woman who's run out of illusions. A security guard inside tilts his head politely, recognizing me from past visits. "Miss Hart," he greets, pressing a button to let me through the turnstile. "Mr. Maddox is in his top floor suite. Shall I let him know you're coming up?" My voice quivers as I force out, "Yes, thank you." The guard nods, scanning me through. My pulse rages. I have to do this. I have to confront him face to face. The elevator ride is torturously slow. My reflection in the metal doors shows me a woman with tear-stained eyes, jaw set in grim determination. The time for tears is done. Now I have no choice but to confront him with the evidence, to tear away any last shred of denial. The elevator dings softly at the executive floor, and I step into the hushed modern corridor, my footsteps echoing on pristine tiles. At the double doors to Leo's office suite, I almost lose my nerve. Then I recall how he destroyed the last vestiges of Dad's brand, signing that final deal despite all his promises. Anger ignites, fueling me forward. No more playing nice. I push open the doors without knocking. Inside, the open layout reveals a stylish lounge area flanked by glass walls, leading to Leo's private office. A slender woman at a reception desk blinks in surprise. "Miss Hart, Mr. Maddox is..." "Busy, I know," I bite out. "He'll make time." My voice trembles with fury. "I'm going in." Her mouth opens, but I don't wait for an answer. I cross the threshold into the glass-enclosed office. Leo looks up from behind his sleek black desk, phone in hand. His posture stiffens the moment he sees me storm in, his gray eyes flicking with alarm. "Camille?" I toss the papers onto his desk, the pages scattering. "We need to talk," I say, voice shaking. His gaze moves to the printouts, confusion and dread warring on his face. "What is this?" I fold my arms, fear and anger twisting my gut. "They're emails, memos, copies of instructions you or your team sent regarding me. Extend new mentorship invitation. Align brand partnerships to keep her close. Even the bullet point about leveraging my relationship with Haruki Mori to secure inside intel. Sound familiar?" His face pales, all traces of composure slipping. "Where did you get these?" he asks quietly. "An anonymous source," I reply, swallowing hard. "Does it matter? They're real, aren't they? Each one shows how you manipulated every step of my so-called rise. All those introductions, those lucky breaks. You pulled the strings. Why? So you could push my stepmother into a corner while acting like my savior." My voice cracks. God, how could I have been so blind? He stands, pushing the papers aside. "It's not as cut and dried as you think," he says, though his voice trembles. "Yes, I set things in motion at first. I told you I was fixated on destroying the Hart brand. But what?" I snap, tears threatening to rise. "You changed your mind? Or you realized you needed me as collateral? Because it's all here in black and white. Camille Hart is crucial to controlling the final negotiations. You used me to gain leverage over Fiona, to ensure I wouldn't speak out or sabotage your plan." My fury flares again. "And you dare say it's complicated?" He exhales, stepping from behind the desk. It was complicated. At first, yes, I orchestrated ways to keep you in my orbit, but it stopped being about revenge the moment I got to know you. I tried to tell you I was torn. Torn? I echo, letting out a half-sob, half-laugh. You delivered me the best mentors, paid for me to attend exclusive events, made me feel special, all to keep me under your control. You even orchestrated that internship with Haruki Mori, didn't you? Or at least nudged him to choose me. My voice cracks. Nothing in my life is mine, not even my success. He tries to reach for me, but I jerk away. I never wanted to steal your success, he pleads. Your talent is real, Camille. Yes, I recommended you to Haruki, but you earned his respect on your own. I swear. Tears blur my vision as I cut him off. Stop lying. Every time I look back, I see your fingerprints on my life. From the very first night I pretended to be Brenna, did you realize who I was and let me in so you could exploit me? My voice wavers, recalling that fateful evening. God, you must have laughed at how easy it was. Pain flickers across his features. I never laughed, he says hoarsely. I was intrigued and, yes, I saw an opportunity to use you against Fiona. But once I spent time with you, I grew to care. That's the truth. Care? My throat tightens with a fresh wave of betrayal. Don't use that word. If you cared, you'd never have pressed forward with the final deal. You'd never have manipulated me from day one. I meant nothing more than a stepping stone to your ultimate victory. My tears slip free, hot on my cheeks. Leo, eyes brimming with regret, extends a trembling hand. I did finalize that last acquisition, but I told you it was a mistake. Novak's pressure. I couldn't back out without blowing up everything I've built. Then Fletcher blackmailed me. Don't shift blame, I whisper, voice tight. You always had a choice. My chest heaves, thoughts swirling with the enormity of his betrayal. This man I let myself fall for. He orchestrated every advantage. He never gave me a chance to do it myself. I hate what you've done to me, I add, tears choking my words. I hate that I let myself love you. A shattered look crosses his face, and I see genuine anguish there. But it's too late. The knot in my chest pulses with bitterness. You told me you'd protect me from Fiona, I spit out. But you're the one who destroyed the only inheritance I had left. My father's brand, gone. You left me with nothing. Silence stretches, thick with heartbreak. He stands there, head bowed, guilt radiating off him. I never wanted to ruin you, he murmurs. I wanted to ruin your stepmother, your father's memory. God, that sounds horrible when I say it out loud. But it was the only way I could reclaim what he stole from me. And you're proud of that? Destroying a dead man's legacy, hurting his daughter in the process? I demand, voice rising. My father may have wronged you, but he's gone. He can't defend himself. I'm the one paying the price. Leo lets out a ragged breath, looking more broken than I've ever seen him. I know, he says finally, voice cracking. I lost sight of everything once revenge took over. But you changed that. I was trying to salvage it, but I made mistakes. Please give me a chance. I shake my head firmly. No, there's nothing left to save. I can't trust you. Not when I see how deliberate and calculating you've been. My voice trembles with pain. You gave me hope. You made me believe I could rebuild my life, and then you ripped it away. He steps closer, desperation etched on his face. Camille, please, let me at least fix the financial damage. Let me preserve your father's brand as a tribute to you. A harsh laugh escapes me, laced with bitterness. You think money fixes betrayal? Or that a rebranded line under your name is a tribute? No. You've done enough. My voice breaks. I can't keep letting you manipulate me with half-truths and empty promises. Tears slip down my cheeks, but I stand firm. This is it. The final straw. I loved him. Maybe I still does, despite everything. But love can't survive this level of deceit. The hole in my chest yawns wide, threatening to devour me. But I won't stay in this spiral. I'm leaving, I say, each word a dagger in my own heart. And I'm not coming back. Not to your penthouse, not to your arms. None of it. My vision blurs, yet I hold my ground. Don't follow me. Don't contact me. You said you cared about me? Prove it by letting me go. Leo stumbles forward, anguish twisting his features. Don't do this, he pleads, voice choking. I know I've destroyed your trust, but let me... I shake my head, stepping back. No. My hand trembles on the doorknob, tears spilling freely now. Goodbye, Leo. He stands frozen, powerless as I swing the door open. The last sight I catch is his shattered expression, shoulders slumped in defeat. It lances my heart, but I steel myself. I can't waver, not now. Outside, the hallway feels like a wind tunnel of emotion, swirling with grief, fury, and the finality of what I've done. My ears ring, and my chest burns as though I'm short on oxygen, but I keep walking, blinking tears out of my eyes. A few staffers glance my way, alarmed by my red-rimmed eyes, but I ignore them. There's nothing left to say. The elevator ferries me down in an agonizingly slow descent. I lean against the mirrored wall, each breath a struggle. It's over. The illusions that maybe, just maybe, we could salvage something from this messed up arrangement are gone. I'm alone again, with no father, no brand, no step-family support. And the man I thought I loved is the orchestrator of my downfall. When I reach the lobby, the security guard from earlier offers me a concerned nod, but I breeze by, focusing on the swirl of traffic outside. The city noise hits like a jolt, a reminder that life goes on while my world crumbles. I manage a few steps onto the sidewalk before I break down, stumbling against a stone planter to catch my breath. Tears spill uncontrollably, and a bystander pauses, eyes flicking with sympathy. Are you okay, miss? I shake my head, unable to form words. No, I'm not okay. Everything's lost. Dad's legacy, my sense of self-worth, the blossoming love that once warmed my nights, all gone. The bystander gently touches my shoulder, but I muster a weak smile and wave them off. I'll be fine, I lie, forcing myself to walk away. I can't bear to stand still in front of Maddox Design, not with Leo just floors above me, probably reeling from the same heartbreak and guilt. I wander for blocks, tears drying on my cheeks in the harsh wind. My mind replays every step of our relationship, how he charmed me at that first dinner, how he opened doors, how we fought and made up, how we clung to each other in raw desperation. Each memory twists like a knife, reminding me that I was never truly free. He manipulated my career from the inside out, all the while claiming to protect me. And I believed him. Eventually, exhaustion forces me to stop at a small park bench. Night approaches, the sky bruised purple. I sit, arms wrapped around myself, gazing at the passing cars and pedestrians. My phone buzzes with notifications, probably more calls from Leo or messages from Fiona, but I don't check. I can't bear any more right now. A pigeon pecks at crumbs near my feet, oblivious to my anguish. Is this the point I break? My father's brand destroyed, my finances uncertain, no stable home, and I've burned the only bridge I had with the man I loved. Maybe still love, but can't forgive. A shaky sob escapes. I press a hand to my chest, feeling the ragged churn of sorrow. Part of me is tempted to call an old friend, or maybe Haruki, to beg for a couch to crash on. Another part wants to board a bus out of the city and never return. But I can't run from the mess. I need to face it. At length, the tears subside into a dull ache. The sky deepens to navy, streetlights flickering on. I realize I'm shivering, the cold penetrating my thin jacket. My phone buzzes again, and this time I check it, half hoping for news that none of this is real. Instead, I find texts from Haruki about an upcoming fitting, and one from Brenna, shockingly, asking where I am. Why does she care now? Probably Fiona put her up to it. No messages from Leo, though. Perhaps he finally respects my demand to be left alone. Good. Because if he tried to apologize again, I might break under the weight of wanting him to hold me, despite everything. Rising from the bench, I square my shoulders. There's no quick fix for this heartbreak or betrayal, but I still have my sketches, my designs, my talent. That's all Dad left me. No money, no brand, just the raw skill he nurtured when I was a kid. It might be enough to survive. I consider calling Haruki, asking if I can stay in the workshop for a few nights, or maybe I'll book a cheap motel with the last of my paycheck. Either way, I'll find a path forward that doesn't rely on Leo Maddox or my stepmother's manipulations. I don't need them. The thought is both freeing and terrifying. A swirl of wind sends leaves skittering across the sidewalk. I pull my jacket tighter, exhaling a plume of fog in the chill air. My father once told me, "In your darkest hour, find the spark that sets you apart." Maybe my darkest hour is now. The question is, what spark remains when everything else is stripped away? A single tear slides down my cheek. I'll find out. Because no matter how devastated I feel, I can't let Leo's betrayal define me. I'll carve out my own future, somehow, even if it means starting from scratch in a city that's bent on swallowing me whole. I set off, footsteps echoing, leaving behind the skyscraper that houses Maddox Design, leaving behind the man who orchestrated my greatest success and my greatest heartbreak. Each step feels like an ending. But somewhere on the horizon, there has to be a beginning. All is lost right now, but I'm still breathing. As the night envelops me, I grip my phone, bracing for the unknown. I have no home, no inheritance, and no illusions about the man who once claimed to protect me. But I'm alive, and my ambition, my real ambition remains. If I'm going to rise, it'll be by my own hand.
Chapter 18. Leo. The sun has barely set, yet my penthouse is already shrouded in shadows. I haven't bothered switching on more than a single lamp, enough to avoid stubbing my toe on the furniture, but not enough to pretend I'm living in normalcy. The city lights twinkle beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, mocking me with their distant brilliance. Inside these walls, silence weighs heavier than I ever thought possible. I stare at the empty wine glass in my hand, the dregs of a bottle I half-finished by myself. My phone sits face down on the coffee table, dozens of missed notifications piling up from board members, attorneys, and sponsors who need decisions and statements. Let them wait. None of it matters now that I've managed to lose the one person who ever made me question the value of this entire empire I've built. Camille is gone. She walked out of my office with tears of fury and heartbreak in her eyes. The printouts of damning emails scattered across my desk. Emails that proved every advantage I offered her had a secret motive behind it. My motive, the old vendetta that devoured me for so long. Now I'm left with the rotting carcass of my revenge, and the knowledge that she sees me as nothing more than a manipulator who never truly cared. The worst part is, that's not even true. I did care. I do care. And that only makes the betrayal deeper, because I never found the courage to tell her the full truth or stop the unstoppable wheels of my final hard acquisition. God, I failed her. I set the wine glass down on a side table, the gentle clink echoing in the hush. My gaze drifts to the far wall, where a framed piece of modern art once belonged to my mother. She was a seamstress, a woman who taught me that a single stitch can hold together entire garments, just as a single lie can unravel them. If she were alive today, she'd see the man I've become and wonder where that hopeful boy disappeared. A flicker of memory. Me, 10 years old, watching my mother bend over a sewing machine, coaxing old fabric into something beautiful. "We can transform anything if we put in the care," she told me, voice tinged with gentle pride. But after she died, I found no caretaker in my father, just absence. Then came Patrick Hart's mentorship, which turned to bitterness when he used my ideas for his own label. I recall that day with razor clarity, me standing in a corridor while Patrick wowed investors with the designs I'd spent months perfecting. I was so naive, so certain I'd finally be credited, recognized. Instead, he took it all. My name never appeared on a single piece. That day, I vowed never to be powerless again. I exhale, pacing the living room. The city's glow silhouettes my frame, highlighting how alone I am in these lofty walls. Power. Control. I built Maddox Design into a juggernaut, overshadowing the remains of Hart's brand. But in the end, my final stroke destroyed the one person who might have healed that old wound. Camille. Her face haunts me, her heartbreak, the betrayal shining and pain in her eyes. I run a hand over my face, jaw clenched. Why didn't I stop? Because I'd pinned my entire identity on this vendetta, convinced that erasing every trace of Patrick Hart would bring me peace. But all it brought was a scorched earth where Camille once stood by my side. My phone buzzes with a text from Vance. Vance, 7:15 p.m. "Sir, the board is asking for an update on the Hart property assimilation timeline. Novak wants confirmation. Also, are you attending tomorrow's sponsor dinner?" I toss the phone onto the couch. I can't do this right now. Let them hold their dinners and ask their questions. I can't fathom returning to the role of the unflappable CEO, not when my insides feel like they've been hollowed out. A raw chuckle escapes me, half bitter, half hysterical. I spent years hating the memory of Patrick Hart for overshadowing me. I destroyed him in the end, or so I thought. And yet here I stand, overshadowed by regrets, by Camille's absence. How's that for poetic justice? I wander into my bedroom, flipping on a single lamp that casts a warm glow over the neatly made bed, unused since Camille stormed out. In the quiet hush, I recall how she once curled against me here, laughter in her eyes as she teased me about my obsession with neat lines and perfect hems. How I'd kiss her until she forgot everything but us. Now it's just me. I open the top drawer of my nightstand, rummaging until I find a small wooden box. Inside lies an old Polaroid, me at 19, standing beside Patrick Hart, both of us smiling over a new design pinned to a mannequin. A photographer friend snapped it, and I kept it hidden, a reminder of my naive faith in him. My chest tightens at the boyish grin on my face, the look of hope in my eyes. I truly admired him once. That heartbreak fueled my entire revenge. I toss the Polaroid onto the bed, rubbing my temples as a throbbing headache builds. A surge of old bitterness floods in, the memory of returning to the design lab only to find my name stripped from every concept. That day I realized power was everything. I overcame that powerless feeling by forging Maddox Design. But in chasing absolute power, I lost the ability to see past my vendetta. My gaze drifts back to the Polaroid, and an image of Camille overlays the memory, her wide, trusting eyes, her quiet ambition, her fiery determination to restore her father's legacy. I never gave her father any credit for raising a daughter so strong. Instead, I used her. No wonder she despises me now. I sink onto the mattress, feeling the sheets crinkle under me. Each breath feels like a jagged blade in my chest. I wanted her to be free from Fiona. I wanted her to succeed on her own terms, but I robbed her of that chance the moment I took control behind the scenes. A knock at the penthouse door jolts me. For a split second, hope flares. Camille. But that's impossible. She's made it clear she wants nothing to do with me. I sigh, forcing myself up. Probably Vance or Linda with urgent documents. Still, a tiny ember of hope drives me to the door. I open it to find Lexi, my personal chef, standing with a covered tray. Concern etches her face. "I heard you've been locked in all day. I thought you might not have eaten," she says softly. My chest loosens in a wave of relief and disappointment. "Thanks, Lex. I'm not hungry," I murmur, though I step aside to let her in. She enters, setting the tray on the kitchen island. "You look terrible, boss," she remarks, voice gentle. "Want to talk about it?" I rub the back of my neck. "Not really." Then with a bitter half-laugh I add, "I messed up, Lex. Worse than I ever have." She nods, expression sympathetic. "I figured it was about her. The staff's been whispering about Miss Hart storming into your office." At my sharp look, she lifts her hands. "Just a rumor. Nobody knows the details, but everyone senses the tension." I grimace, pacing. I don't see how to fix this. I destroyed the last vestige of her father's brand. She found out I manipulated her from day one. She'll never forgive me. Lexi sighs, leaning against the counter. "You can't change the past, Leo. But if you truly regret what you've done, maybe you can mitigate the damage. Letting go of that damn vendetta might be a start." I let out a shaky breath, nodding slowly. "I tried. Too late, obviously." My voice trembles with emotion. "I told her I'd back out of the final deal, but then I didn't." Lexi sets a tentative hand on my shoulder. "Maybe it's not too late. Show her you're serious. Return the assets or transform them into something that benefits her. Take a loss if you must. Money's not everything, right?" I close my eyes. Money's not everything. Well, that's ironically the lesson I forgot while chasing the deal to overshadow Hart. My brand's expansion is unstoppable. But for what? At what cost? A tight silence stretches. Eventually, Lexi gives me a pitying smile and quietly leaves, tray and all, sensing I won't eat. The door closes behind her, leaving me with the hush and the swirl of regrets. Alone again, I wander back to the living room, where the city's neon glow has grown brighter against the night sky. My reflection in the window is a man with hollow eyes, rumpled suit, no confidence left. I murmur to my own shadow, "I thought revenge would set me free." My voice cracks. But it cost me the one person who ever made me believe I could be more than a bitter man with a big brand. Memories of Camille flood me, the warmth of her laugh, the determined set of her jaw when she fought for her father's designs, the way she kissed me like it was salvation and damnation combined. My chest aches with a longing so intense I can hardly breathe. In that moment I realize with utter clarity, Camille matters more than revenge ever did, more than my pride, more than the need to prove I'm not powerless. I'd trade every share, every asset, just to see forgiveness in her eyes again, but might be too late. She left, concluding that every favor I gave her was a manipulative stepping stone. Tears prick at my eyes, though I rarely cry. I let them come, standing there with fists clenched, trembling. I sacrificed the girl who saw past my facade, who gave me a chance to remember the boy who loved design for the sake of creation, not conquest. Is it too late to undo the damage? Possibly. But I can't sit here, paralyzed by shame. Camille deserves a real gesture, a real effort to rectify what I've done. Maybe she'll never forgive me, but I can't let her think I only cared about power. I have to show her I'm willing to give it all up, if that's what it takes. Determination ignites in my veins, a flicker of the unstoppable energy I once directed at revenge. I can redirect it now toward repairing some of the havoc I've wrought. The idea forms quickly. I can relinquish control of the Hart assets, donate them, rename them, place them in a trust for her if she wants it. Anything to prove that she's more important than my vendetta. I wipe my cheeks, inhaling a shaky breath. Yes, I'll do it. Even if I lose Novak's partnership, even if the board revolts, even if I hemorrhage millions, she's worth it. Some cynics might call it a grand romantic gesture or a foolish attempt at penance, but I see no other way. She won't believe words after all these lies. Only action might stand a chance of swaying her. Even then, she might still walk away. But at least I'll have tried. And I glance at the phone on the coffee table, wanting to dial her number. No, she asked me to stay away. She needs space. Rushing to beg forgiveness might only push her further. Instead, I'll do the work behind the scenes, the same way I once orchestrated her downfall. But this time, it's not to manipulate. It's to give her a clean slate from me and from her dad's legacy, if she wants it. My shoulders slump, weariness sinking in. The lamp on the table flickers as if echoing my uncertainty. This is the darkest moment I've faced. My illusions of revenge shattered, the reality of my mistakes glaring. But in that darkness I sense a tiny beacon, the memory of Camille's brilliance, her dreams, her unwavering devotion to her father's memory, even when he was gone. I vow in a whisper, I'll fix what I can, or I'll die trying. The words resonate in the emptiness, a raw promise to the one person I never wanted to hurt. Time crawls. The clock reads past 9. My phone vibrates with messages from the board, from outside partners. I ignore them, letting them fill my voicemail. I have a new priority: undo the damage. I sink into the couch and power on my laptop, ignoring the pang in my chest as I recall how Camille once curled beside me here, reviewing her sketches, eyes alight with inspiration. I navigate through corporate emails, scanning until I find the relevant acquisitions files. My plan forms. I'll propose reassigning the entire Hart brand license to a trust or foundation, maybe under Camille's name if she'll allow it. I'll reimburse the property debt so she won't be saddled with Fiona's liabilities. It's a messy tangle of corporate law, but if I approach it right, I can sever my hold on the assets. Might cost me my share price and investor confidence, but so be it. Each keystroke feels like a contrition, rewriting the narrative I forced upon her. As I draft an outline, the emptiness of the penthouse weighs on me. The hush is thick, no footsteps but mine, no laughter but the echo of memory. My mother once told me, true success is building something that doesn't require someone else's ruin. Only now do I grasp how deeply I violated that principle. Sometime close to midnight, I finalize a rough proposal. I'll need attorneys to refine it. I email Vance with instructions to meet first thing in the morning. He'll be stunned, but he'll follow my lead. Then I close the laptop, exhaustion racking my body. I stand by the window, gazing out at the neon tapestry of Manhattan. My reflection stands tall, but inside I feel hollow, the city's glitter reminding me how quickly illusions can crumble. I recall the boy I was, brimming with idealism, wanting to design clothes that moved people's hearts. Then heartbreak twisted me into a man seeking retribution. Now heartbreak might twist me again, this time toward redemption, if I can muster the courage, and if Camille allows it. I whisper her name into the quiet, tasting the pain and longing it carries. The overhead lights remain off, leaving me in near darkness, as though punishing me for the darkness I inflicted on her. The dark night of the soul, some call it. I never believed in those cliched beats, yet here I am, living it. My final thought before I drag myself to bed, fully clothed, is that I'll do anything to prove I'm not the same man who orchestrated her downfall. Even if she never looks at me with love again, I can't let her carry the burden of my old vendetta. She deserves a life free from my mistakes. I close my eyes, lying on top of the covers in the silent penthouse. Sleep doesn't come easily. Memories swirl, regrets fester, images of her heartbreak tear me apart. But beneath it all, a fragile sense of resolve glimmers. I've chosen Camille over revenge. I only pray it's not too late to show her that choice.
Chapter 19. Camille. Soft gray morning light filters through the blinds of my best friend, Natalie's living room, where I've been sleeping for the past several nights. The sofa creaks as I shift, forcing my tired limbs into motion. My dreams were a blur of heartbreak and betrayal, memories of Leo's haunted eyes, and the countless broken promises that once felt like the gateway to my dreams. Now I'm left reeling, yet a spark of determination pulses beneath the dull ache in my chest. I rub my eyes, trying to quell the persistent knot in my stomach. The sting of Leo's deception still clings to me like stale perfume, reminding me of how thoroughly I was fooled. Every advantage he gave me, every introduction to top designers, or exclusive events, tainted by the revelation that it was all part of a bigger plan to dismantle my father's legacy and corner my family. If not for the foundation of my own talent, I'd suspect my success was entirely orchestrated by him. The knowledge that I was truly skilled enough to impress people like Haruki Mori is my only solace. That was mine. He couldn't fake that. I glance around Natalie's cramped living room, taking in the half-packed boxes piled along one wall. She's in the process of moving overseas for a new job, so her apartment was basically empty, except for the sagging couch and a couple of floor lamps. I can't stay here forever. Something in me bristles, a pang of pride. I have to stand on my own without relying on people who'd exploit me or pity me. My stepmother's demands, Leo's manipulations. I'm done. My phone vibrates again on the makeshift nightstand, really just a cardboard box. Reluctantly, I check it, bracing for more missed calls from the stepfamily, or a half-baked apology from Leo. Instead, I see a text from Haruki Mori. Haruki, 7:45 a.m. Camille, the workshop awaits you. Let me know if you're ready to present your final concept for the mentorship prototype. Time is short. My heart stutters with a mix of fear and excitement. After everything that's happened, I almost forgot the mentorship with Haruki, the one shining opportunity not entirely engineered by Leo, though he did help open the door. No, I remind myself. Haruki accepted me because he saw promise, not because of a backroom deal. I text Haruki back. Camille, 7:47 a.m. I'll be there at noon. Thank you. Then I stare at the message, imagining the hush of the Vintage Craft Guild workshop, the hum of sewing machines, the crisp patterns pinned to mannequins. A wave of longing crashes over me. Designing is all I have left. Once I shared that passion with my father. Now I need to reclaim it for myself, on my own name and terms. Natalie emerges from her bedroom, yawning, hair disheveled. She gives me a sympathetic look as she heads to the kitchenette. Morning sunshine, she jokes gently. You sleep okay? I force a smile. Better than the night before. I lie. My dreams were restless, haunted by heartbreak, but I'm determined not to mar her kindness with my gloom. She pours 2 cups of instant coffee, hands me one. Any plans today? I wrap my hands around the warm mug. I'm going to the Vintage Craft Guild to work on my final prototype for Haruki's mentorship, I say, voice trembling with a mix of nerves and resolve. Then, I'm making a few calls. I refuse to be overshadowed by heartbreak or by some man's scheme. Her eyes shine with relief. Good. You deserve better than letting heartbreak define you. My throat tightens. I picture Leo's face the moment I confronted him with those damning emails. He said he cared, that he regretted everything. Yet the unstoppable momentum of his final takeover devastated what was left of Dad's brand. The thought makes me burn with anger and sadness in equal measure. I'm stepping out of his shadow, I say aloud, as if reassuring myself. I don't want his pity or his hush money or his orchestrated connections. If I fail on my own. But if I succeed, my voice hitches. I'll know it's real. Natalie smiles gently. And you will succeed. She touches my arm. If you need more time here, you can stay. I've still got a month before I fly out. My chest swells with gratitude. Thank you, I whisper, swallowing the lump in my throat. but I have to figure out a real living situation soon. Maybe I'll rent a tiny room in some far corner of Queens, or crash with a friend in Brooklyn, whatever it takes to sever ties with my stepmother's toxic household. Fiona's threats to kick me out if I wouldn't spy on Leo became moot anyway. I'd left before she could follow through. An unexpected surge of adrenaline courses through me. This is it, the break into 3 moment, where I decide I'm done waiting to be saved. I'll build my own name, or I'll crash and burn trying. After a quick lukewarm shower, I throw on a pair of jeans and a fitted t-shirt, layering with a black blazer that I once altered to fit my curves perfectly. My reflection in the bathroom mirror shows eyes ringed with exhaustion, but also a flicker of determination. I can do this. Before heading to the guild, I tap my phone and pull up a number I haven't used in months. Karen Warner, an industry PR consultant who once admired my father's brand. She reached out to me a year ago, offering moral support after Dad's death. But I'd been too caught in grief to respond. Now I need her expertise and her connections. The phone rings twice before a brisk, cheerful voice answers. Karen Warner speaking. I take a breath, forcing confidence into my tone. Hi, Miss Warner. It's Camille Hart. We met briefly. Well, you reached out to me about a year ago. You mentioned if I ever needed help establishing a brand presence. She gasped softly. Camille Hart, darling. I've been waiting for you to call. I saw your name pop up at that big runway preview. What can I do for you? A wave of relief washes over me. Karen is still eager to help. I'm launching my own line, I say, heartbeat hammering. It's not a lie anymore. I'm truly going for it. It's small, just me, basically. But I have a capsule collection in the works, and I'd love your advice on how to showcase it to potential buyers and press. Something intimate but impactful. Karen hums thoughtfully. A brand showcase? I love it. We can aim for a pop-up event in a curated space, invite influencers, key media. You show them your aesthetic, your story. Are you ready for that, though? Production, designs, everything? I recall the sketches scattered in my portfolio, my half-finished prototypes in Haruki's workshop. I'm not fully ready, I admit, but I'll have to be. I'm determined to get it done in the next few weeks. I don't have the resources for a massive show, but a smaller event might be manageable. Count me in, she says with an encouraging lilt. I know a few gallery owners who might let you host a mini runway or presentation. Let's chat details soon, maybe tomorrow? My throat tightens with gratitude. Yes, definitely. Thank you, Miss Warner. Please call me Karen, she laughs lightly. I'll text you some initial thoughts. And Camille, I'm proud of you for stepping out. Ending the call, I stare at the phone, adrenaline pumping. I'm doing it. I'm forging my own path. My father's brand is gone, but I'll carry his spirit into something new. My brand. By noon, I arrive at the Vintage Craft Guild workshop, a loft-like space of bright white walls, polished concrete floors, and floor-to-ceiling windows that flood the room with natural light. Dress forms line the walls, each draped in various states of completion. The hum of a few sewing machines echoes in the background, other mentees working on their prototypes. My heart squeezes at the familiarity of it all. This is where I belong. Haruki Mori glances up from a garment he's studying, beckoning me over. He wears a sleek black suit, the cut impeccable. His salt and pepper hair is combed back neatly, and his sharp eyes narrow with curiosity as I approach. Camille, he says in that soft but authoritative tone. You're late. Sorry, I murmur, trying not to fidget. Rough morning. Rough week, actually, but I keep that to myself. He lifts a brow. Care to elaborate? You look drained. I gather my courage. Just personal matters, but I'm here now, and I'm ready to focus on the prototype. I place my bag on the table, pulling out my half-finished design, a layered organza cocktail dress with structural elements reminiscent of my father's old couture style, but modernized with a subtle twist of streetwear influence. I explain, I want to blend architectural lines with fluid movement, like a city skyline meeting a soft breeze. Haruki listens intently, fingers brushing over the pinned fabric. His expression remains impassive, but I catch a faint gleam in his eyes that suggests he sees potential. Interesting concept, he says. We'll need to refine the seams to ensure the organza layers don't warp the silhouette. And this mini corset detail will require boning that's flexible but supportive. I finish, adrenaline surging. I plan to line it with satin so it's comfortable yet structured. He nods, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Well, it's ambitious, but so is the timeline. You have what, 2 weeks left of this mentorship cycle? If you want to present a finished piece, you'll need to double down. Are you up for that? I meet his gaze head on, a wave of resolve lifting my chin. Yes, I'm ready. I'm also planning to launch my own showcase soon, a small pop-up event under my own name. This piece would be the highlight. That catches his attention. Your own brand showcase? He folds his arms, studying me. You're aiming high for someone who's been in meltdown mode for a few days. Heat floods my cheeks. Word travels fast. He scoffs, though not unkindly. I have ears, but despite everything, if you're serious, I can help with finishing techniques. The rest is on you. Thank you, I say softly, relieved. Under different circumstances, I might have hesitated to accept more help. But Haruki isn't offering as part of a manipulative scheme. He's a mentor who believes in my raw talent. This is real. I spend the afternoon hunched over a sewing machine, pinning organza layers, carefully stitching the intricate curves. The rhythmic whir of the machine soothes my mind, letting me pour heartbreak into each seam. The hours slip by in a focused haze, my fingers sometimes pricked by stray pins, but I barely register the sting. This is how Dad taught me. Let the emotion guide the design. Haruki occasionally floats by, offering curt suggestions. Tighten that hem, or watch your tension on the sleeve. I take every note seriously, refining each detail. The result is a garment that starts to come alive, a swirl of translucent layers, anchored by a modern structured bodice. It's simultaneously edgy and romantic. Like me, I think with a sad smile. Torn between the gritty reality of heartbreak and the lingering hope for beauty. Around 5, Haruki stops by my workstation with a measuring tape draped around his neck. This is good work, he says, voice low so others don't overhear. Your father would be proud. My throat constricts at the mention of Dad, the father whose brand was annihilated by the man I gave my heart to. Still, I nod, biting back tears. Thanks. I'm just trying to honor what he taught me while finding my own voice. Haruki's lips twitch with the ghost of a smile. Keep going, Camille. I expect it finished soon. I nod. When he leaves, I exhale a shaky breath, letting that small validation fuel me. My father's brand might be destroyed, but my name still has power. I'll carve out my legacy from the ashes. By the time I step out of the workshop, the sky has deepened into a smoky blue, city lights flickering to life. My phone pings with a message from Karen Warner. Karen, 7:12 p.m. Good news. I found a small gallery in Soho that might host your showcase in 2 weeks. Let's chat tomorrow. A surge of excitement mingles with nerves. 2 weeks. That's practically nothing. But if I push, I can finalize at least a handful of pieces to create a cohesive mini collection. I'll gather every scrap of my creativity, every contact I can muster. I'm not going to wait for someone else to open a door. I'll make my own. I text back, Camille, 7:13 p.m. Yes, let's do it. I can be ready. My heart thumps. This is real. I'm forging a brand, Camille Hart, distinct from my father's name, divorced from Leo's manipulations. It's terrifying and liberating all at once. Back at Natalie's apartment, I quietly let myself in. She's out working a late shift, so I have the place to myself. Dropping my bag, I collapse onto the couch. My muscles protest from hours of sewing, but my mind buzzes with possibility. Is this foolish? Will I crash and burn? Then I recall the swirl of betrayal that nearly destroyed me. I remember telling Leo I was done. I am done. He might still try to help me from behind the scenes, but I refuse to accept any more illusions. If he tries to give me money or resources, I'll send them back. I'll secure small loans if necessary, call in every favor, but I'll stand on my own. The memory of his devastated face resurfaces, the trembling apology in his voice, the heartbreak that matched mine. A pang of regret stirs, but I squash it. He had every chance to stop, and he didn't. I can't mourn what might have been. Right now, I have a brand to build. Shaking off the emotional fatigue, I grab my sketchbook from the coffee table. Flipping to a fresh page, I start outlining a few more pieces that could complement the organza dress. A sleek trouser and blazer set with subtle embroidered detailing, a cropped jumpsuit with asymmetrical pleats. Each line on the paper feels like a declaration of independence. My father's artistry pulses in my veins, but this is my vision. Modern cuts, bold lines, a fusion of fluid and structure that speaks to who I am now. Time blurs as I sketch furiously. The heater kicks on, and the hum merges with the scratch of my pencil. By the time I glance at my phone, it's nearly midnight, and I have a small collection of half-finished designs. My eyes burn, but satisfaction warms me. I'm building something from nothing, just like Dad once did. But this time, it's my own. My phone buzzes again, the vibration rattling the cardboard box. Wearily, I pick it up. Private number. My heart skips. Could it be Leo? My thumb hovers, debating if I should ignore it. Curiosity wins. I slide to accept the call. Hello? Silence on the line, then a muffled breath. Camille, the voice is male but unfamiliar. This is Dominic Fletcher. My stomach twists. Dominic Fletcher? The same man rumored to be allied with Fiona, or possibly blackmailing Leo. Why are you calling me? He clears his throat. I wanted you to know. Mr. Maddox is pulling out of the brand assimilation. He's forfeiting certain claims on the Hart assets. The legal documents are in motion. Fiona's meltdown is intense, so I assume you're aware? My chest clenches. Leo is giving up the brand after all that destruction? I wasn't aware, I say, voice tight. Why are you telling me? A cynical chuckle drifts through the line. Because it means you might still have a stake in your father's brand if Fiona can't hold it on her own. Maddox seems desperate to appease you. Maybe you didn't know that either. My thoughts reel, a storm of confusion. Leo is forfeiting the deal? Thanks for the update, I manage stiffly, wanting to hang up. The knowledge stings. Even in stepping back, he's overshadowing me with guilt-laden gestures. Fletcher's tone turns mocking. He claims he's doing it to prove he cares about you, but from a business standpoint, it looks like a meltdown. You might capitalize on that. Think it over. Goodbye, I snap, ending the call. My heart throbs. So Leo is unraveling everything. Now, the old me might be relieved. The new me is just exhausted. Too little. Too late. I toss the phone onto the couch, tears pricking my eyes again. Why did he wait until after he broke me to do the right thing? The betrayal is still raw. But hearing that he's forfeiting the final assets doesn't magically erase the damage. If anything, it complicates my emotions further. I won't let this derail me, my brand, my designs, My own momentum. That's the focus. Wiping my eyes, I grab my pencil again, returning to the sketches. Each stroke reminds me that I stand for something more than heartbreak. If Leo truly wants to fix what he's done, that's his journey. Mine is to rise from the ashes, my father's, my own, and create something unstoppable. Morning creeps in before I finally drift to sleep on the couch, the soft glow of my phone's clock reading 4:12 a.m. Yet I wake a few hours later with a surge of restless energy. My mind moves along with the logistics. I have a potential Soho gallery, a mentor in Haruki, a tiny network of PR contacts, and a handful of half-finished pieces. That's enough to start. I send a quick email to Karen with the proposed date for the pop-up. 2 weeks from now, a Saturday evening, the perfect time to draw a small crowd. Then I text Haruki. Camille, 7 a.m. I need extra workshop hours. I'm launching a micro collection for a showcase in 2 weeks. Is there any available slot? A minute later, his curt reply arrives. Haruki, 7:01 a.m. You're insane. Fine. I'll leave a key with the security guard. Don't burn down my workshop. Despite the swirl of anxiety, a grin tugs at my lips. I won't burn it down. I'll build something out of the rubble instead. Midday finds me back at Vintage Craft Guild, pinned patterns strewn across 2 tables. My organza cocktail dress is now joined by a crisp blazer with delicate wave-like embroidery along the lapel. The concept is urban tides, playing on the city's sharp angles, meeting fluid oceanic lines. Maybe it's metaphorical for how I feel. Torn between the hustle of Manhattan and the emotional currents threatening to drown me, the hours fly. Haruki occasionally checks in, giving a grunt of approval or an arch of his brow, which I interpret as mild praise. My shoulders ache from leaning over the sewing machine, but the satisfaction of seeing each piece take shape fuels me forward. I'm done waiting to be saved. This is my brand, my statement. Late in the evening, I pause to sip water and glance at my phone. A missed call from an unknown number, no voicemail, possibly Fletcher or even Leo, though I can't be certain. My chest pangs with residual longing. Part of me yearns to hear Leo's voice, to know if he's truly reversing the damage. But I can't open that door right now. I have my own path. With shaky fingers, I text Natalie that I'll be at the workshop all night, reminding her not to worry. Then I set the phone aside and refocus on cutting a new pattern piece, the hiss of the scissors on fabric slicing through my heartbreak. As midnight nears, I realize I've been going nonstop for nearly 14 hours. My neck screams for relief and my eyes burn. But a glimmer of pride warms me. I have 2 nearly complete outfits, plus the half-finished sketches for at least 3 more. If I can finalize them in the next week or so, I'll have a cohesive mini collection of 5 looks, enough to stage a small runway or presentation at Karen's gallery. I pack up carefully, promising myself I'll return tomorrow. Haruki left me the key so I can come and go, though I suspect he'll still appear at random to ensure I don't do anything foolish. My phone lights with a single text from him. Haruki, 11:58 p.m. Don't stay past 2 a.m. Remember to rest if you want to produce your best work. A faint smile quirks my lips. He's right. I can't burn out now. Stepping onto the street, the city is quieter than usual. The sky still dark but tinged with the faint promise of dawn. My arms are tired from lugging fabric samples and my bag, but my heart beats with a new sense of purpose. I'm forging ahead. Yes, heartbreak lingers, and yes, I'm furious at Leo for orchestrating my life, but I won't let that define me. I'm done being overshadowed by my father's ghost, my stepmother's demands, or Leo's manipulations. I hail a cab to Natalie's place, the driver eyeing my bag full of fabric with mild curiosity. I sink into the seat, exhaustion settling in my bones, but a thread of excitement thrums in my veins. In 2 weeks, I'll stand before a small crowd, unveiling Camille Hart, the designer. I might fall flat on my face, but if I rise, it'll be on my own merit. The cab rumbles through near-empty streets. My mind drifts, unbidden, to the swirl of nights spent in Leo's penthouse, the raw intensity of our connection. I can't deny I miss him, even now, but heartbreak has become the kindling for my ambition. If he's truly forfeiting the final Hart assets, maybe someday I'll see that as redemption. For now, I can't think about him. My brand, my father's memory, my own future. That's what matters. As dawn creeps up, I watch the sky lighten to a pale lavender. In my heart, something shifts. I'm not the girl scrubbing floors at night, or the girl waiting for someone to open doors for me. I'm the woman who survived betrayal and is forging a new identity. This is my break into 3. The moment I choose to stand tall, despite the ashes all around me. The cab slows in front of Natalie's building, and I drag myself upstairs, each step echoing with the promise of a new day. I will do this. My father's brand might be gone, but my passion remains. And maybe, in claiming my own name, I'll finally be free. I slip into the apartment quietly, grateful Natalie's still asleep. I drop onto the couch-turned bed, letting my eyes flutter shut. My mind whirs with ideas for the next design, a sleek jumpsuit with a draped overlay perhaps. Yes, that's the path. Heartbreak fueling ambition, ashes sparking a flame. Tomorrow I'll return to the workshop. I'll push myself harder than ever, and in 2 weeks, I'll stand on that gallery floor, unveiling pieces that came from my soul, untainted by Leo's agenda. Come what may, I'm no longer waiting to be saved.
Chapter 20. Leo. A pale dawn light bathes the city skyline in fleeting gold, but I'm not paying much attention to the beauty outside. I've been awake for hours, bent over a chaotic spread of files and old documents in the living room of my penthouse. My suit jacket lies discarded on a chair, my sleeves rolled up to the elbows, tie yanked off at some point in the night. The hush of early morning presses in, thick with a sense of urgency. I'm running out of time. In the days since Camille stormed out of my office, I've scrambled to fix what I can. First, I contacted Novak, severed the final agreement. Then I told my attorneys I wanted to divest from every asset tied to the Hart name. My board's threatened mutiny. Novak has been calling me night and day. And I can't be sure the stepfamily or Dominic Fletcher won't fling another blackmail attempt my way. But none of that matters. I made a choice. Camille means more to me than old grudges, even if she never looks me in the eye again. Yet letting go of the Hart assets doesn't solve everything. Camille's father's memory is still tainted by rumors and accusations. Her stepmother, Fiona, all but monopolized the estate after his death. Whispers of financial impropriety have circled for ages, though no one pinned down the details. Until now. I'm determined to expose the truth that Patrick Hart might have been manipulated, and that Fiona's camp, not Patrick, laundered funds from the estate. If I can prove it, I might salvage a fraction of the respect Camille's father deserves, and clear Camille's name of any residual suspicion that she was complicit. I sift through a new batch of dusty ledgers and scanned documents that Vance couriered over an hour ago. My eyes burn from lack of sleep, but adrenaline keeps me going. Each spreadsheet is a labyrinth of bank transfers, shell company accounts, suspicious withdrawals. I'm no forensic accountant, but after years of orchestrating complicated deals, I know how to spot patterns. And the deeper I dig, the more I see small but telling clues. Repeated entries from an unknown entity funneling money out of Hart's accounts, often just days before Patrick Hart made large public moves. A bitterness seeps into my thoughts. So this is how Fiona robbed him. She must have quietly siphoned assets. Maybe she pinned blame on him for mismanaging funds, fueling his downfall. And I, blinded by my own rage, never bothered to see the full story. Patrick Hart may have been flawed, but he didn't deserve the total ruin he suffered. If I'd uncovered this sooner, I might never have gone to war with the Hart name. Too late for that. But at least I can do one decent thing with the influence I have left. Expose Fiona and exonerate Camille's father, and by extension, Camille too. My phone buzzes on the table, and I glance at the caller ID. Vance again. I swallow the knot in my throat and answer. "Sir," he says in a hurried tone, "I've cross-checked those ledger entries with the shell company records your contact found. It seems Fiona Martin was funneling money from the estate into an offshore account, with her daughter's names listed as silent beneficiaries. We have partial proof, enough to raise a red flag with the authorities." My stomach drops, a nauseating mix of triumph and disgust. Brenna and the stepsister might be on the receiving end. Possibly without Brenna's knowledge. She's too flighty to orchestrate such a scheme. But maybe Fiona used her daughter's names as cover. Either way, it's damning. "Good work, Vance," I say, voice rough. "Compile everything neatly. We're going to the district attorney and the press if necessary. I want no stone unturned." He hesitates. "Are you sure this is the path you want? Exposing Fiona could drag a media circus, and Miss Hart might get caught in the crossfire. People might question if she was involved." Anger flares. "That's exactly why we need to do this carefully," I growl. "We ensure Camille's innocence is crystal clear. Fiona's manipulations must be laid bare. I'm doing this for Camille, not to bury her father further." Vance clears his throat. "Understood, sir. I'll proceed. But be prepared for backlash. Fiona won't go quietly, and the board won't appreciate you stirring controversy." A sardonic laugh escapes me. The board can deal with it. I'm done bowing to them. I rub my forehead, exhaustion pressing in. Email me the final dossier by noon, and we'll move from there. "Yes, sir." The call ends. I slump onto the couch, hands shaking. For so long, I wanted to avenge myself against Patrick Hart, never realizing the real villain might have been the stepmother all along. Or at least, she was the final dagger in the man's back. Camille told me repeatedly that her father died under suspicious strain, that he wasn't the sole architect of his downfall. I refused to listen. She was right, and I was a fool. I stare at the city lights through the window, thinking of Camille. How heartbreak glimmered in her eyes when she confronted me with those printed emails. I wonder where she's likely forging her own brand, as unstoppable as ever. She doesn't need me anymore. My chest tightens with regret. Even so, I'll do this. If it redeems even a fraction of her father's reputation, if it clears her name from any tangential blame, it's worth it. Even if she never forgives me or acknowledges what I'm doing. A few hours later, after forcing down a black coffee and showering away the stale sweat of anxiety, I find myself in a small, minimalist conference room at Maddox Design HQ. Vance stands beside me, tablet in hand, as we wait for one of Fiona Martin's ex-financial advisors to arrive. We tracked him down through a contact who used to handle the Hart brand's licensing. He might have crucial details on the laundering scheme. No matter how distasteful the idea of dealing with more of Fiona's circle is, I need everything we can get. The door opens, and a wiry man with thinning hair steps in. He glances around warily, adjusting his rimless glasses. "Mr. Maddox," he says, voice low. "I'm Simon Reeves. Your associate said you wanted to discuss the Martin estate finances." I nod, gesturing to a seat. "That's correct. Thank you for coming, Mr. Reeves." We exchange a terse handshake, and I motion for him to sit at the table across from us. He settles, fiddling with his pen. "I left Fiona Martin's employment a year ago. She claimed I'd stolen from the accounts, but in truth, I found irregularities I couldn't ignore. I threatened to go public. She fired me and blacklisted me from every major firm she could reach. I lost my reputation." His lips press thin. "If you're asking for my help in exposing her, I'm listening." My chest twists at how Fiona's web seemed to ruin everyone's life. "I won't lie. We're prepared to pass the evidence on to the authorities, possibly the press. I'm only interested in making sure Camille Hart and her father's name are cleared of wrongdoing. Reeves's eyes narrow. Camille Hart had no part in those transactions, I can assure you. Fiona used Camille's name on a few documents, forging signatures. I suspected it, but Fiona threatened to bury me if I spoke. She's cunning! A flash of protective anger surges. She forged Camille's signature? That could have destroyed Camille's finances or implicated her in crimes. My hands grip at the edge of the table. That's precisely what I need to expose. If you're willing to testify or provide details, I'll ensure you get protection. We'll bring Fiona to account. Reeves exhales, relief mingling with resignation. I have digital backups. Fiona tried to wipe them, but I made copies. If you can promise me anonymity until the DA can guarantee a plea arrangement, I'll cooperate. I exchange a look with Vance, who nods. We can manage that. We'll keep your name confidential as long as possible, I confirm, tension thrumming in the air. Reeves leans forward, rummaging in his leather satchel. He pulls out a thumb drive and a slim folder of printouts. This is everything. It proves that large sums were diverted from Patrick Hart's accounts, laundered via offshore shell corporations, then partially funneled back to Fiona. She also claimed in official filings that Patrick was withdrawing these sums for personal use, tarnishing his record. In truth, the money never returned to him. My jaw clenches. So Patrick wasn't the unscrupulous saboteur I believed. He was an unwitting victim, undone from within. Guilt sinks deeper into my gut. Thank you, I say quietly. This helps more than you know. Reeves nods, lips twisted in a slight grimace. I believed in Patrick's vision once. He never deserved the end he got. A cold pit lodges in my stomach. All this time, my rage at Patrick was misguided. Fiona's betrayal might have been the real dagger. I stand, shaking Reeves's hand firmly. I'll be in touch once we involve the DA's office. We appreciate your courage. He gives a tight smile. Good luck, Mr. Maddox. I suspect you'll need it. Alone again with Vance, I scan the new documents. Names, figures, references to Swiss bank accounts, all funneling back to Fiona's personal empire. The more I read, the more a sickening fury builds. Camille was right all along. Her stepmother orchestrated Dad's ruin. And in my blindness, I further hammered the coffin shut. Vance watches me, concern etched on his features. Sir, are you sure you're going public? We can hand it quietly to the DA. Let them investigate discreetly. But if you push for a press release, it'll be a media firestorm. I set the folder down, exhaling. We'll do it the right way. First the DA, then let them handle the leak if necessary. I just want Camille and her father exonerated from the shadow of financial scandal. That's the priority. He nods slowly. You're doing the right thing, sir, even if Miss Hart never acknowledges it. A pang throbs in my chest. She might never know, or if she does, she might not care. But I have no illusions left. This isn't about winning her back. It's about giving her father the respect he deserved and giving Camille a clean slate. If a time comes when she wants to speak to me again, at least I'll know I did everything to make amends. My phone buzzes with a text from Dominic Fletcher. Fletcher, 2:10 p.m. Maddox, heard you're pulling the plug on your vengeance spree. Admirable, if naive. Fiona's going to come at you for defamation once you leak the data. You ready for that? I grimace, ignoring the twist of dread. Let her come. I type back. Leo, 2:12 p.m. I'm ready. She can't intimidate me anymore. Good luck to her. I'm done letting blackmailers or board members or old resentments shape my choices. I made my bed. Now I'll lie in it. Even if that bed is lonely and haunted by regrets. That afternoon, I schedule a discreet meeting with the district attorney's liaison. Accompanied by Vance and our legal counsel, we present the compiled evidence. Reeves's data, the account ledgers, suspicious transactions, and forged signatures implicating Fiona in laundering funds from Patrick Hart's estate. The liaison's eyes widen as he flips through the pages. He promises to escalate it to the DA's office for potential charges. My attorneys warn me there's no guarantee of an immediate arrest, but the case is strong. At least I've set the wheels in motion. Walking out of the government building, I sense a strange, hollow relief. One step done, but the deeper ache remains. Camille. My mind replays fleeting images, her determined expression behind a sewing machine, the soft laughter when she teased me, the heartbreak in her voice when she realized how I'd used her. Even if I free her father's memory from scandal, can I ever free myself from the guilt? Night falls by the time I return to my penthouse, tension knotting my shoulders. I slump onto the couch, ignoring the tray of food Lexi left. A single lamp by the sofa casts a dim pool of light, reminiscent of nights spent reading financial reports or brooding over revenge. Now the revenge is meaningless. The brand is undone, and all I have is the knowledge that I might repair part of Patrick's reputation. It doesn't fill the Camille-shaped hole in my life. I power on my phone again, scanning for any sign she's tried to reach me. Nothing. It's been radio silence for days. No surprise. I briefly considered texting her about the evidence, telling her I'm clearing her father's name, but it might come across as self-serving. She asked me to leave her alone. The last thing I want is to intrude again, forcing her to acknowledge me when she's trying to forge her own path. Suddenly a text from Vance appears. Vance, 9:10 p.m. Press rumors swirling that Fiona Martin's finances are under investigation. She's blaming you. Stay alert. I stare at the message, pulse flickering. So Fiona's retaliating as expected. Maybe she'll spin lies about me or about Camille. But I'm prepared. I instructed my PR team to keep Camille's name out of it and pivot everything onto Fiona's misdeeds. If I can shield Camille from further drama, I'll do it. A throbbing headache forms behind my eyes, and I realize I haven't eaten all day. Wearily, I walk to the kitchen, rummaging for something that doesn't require me to think. A leftover sandwich from Lexi, perhaps. My gaze drifts over the sleek counters and pristine appliances. Once it all made me feel powerful. Now it's just an empty fortress without the warmth Camille brought into my life. The memory of her refusing hush money stings. She wanted real respect, real recognition of her talent. That's what she deserved. Even if I can't fix our relationship, I can support her from afar if she'll allow it. Maybe direct business her way, send quiet referrals to her brand. Then again, she'd see it as manipulation, another puppet string. I have to step back, let her build her empire without my interference. After a tasteless dinner, I retreat to my bedroom, exhaustion tugging at my limbs. A swirl of events from the day replays in my mind, presenting evidence to the DA's office, unraveling Fiona's financial deceptions, ignoring the board's frantic calls. In the solitude of these walls, I confront the bitter truth that no matter how many steps I take to rectify my mistakes, Camille might never forgive me. Yet I keep going, because it's right. I strip down to my undershirt and boxers flopping onto the bed. The city's glow seeps through the drapes, casting a faint glimmer on the polished floors. My mind roams to the countless nights Camille and I shared in this bed. Warmth, whispers, the sense that we were forging something real. That was real on my part, eventually. I just took too long to realize it, and by then the damage was irreparable. Curling onto my side, I let out a tremulous breath. The old me would have fumed with resentment or tried to manipulate the narrative. The new me, shaken by Camille's heartbreak, only wants to ensure her father's memory is protected and her name is cleared of any lingering suspicion. If that's all I can do for her now, so be it. My eyes burn with unshed tears. Patrick Hart, you should have guided me better. Or maybe I should have asked you the hard questions about Fiona. Instead, I declared war on your name. A pang of regret throbs. I wonder if Patrick, in his final days, realized how thoroughly he'd been betrayed by his new wife and her underhanded schemes. A sudden wave of sorrow hits me, and I press my face into the pillow. For the first time, I allow myself to grieve the boy I used to be. Eager, full of raw talent, wanting only to be recognized. And I grieve the man I became, ruthless, obsessed with vengeance, willing to break hearts in pursuit of retribution. Now I see how foolish it was. Lightning flashes beyond the window, illuminating the room for a heartbeat. A rumble of distant thunder follows. The storm outside feels like a metaphor for the tempest I've unleashed in my life. Yet in that flicker of light, I sense a fragile hope. I'm no longer fueling the storm. I've chosen a path of atonement, quietly giving up the brand I once coveted, working to restore Patrick Hart's credibility and saving Camille from Fiona's manipulations. I close my eyes, listening to the distant thunder. My chest aches, but there's a flicker of resolve in the pain, like the heart's muscle-building scar tissue around a wound. Maybe I'll carry this scar forever. But I'll be better than the man who orchestrated Camille's downfall. And if fate ever grants me a second chance with her, well, I'll face that with honesty instead of cunning. The storm intensifies outside, rain pattering against the window. I lie still, letting the rhythmic sound lull me into a restless half-sleep, mind drifting to the image of Camille standing on a stage, debuting her own line, proud and radiant, her father's spirit shining through her designs. In that vision, she's free from every chain I tried to impose. I hope that future becomes her reality. As sleep tugs me under, I murmur a silent promise to the darkness. I will keep pushing to expose Fiona's crimes, no matter the backlash. I'll protect Camille's name and memory. That's the atonement I choose, even if she never learns about it. And maybe, in the quiet corners of my soul, I'll find a measure of peace knowing I did something right at last.
Chapter 21. Camille. I stand backstage at the Artistry Forum, a sprawling industrial venue repurposed for cutting-edge fashion shows, and my pulse thrums like a relentless drumline in my ears. Harried models slip in and out of hastily arranged dressing racks, stylists bark directions about last-minute makeup fixes, and the air is charged with the pungent mix of hairspray, fresh fabric, and adrenaline. This is the place where reputations are made or crushed in an instant, and somehow, unbelievably, I've landed a prime spot in the evening's lineup, all under my own name, Camille Hart, the brand I've fought to establish with every spare cent and ounce of courage I had. The invitation came unexpectedly last week when Karen Warner, my newfound PR ally, pulled strings to fit me into a prestigious runway showcase. It's a last-minute slot, tacked on after an established designer dropped out due to a family emergency. Normally, that'd be a red flag. Everyone expects you to fail if you don't come meticulously prepared. But I seized the chance. I can't afford caution now. Not when everything is riding on, proving I can succeed without Leo Maddox propping me up. I glance around the cramped backstage corridor. Models, some booked specifically for my show, some borrowed from other lines, cluster around racks of shimmering outfits. My micro-collection, Urban Tides, comprises 5 distinct looks. The organza cocktail dress with its architectural silhouette, the sleek blazer suit embroidered with wave-like patterns, a draped jumpsuit that merges city angles with fluid lines, 2 more ensembles, bridging structure and softness. Each piece is the product of sleepless nights at the Vintage Craft Guild, fueled by heartbreak and raw determination. A swirl of dread churns in my stomach. I know the rumors. She's just a fraud. She can't do it without Maddox. People whisper that Leo orchestrated all her prior successes, that I was never more than a pawn. Well, let them watch. Tonight, I'll show them what I can create on my own terms, especially now that I've rebranded everything under my personal label. The swirl of terror is real. My stepmother Fiona has threatened me if I sabotage her reputation, while my stepsister Brenna sneers that I'm chasing illusions. But I've come too far to retreat. A stagehand bustles over, clipboard in hand. Miss Hart, your collection goes live in 20 minutes. His gaze flicks to my half-dressed models. You'll want to finalize hair and makeup pronto. My throat tightens, but I nod briskly. Right. My voice sounds steadier than I feel. Stepping further into the chaos, I gently pat the shoulder of Selena, a model who's wearing the organza cocktail dress. How's it feeling? She offers a beaming smile. I love it. The layering is so unique, like a skyline in motion. She lifts the hem slightly. It moves beautifully when I walk. A flicker of pride eases my nerves. Great. Just remember to let the organza flutter behind you, especially when you turn. I want that airy effect to show. She nods. I move on to check another model wearing the fitted blazer with wave-like embroidery. My hands tremble as I straighten the collar, ignoring the swirl in my stomach that begs to know if the press will tear me to shreds. You can't control their opinions, only your craft. Behind me, I hear a flurry of activity. Karen Warner sweeps in, wearing a bold magenta suit. Her eyes gleam with excitement when she spots me. Camille, she calls, weaving through the racks. You're set. The media area is filling up. I see a few high-profile editors and even a popular influencer from Paris. She arches a brow. Nervous? I let out a shaky laugh. Understatement of the year. But I'm ready. Karen grips my shoulders gently. You'll be fine. Remember, no matter what they say about your personal life, your designs speak for themselves. Own it. My chest tightens. Thank you. I manage. I'm just hoping Fiona or her cronies don't cause a scene. Karen's expression flickers. She hasn't arrived yet, but there are rumors. Keep your chin high. If anything goes down, my PR team will handle it. I exhale in relief. One less worry. Over the last couple of weeks, Fiona has tried to sabotage me with snide remarks in the press, painting me as incompetent. She even teased that I'd fall on my face without Maddox. A hot coil of anger sizzles. Let her watch me shine. 10 minutes to showtime. I gather my models in a circle, ignoring the swirl of backstage staff and the overhead lights that flicker with each power surge from the runway. My voice trembles only a bit when I speak. All of you look incredible. This collection is about merging city lines with organic flow. I want confidence, but also a sense of grace in your walk. Like you're crossing a busy Manhattan street with a secret ocean breeze at your back. A few models grin, some nod, one quips, "Ocean breeze, got it?" prompting a round of nervous laughter. It's a small but heartening moment, reminding me that we're in this together. Haruki Mori appears at the periphery. I spot him, leaning against a backstage column, arms folded, wearing a faintly approving expression. He catches my eye and inclines his head, his version of a proud nod. My chest warms. He quietly stepped in to help refine a last-minute fitting for the jumpsuit yesterday, though I insisted on finishing the embroidery myself. Now he's here, presumably to see if his mentee can rise or crumble in the spotlight. The fact that he's not mocking me for the fiasco with Leo or my family's meltdown means a lot. The stagehand from earlier reappears. Miss Hart, we're ready to line up your models. 5 minutes until the first look hits the runway. My stomach twists into a knot of excitement and dread. All right, everyone, positions. I watch as the models file into the narrow corridor that leads to the stage entrance. My brand's music, a pulsing modern track with subtle aquatic undertones, starts up overhead. The hush backstage intensifies. Showtime. The first model strides out, the organza cocktail dress glimmering under the overhead lights. A hush from the audience seeps backstage, followed by camera flashes and low murmurs. I can't see the front row from here, but I can imagine the ring of editors, buyers, influencers, and perhaps even a few cynics who expect me to flop. One by one, the models follow. each embodying a facet of urban tides. The second model in the embroidered blazer exudes crisp confidence. The third, wearing the draped jumpsuit with a cutaway side, elicits a small gasp from the audience, audible even backstage. Yes, I think fiercely, heart pounding. This is me, no one else's puppet. I slip to the side, peeking around the curtain for a glimpse of the crowd. The lights are blinding, but I spot a few known faces in the front row. A buyer from an upscale boutique, a couple of influential journalists. My breath catches in my throat when I notice, just a few seats over, my stepmother, Fiona, perched with an air of smug anticipation. Of course she'd show. She's flanked by Brenna, who's busy snapping selfies. They don't look impressed. Let them sneer. My fists clench at my sides. The show's not over yet. The final two looks come out, culminating in the piece I poured my entire heartbreak into. An asymmetrical gown that fuses a rigid metallic bodice with layers of chiffon, reminiscent of gentle waves. The audience reaction is immediate, a swell of gasps, then applause. My heart leaps. Even if the rest flops, that single moment of hush-lifting applause is enough to make me feel alive. When the last model exits, I'm supposed to do a quick finale walk. My stomach flips. Will they boo me? Will they cheer? It's a smaller crowd than a mainstream brand might get, but it's full of influential voices. A stagehand gestures for me to go. All right, Camille, this is it. Stepping onto the runway, I blink against the glare of spotlights. Applause ripples through the audience, polite, but some clusters stand, offering genuine claps. Relief floods me, tears pricking my eyes. They like it. They don't hate it. And if they do, they're not showing it. I manage a small wave, my cheeks hot. This is the first time I've faced a fashion crowd alone, without Leo's overshadowing presence. For once, the credit or blame is all on me. At the runway's end, I pause, heart hammering, scanning the front row. My gaze locks onto Fiona, who wears a tight smile that suggests bare tolerance. Brenna looks bored, tapping at her phone. No sign of congratulations from them. Typical. I pivot and head backstage, the applause echoing behind me like a tide that's begun to recede. The moment I vanish from the stage lights, my legs nearly give out. I brace against a metal rack, breath ragged. Models flock around, exchanging laughter and high fives. Karen Warner appears, phone in hand, face glowing with excitement. They love the final gown, she exclaims. Social media's buzzing already. #Camille Hart is trending among the event watchers. I told you, you'd crush it. A wave of dizzy relief leaves me shaky. I did it. I didn't fail. My designs, not Leo's manipulations or Fiona's overshadowing, made it onto that runway. Thank you, I whisper, throat tight. She squeezes my arm. Press interviews in the side lounge, if you're up for it. I swallow. Yes, let me just gather myself. Minutes later, I find myself in a small side lounge, a swirl of cameras and reporters, the typical post-show chaos, microphones thrust forward, flashbulbs popping, questions asked rapid fire. My heart pounds, but I channel every ounce of poise I can muster. A journalist from a prominent fashion site asks, Camille, rumors say you relied on Leo Maddox for every advantage, yet here you are, launching your line on your own. Care to comment? My pulse jumps at the mention of Leo, but I steady my voice. I credit my mentors, like Haruki Mori, and my own determination. Leo Maddox opened some doors, but this collection is entirely my vision, my work. I wanted to prove I can stand on my own, and I believe tonight shows that. Another reporter jumps in. Did you cut ties with Mr. Maddox after certain revelations about your father's estate? Is there ongoing tension? A flicker of anger flares, always overshadowing me with drama, but I remain calm. I have no current dealings with Mr. Maddox. My focus is on building my brand. I keep it short, refusing to be baited into personal gossip. The truth is complicated. Heartbreak, betrayal, atonement. I'm not about to spill that for the tabloids. A third asks about Fiona. Any comment on your stepmother's claims that you lack the business savvy to sustain a label? My jaw clenches. She's entitled to her opinion, but the response from tonight's audience speaks for itself. I intend to keep evolving. The reporter smirks, scribbling notes. I sense a mild tension. Fiona probably fed them salacious tidbits, but Karen hovers at my side, ready to intervene if the questions turn vicious. The brief quanda wraps, and I exhale, shoulders sagging as the reporters disperse. Karen hustles me toward the exit, whispering, "That was a stellar showing. A few buyers want to meet with you tomorrow. Don't freak out. They might place small orders, but it's a start." Excitement bursts in my chest. Small orders are perfect. I'm not set up for mass production anyway. Oh God, real buyers. This is more progress than I dared hope for. But before we can leave, a familiar figure materializes in the corridor, halting my steps. Fiona. She's flanked by Brenna, who's tapping her phone with a bored expression, and a couple of lackeys from her social circle. Fiona's lips twist in a patronizing smile. "Camille," she says smoothly, stepping closer. "Congratulations on not embarrassing yourself entirely. Though the real test is seeing if any real money invests in your brand." My fists clench. Karen hovers behind me, silent but watchful. I sense a security guard edging closer in case of a scene. "You didn't have to come," I say, voice tight. Fiona shrugs one shoulder, eyes glinting. "I was curious to see how you'd fare without your dear Mr. Maddox, but don't expect me to apologize or congratulate you. After all, if you'd simply cooperated with me, we could have leveraged more from his empire. Instead, you made everything complicated." I bristle, remembering how she threatened me to spy on Leo. "I'll never do your dirty work." "Stay out of my affairs, Fiona," I say quietly. "I'm forging my own path. Your manipulations are done, and so is the era of you feeding off Dad's name." She scoffs. "That brand is worthless now, thanks to Maddox's meddling. I only wonder how long you'll last in an industry this cutthroat. You can't survive on pride alone." My cheeks burn, but a fierce resolve surges. "Watch me." I jerk my chin at Brenna, who remains silent, probably live streaming the drama. "Enjoy your evening. My show's done." Without waiting for a response, I stride away, Karen following in my wake. Anger simmers. So many times I wanted to stand up to Fiona, but cowered under her hold. Not anymore. I have a brand, albeit tiny, and genuine interest from the fashion crowd. I won't let her pettiness overshadow that victory. Karen leads me to an outside courtyard where guests mingle under twinkling fairy lights, sipping champagne. The night air is cool against my flushed cheeks. I accept a flute from a passing server, my hands still unsteady from adrenaline. The hum of chatter envelops me, a swirl of praise and curiosity about my line. Selena, the model who wore my opening piece, rushes over beaming. People are obsessed with that organza dress. I've had 3 different stylists ask about booking me for shoots wearing it. You might get press requests soon. A jolt of excitement sparks. "That's amazing," I breathe. Could this actually lead to real coverage? I muster a sincere smile. "Thank you for delivering it so well." She laughs, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you for designing something that made me feel powerful." Haruki appears behind her, giving Selena a polite nod before focusing on me. He moves closer, voice low and measured. "A strong debut, Camille." His praise is succinct, but I sense the genuine respect beneath it. Press coverage is buzzing. I overheard one editor from Fashion Forward praising your sense of texture. Warmth floods me. An editor from a top site praising me? I'm so grateful. I manage, cheeks heating. Couldn't have done it without your mentorship. He shakes his head. I gave pointers. You did the work. Continue on this path, and you'll carve a place for yourself, no matter your family's baggage or who your ex-benefactors were. There's an oblique reference to Leo, but I let it pass with a nod. Haruki's phone buzzes, and he glances at the screen. I must go. Another event to attend. Keep me updated on orders. And remember, no complacency. This is just the beginning. With that, he slips away, leaving me with a flutter of hope in my chest. On the edge of the courtyard, away from the main throng, I finally let myself breathe. The show is over. I survived. More than that, I might have thrived. My phone vibrates in my clutch, multiple notifications from social media, possibly tags from tonight's show. Part of me wants to devour every mention. The other part is terrified of negative reviews. For now, I remain in the moment, savoring the crisp night air. My thoughts inevitably drift to Leo. Would he have been proud? He used to talk about how unstoppable I was, how I had an eye for detail. But I shut that door. If he truly parted ways with the Hart brand, that's on him. I'm forging ahead alone. My chest squeezes with a bittersweet ache. Maybe it's better this way. I rummage for my phone, briefly checking the top headlines. Sure enough, glimpses of coverage about Camille Hart's surprising debut. A few tweets praising the organza concept, some referencing the ex-protege of Maddox. I exhale. At least they see me as more than just a footnote now. That's enough for tonight. Karen finds me again, a bright grin lighting her face. Camille, a handful of boutique buyers are requesting a mini lookbook or line sheet to see if they can stock your pieces in limited runs. You have a meeting set for next week. Are you ready to produce if they place orders? My stomach flutters. Production is costly. I'll figure it out, I say. I can handle small batches. My personal savings are tight, but I'll look into short-run production or local seamstresses. The idea is daunting, but also thrilling. Real sales? She nods. We can talk details Monday. Congratulations, you did it. She lifts her champagne in a tiny toast, and I clink my flute against hers. To your first official runway success. A wave of disbelief and relief washes over me. To many more, I whisper, swallowing the lump in my throat. Because yes, this is only the beginning. The night winds down, the crowd dispersing. I linger in the courtyard, letting the last remnants of excitement roll through me. Models return to the dressing area to remove makeup and outfits. Stylists pack up. Fiona's nowhere in sight. Probably left the moment she realized I wasn't crashing and burning. Good riddance. I can stand tall without her approval. I gather my garment bags, carefully packing each piece. My micro collection is precious, evidence that I can do something extraordinary on my own. As I shoulder the bags, I pause, gazing at the emptying venue. My father would have been proud. The thought tugs a tear from me, but I let it fall. No shame in it. Maybe the brand that bore his name is gone, but I carry his spirit in each stitch. Outside, the city hums with midnight energy. Taxis line the curb, ferrying guests to after parties or home. My phone buzzes again, another wave of congratulatory texts from acquaintances or new admirers. A faint grin pulls at my lips. I did it, Dad. I did it without him. Pride and sorrow commingle in my chest, but the pride is stronger now. Slinging the garment bags carefully over my shoulder, I hail a taxi, ignoring the dull ache in my feet from hours of running around, worth every blister. I settle into the back seat, the beep of the meter counting off each passing minute. The driver asks where I'm heading. I give him the address of the small sublet I found last week, my new home after crashing at Natalie's for so long. A fresh start all around. As the taxi merges into traffic, I watch the city lights blur by. My brand's official runway debut soared, and critics are abuzz about a rising designer named Camille Hart. People might still whisper that Leo Maddox taught me everything, or that I owe him. But I know the truth. I made these pieces with my own hands, stitched them out of heartbreak and resilience. No one can take that from me. Thunder rumbles distantly, a late spring storm rolling in. I recall how storms used to unnerve me, the sense of helplessness it evoked. Now I feel almost elated, as if each rumble is an echo of my own triumph. The driver weaves through the streets, glancing at me in the rearview mirror with idle curiosity. He sees only a tired woman with fancy garment bags, not the swirl of conflict inside me. That's okay. I have nothing to prove to him or to anyone else, except maybe to myself. I grip the edge of the seat as we near the sublet. My phone glows with an incoming text from Karen. Karen, 12:14 a.m. Celebration tomorrow? Lunch or coffee to discuss next steps. Also, check the early reviews. Some are quite glowing. A smile forms at my lips. Glowing reviews. Words I never imagined hearing without Leo's involvement. I type a quick response. Camille, 12:15 a.m. Absolutely. Let's do coffee. Thank you for everything. I slip the phone away, letting my head rest against the seat. The taxi slows at a light, rain starting to patter on the windshield. In the reflection, I glimpse my own face, eyes bright with the lingering adrenaline of success. Despite the heartbreak that shaped these last weeks, I feel a profound sense of becoming. The woman I see is no longer the uncertain daughter, overshadowed by her father's downfall, or the naive girl manipulated by a powerful mogul. She's an emerging designer, forging her path in a city that devours the weak, and she's not weak. As the taxi pulls up to my sublet building, I pay the fare and step out. Juggling my garment bags, rain kisses my cheeks, and I tilt my head skyward for a moment, letting the droplets wash away any lingering doubts. I'm not done growing. But I'm done letting others define me. With a final look at the sparkling city street, I head inside, each step echoing with the promise of new beginnings. The showdown might be over, but my journey is just starting. And tonight, for the first time in a long while, I believe in my own power to shape what comes next. Hey there, audiobook listener. I'm sorry to say that this chapter isn't available because you're listening to the abridged version of this story. Why? Well, because YouTube has a time limit. And sadly, the full version, it ran a little too long. We didn't want to cut anything, but we had to trim a few chapters to stay within the allowed time. We did our best to keep the most important moments, so you still get the full experience. Just a little tighter. You can always get the full version from TylaWalker.com and get 40% off for the inconvenience with codes A40. Either way, we hope you enjoy this version of the story, and thanks so much for listening. Chapter 23. Camille. Time passes by so quickly when you have a goal, passion, and drive. Weeks become so fleeting, and all the hard work culminates to one particular event. I always imagined this moment, stepping onto a runway in my own design, the light shining so brightly that I can't see anything but possibility. But the reality is even more overwhelming. I stand at the far end of the backstage corridor, heart hammering, waiting for the stage crew to give me the final cue. The muffled roar of the crowd pulses through the cement walls, and it's almost loud enough to drown out the echo of my own heartbeat. Almost, but not quite. My show is in full swing, my show. And from the snippets of applause and shouts I keep hearing, it's going well. Urban Tides, my collection, has been rolling out piece by piece, model by model. Each look showcases a unique blend of sharp city angles and fluid wave motifs, capturing the duality I've come to embrace in my life. Tonight is the grand finale. I'll walk out in the final design, my design, worn on my own body. I'm equally terrified and exhilarated. I exhale shakily, glancing down at the outfit I'm wearing. The gown is a bold statement, a structured bodice with metallic accents reminiscent of skyscraper spires, blending seamlessly into layers of chiffon that ripple with each step, evoking the gentle motion of water. It's half tribute to my father's flair for emotional design, half testament to my modern urban edge. No one can claim I relied on Leo's resources this time. Every stitch, every panel of fabric was chosen and sewn by me, with a bit of help from my small but dedicated team, of course. No illusions or secret backers pulling the strings. A stagehand darts over, nearly colliding with me, and murmurs, "Miss Hart, the last model just cleared the runway. It's your turn. Ready?" My heart leaps to my throat, but I force a nod. "Yes, let's do this." My voice trembles, but underneath the nerves is a spark of certainty I haven't felt in ages. He helps me maneuver into position behind a black curtain. The hush from the audience builds, a sign that the final reveal is imminent. My palms slick with sweat around the show notes I'm clutching, but I toss them aside. No turning back now. A single spotlight flicks on beyond the curtain. Over the sound system, the music transitions into a crescendo that signals the collection's climax. This is it. The moment I claim the runway, my name, my legacy. I step forward onto the glossy catwalk, and the lights blind me for a heartbeat. The crowd is vast, an endless sea of silhouettes and camera lenses. My lungs tighten. Will they see me as a fraud or a rising star? Then I remember. They loved the previous pieces. Applause swells, enveloping me in warmth. They're with you, I remind myself. I move in time with the music, letting the metallic bodice catch the overhead lights in dazzling flashes. The chiffon flutters around my legs like a living entity, each step sending ripples of fabric dancing. The hush breaks into cheers, a wave of approval that makes my eyes sting with sudden tears. I did this. I made it happen. At the runway's midpoint, I pause for a half turn, giving the audience a full view. I glance along the front row. My breath catches at the sight of recognizable faces. Editors from Fashion Forward and Style Deconstructed, several boutique buyers, the occasional influencer filming me with their phone. My father's brand is no more, but in this moment, my name stands in the spotlight. Camille Hart, forging a new legacy from the ashes. Cameras flash, capturing every angle. The audience's applause intensifies, and I almost want to cry. Instead, I smile, bright, triumphant, no longer hindered by doubts or old grudges. Adrenaline thrums through my veins, and I continue my walk, culminating at the runway's end. Turning slowly, I lift my gaze. My father used to talk about runway finales as a moment of communion with the crowd, an intimate exchange of creative energy. I feel it now. The applause hits a new peak, echoing in the industrial rafters. A wave of emotion surges in my chest, grief for my father, pride in what I've become, a fierce sense of independence. My eyes burn, but I hold it together. No meltdown tonight. I raise my chin, letting the final chords of the show's soundtrack wash over me. This is the moment. Stepping forward into the spotlight, I gently press a hand to my chest, acknowledging the audience's cheers. "Thank you," I say, voice quivering through the mic pinned to my collar. This collection, Urban Tides, is a tribute to the city that shaped me and the father who taught me to create from the heart. Thank you for letting me share my vision. A hush falls, followed by an even louder round of applause. They're moved. My vision blurs with unshed tears, a swirl of triumph and release. Dad, I wish you could see this. As I step back, the clapping continues unabated. Suddenly, A wave of camera flashes erupts near the stage's edge, and I hear a few press voices shouting questions. One calls out, "Camille, how did you manage this without Maddox's support?" Another yells, "Camille, is this a resurrection of Patrick Hart's legacy or your own brand?" I steady myself, stepping to the side of the stage so as not to overshadow the next designer. "I'm proud to stand here under my own name," I say, voice firm. "And while I carry my father's influence in every stitch, this line is my creation, my statement for the future." From my periphery, I see a few journalists note that. Someone tries to bring up Leo's name again. What about rumors that Leo Maddox orchestrated? I cut them off gently, raising a hand. Leo Maddox isn't part of my brand's future. Tonight is about my team, my designs, and the story I want to tell. That's all. Another thunder of applause. My heart lifts, grateful that the crowd seems to favor my independence. Then, in the midst of the swirling lights and cheers, a movement catches my attention. A figure stands off to the far side, half hidden by the stage rigging. My pulse thuds. Could it be? Yes, I recognize that tall frame, that immaculate black suit. Leo. My chest tightens. He's watching, standing quietly with no attempt to draw attention. The overhead lights don't quite reach him, so it's more of a silhouette, but I know it's him. My mind reels with conflicting emotions: anger, longing, relief, pride, all at once. Part of me wants to storm over and demand why he's here. Another part melts at the sight of him, his hands clasped in front of him, shoulders tense like he's bracing for me to reject him. I have every right to. Yet the bigger part of me sees something else. A man who came not to overshadow me, but to witness my triumph from the sidelines. I gather the swirling emotions. Tonight is not about him, or me and him. It's about this moment of victory. Still, seeing him there with no entourage, no grandstanding, a flicker of quiet pride in his stance, it sends a jolt of confusion through me. This is the man who once manipulated me, but also the man who, in recent weeks, gave up everything to atone. Conflicting truths, as complicated as a city skyline meeting the rolling ocean. The applause reaches a crescendo. The stage manager ushers me off to finalize the show. I take a last look at the crowd, my chest bursting with gratitude. Then I slip into the wings. The music transitions, signifying the end of my segment. Another designer steps up, but the audience is still buzzing about my finale. My heart still hammers as I push through the busy backstage. Models congratulate me. Stylists clap my shoulder. Karen Warner rushes up, phone in hand, squealing about social media spikes and articles going live. I force a smile, but my mind is half lost in the memory of seeing Leo. He came, silently, discreetly. Why? As if on cue, a hush spreads through the immediate area. I glance up to see him standing a short distance away, near a stack of crates used for stage props. He's removed his suit jacket, holding it draped over one arm. His gaze meets mine, unreadable, chest rising and falling as though bracing himself. A swirl of adrenaline and anger flares in me, but so does a surprising warmth. He didn't attempt to overshadow me. He let me own the stage. Karen notices him and shoots me a questioning look. Should I chase him away? I give a subtle shake of my head. I'm not sure why, but I need to talk to him. She nods, patting my shoulder, then moves aside, corralling other staff away to give us space. We stand facing each other in the backstage chaos, an invisible bubble forming around us. Neither of us moves at first, pinned by the weight of everything that's happened. The overhead lights buzz, a stagehand jostles by with a clothing rack, and I sense onlookers stealing glances, but I tune it all out. He inhales, voice hushed. You were incredible out there. His gaze flicks to the swirling chiffon of my gown. Your designs, they lit up the stage. A myriad of responses swirl in my mind. Bitterness, gratitude, suspicion, pride. I settle on cautious acceptance. Thank you. I'm proud of them. My voice doesn't shake, but my emotions churn. Why are you here? He rubs the back of his neck, looking vulnerable in a way I rarely saw. I needed to see you succeed with my own eyes, he admits quietly, and to ensure the right people witnessed your brilliance. I arranged for certain buyers and press to attend. He lifts a hand, stopping me before I can react. But I swear I stayed out of the way. I didn't talk to them about you. I just told them they'd be missing out if they didn't come. A spark of alarm hits me, but I exhale. I can't tell if that's sweet or manipulative, I murmur. But I guess it's better than you stealing credit. He flinches, pain flickering across his face. I wouldn't dare. This was your night, your triumph. I'm just proud of what you've built, Camille. An ache tugs at my chest. I still feel the pull toward him, no matter how angry or hurt I've been. But the memories of betrayal run deep. You think I need your help? I manage, tone sharper than I intend. I proved I can do it alone. He nods, gaze earnest. Yes, you did, and I never doubted your talent. My so-called help only muddied the waters. I'm sorry. The sincerity in his eyes unsettles me. I don't want to soften toward him, yet part of me can't ignore the lengths he's gone to unravel the damage. Fiona's scandal erupted just today, too conveniently timed to not be his doing. He must have released the evidence to clear my father's name. For that, I'm grudgingly grateful. We stand in a tense silence. Around us, the backstage hum intensifies as the next designer's show wraps up. I see staffers peeking, but everyone pretends to be busy. I heard Fiona's over, I say, folding my arms. The press is covering how she stole from Dad's estate. Did you? He lowers his gaze. I gave the district attorney everything we found. Fiona's world is crashing. She can't hurt you or your father's memory anymore. Then he meets my eyes. I did it for you and for him. I can't bring him back, but at least people will learn he wasn't the villain we believed. My throat tightens, tears prickling. This is the closure Dad never got, and Leo gave me that, ironically, after all the heartbreak. Thank you, I whisper, voice thick. It won't fix everything, but it helps. He exhales in relief, shoulders sagging. I'm glad. Just then, a cluster of reporters surges backstage, cameras at the ready. They spot me in my finale gown and quickly notice Leo. Damn. Several flashbulbs go off. One journalist calls, Camille, did Mr. Maddox orchestrate tonight's success? A stab of anger flares. They can't credit him for my triumph. Not again. I square my shoulders. No, I say firmly, raising my voice so the watchers hear. Mr. Maddox is simply an observer. My team and I created this collection on our own. We appreciate any interest, but tonight is about my brand, Camille Hart. A small burst of applause from some staffers who overhear. One reporter tries to follow up with more questions, but I hold up a hand. That's all I'm saying. I turn to Leo, determination coursing through my veins. I won't let them overshadow me. He offers a faint nod, acknowledging the boundary I've set. In that moment, the crowd around us expands. Onlookers, staff, potential buyers. I see the swirl of phone cameras, murmured conversations. This is a flashpoint. Do I push him away publicly? Do I let the story twist that we're reconciling? But Leo steps aside on his own, giving me space. No grandstanding, no taking credit, no overshadowing. My chest aches with an odd mixture of gratitude and sorrow. He's finally learned to let go of control. The reporters keep snapping photos, but I walk away, greeting other well-wishers and ignoring the confusion about Leo. He remains at a distance, a silent figure in the periphery, and somehow that feels right. I'm not ready to let him in, but I see he respects my independence. A staff member taps a microphone, calling for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Miss Camille Hart, the breakout designer of the night. My cheeks flush as applause ripples through the backstage area, more boisterous than I expected. I glimpse a few top buyers I recognize from Karen's briefings, and they're clapping with genuine enthusiasm. The spontaneous ovation intensifies, a wave of excitement that makes my pulse flutter. Karen, standing nearby, shoots me a thumbs up, her face glowing. I catch a glimpse of Fiona's sullen silhouette in the distance, her posture rigid, likely seething at my success. But she doesn't matter now. The applause hits a crescendo. I bow my head slightly, tears threatening to fall. All this for me. I recall the girl who once scrubbed floors in corporate offices at night, dreaming of a chance. Now I'm here, validated on my own merits. My father's spirit stirs within me, a gentle reminder that he always believed I'd break barriers. From the corner, I notice Leo again, watching quietly. He stands near the edge of a lighting rig, hands clasped, expression bright with something I never saw before, pure, unrestrained pride. He's not smiling with arrogance, nor is he trying to speak to the press. He just meets my gaze across the bustle of applause, giving a nod, a silent, heartfelt acknowledgement. My throat constricts, a swirl of emotions flooding me. The applause fades, the attention shifting to the next event. The crowd disperses into smaller groups. My chest heaves with relief and lingering joy. People approach with congratulations, but I keep glancing toward Leo's corner. He hasn't moved, as if waiting to see if I want to speak to him or not. Eventually, I finish thanking a small group of stylists. Then I pick my way through the throng, each step a test of my resolve, until I stand a few feet from him. The backstage noise hums around us, a vibrant tapestry of post-show excitement. We face each other, an invisible boundary of heartbreak and healing between us. "You're leaving?" I ask quietly, noticing how he's half turned toward the exit corridor. He nods, gaze flicking to the floor, then back to me. "I've seen all I needed to see, you triumphing. It's everything I hoped for you." I swallow thickly. "Thank you for coming," I murmur, voice soft. Part of me wants to scold him for interfering with the press, but the bigger part is grateful for the silent support. Even if I didn't need your help, it means something that you showed up like this, letting me do it on my own. A fragile smile curves his lips. "You never needed my help, Camille. You just needed the world to see what I always saw. Brilliance." A tremor passes through me. Despite everything, I trail off, uncertain how to finish. I hate that I still feel tenderness for him, but I also can't deny his recent steps to fix the damage. "I appreciate you clearing my father's name, exposing Fiona's crimes. It doesn't erase the past, but it helps." He dips his head, relief flickering in his eyes. "I'm glad. You and your father deserve better." Silence drapes us, laden with unspoken words. I can't bring myself to say I forgive him yet. My heart is still raw, but I also can't ignore the shift in him. No arrogance, no controlling aura. He's just here, quietly proud, ready to walk away if that's what I want. A staff member rushes by, nearly colliding with me. I stumble a bit, and Leo reflexively steadies me with a hand on my elbow. The familiar warmth of his touch jolts me. Our eyes lock, tension thrumming. For a split second, I glimpse the spark that once bound us, but I let go, stepping back. He drops his hand immediately, respecting the boundary. I clear my throat. "There's a need for me to talk to the buyers, handle interviews, but maybe we can talk sometime later, about everything." My voice wavers with the possibility. He nods, expression bittersweet. Whenever you're ready, or never, if that's what you choose. Then he offers a lopsided smile, turning to go. Congratulations, Camille. Truly. He disappears into the backstage maze, leaving me with an aching heart and a glimmer of closure. We might not be back together, but we're not locked in endless hostility either. That's progress. I stand there for a moment, absorbing the swirl of emotions. My show succeeded. The press is buzzing, Fiona's scandal unravels, and Leo left me the spotlight without hijacking it. So many changes in so little time. This is the resolution of my father's memory, my brand's emergence, and perhaps the start of a new chapter where I define who I am outside anyone else's shadow. Karen reappears, breathless. Buyers from boutiques want to meet you right now for a quick chat. Think you can manage? A small laugh escapes me. Yes, I can. The tears threatening to fall turn into a fresh wave of excitement. Because no matter how complicated my personal life remains, my professional destiny is bright and mine to shape. We walk through the backstage throng toward a makeshift VIP lounge, my chiffon gown fluttering behind me. The path forward is still uncertain. My heartbreak with Leo far from resolved. But for tonight, I revel in the triumph of owning my stage. As I enter the lounge, a burst of applause greets me again, and I allow myself a final private smile. I'm Camille Hart, the designer, forging a new future from the wreckage of betrayal, and I've never felt so alive.
Chapter 24. Leo. The after-show chaos has settled into a low hum by the time I venture backstage. My pulse thuds with the same restless energy that's propelled me ever since I first saw Camille command that runway. She dazzled the crowd, owned every moment, and all I did was watch from the shadows, making sure she got her spotlight. Now, though, I need to speak to her. There are truths left unsaid, apologies unoffered, and even if she never forgives me, I can't walk away tonight without trying to mend what I broke. I step past a row of garment racks loaded with leftover pieces from other designers' collections. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows on the concrete floor, and a few event staffers wander about tidying or packing up. Distant echoes of excited conversation waft from the venue's lounge area, where guests and press are likely still buzzing about Camille's triumphant show. Part of me warms at the memory. She soared. She didn't just prove herself, she became the designer she was always meant to be. And I saw it all, heart in my throat, wishing she'd allow me to stand by her side again. But I lost that right the moment I signed off on deals that destroyed her father's brand. Even though I tried to reverse course, dissolving those agreements, exposing Fiona's corruption, it might be too little, too late. Still, I have to try. A production assistant nearly bumps into me, juggling a cardboard box filled with leftover supplies. She blinks in surprise, clearly recognizing me, but says nothing, only offering a polite nod before rushing off. My presence here is like a specter, unannounced, uninvited. That's fine. I'm not here to claim credit, I'm here to atone. I round a corner and spot Camille leaning against a portable vanity, alone for once. She's still wearing the final look from her show, a stunning gown with a metallic bodice and flowing chiffon that hints at ocean waves. The overhead lights reflect softly off the gown's folds, making her appear almost ethereal. My heart clenches. She's breathtaking. The hush around her, that aura of fierce pride and vulnerability, has my throat tightening with emotion. I pause, suddenly unsure how to approach. My foot scuffs the floor. She looks up, eyes wide and wary. A flicker of something passes across her face. Surprise. Maybe exasperation. Definitely caution. My pulse spikes. Okay, Leo, keep it together. Don't push her. Don't overshadow her. I manage a quiet, Camille, stepping closer but maintaining a respectful distance. The swirl of leftover staffers dims in my awareness, every sense focused on her. She straightens, letting the vanity's edge slip from her grip. You're still here. Her voice is calm, but guarded. I thought you would have left after the show. My chest tightens. I wanted to congratulate you. Properly. Your collection was incredible. The critics are already buzzing in the lobby. You must be proud. A flicker of emotion crosses her face. Gratitude, perhaps. But she crosses her arms over the gleaming bodice, a subtle shield. I am proud, she says carefully. I worked hard for this, without your meddling. I swallow a lance of guilt. I know. I'm sorry for all the times I meddled or manipulated your path. My gaze drifts to the floor. I came to see your triumph, yes, but also to explain, to apologize. She presses her lips together, tension coiling in her posture. Yet she doesn't walk away. Apologize for which part? She asks quietly. There's a lot you did. I nod, exhaling. Honesty, all cards on the table. For using you to destroy Fiona's hold on your father's legacy, for not believing in your ability from the start and orchestrating mentors behind your back, for pushing that final deal even after I said I'd stop. For everything. The confession tastes bitter, but I force it out. I was so blinded by revenge that I forgot what it meant to actually care about someone. Her eyes narrow, a flicker of old hurt surfacing. You say that now, after demolishing what was left of Dad's brand and fracturing my trust. My chest burns. I know, and it's too late to undo many things, but I did dismantle those acquisitions. I gave the DA and the press all the evidence needed to expose Fiona's crimes. Proof she siphoned your father's funds, forged your signature on legal documents. That's out in the open now, so no one can blame your father for the estate's downfall. Her arms slowly uncross. She studies me, searching my face. So that scandal about Fiona's laundering, it was you? I bow my head. Yes. I found the records, had them verified, turned them over. Not for revenge this time, but to protect your father's name, and you. You deserved a clear legacy, free from rumors and lies. She exhales, eyes flicking away for a second. I see tears glinting at the corners. I appreciate that, she whispers. It helps knowing Dad wasn't the villain. I always believed in him, but the world tore him down. Now at least people see the truth. My chest loosens up with a surge of relief. That's all I wanted. A pause settles, fraught with unspoken questions. The backstage lights buzz overhead, casting dancing shadows on her metallic bodice. She finally looks back at me, jaw set with determination. Leo, she says, voice trembling with conflicting emotions. I don't need you. That's the truth. I built this collection, this show, without your money or your name, and it felt incredible. A pang lances my heart, but I nod. I know you don't need me. You never did. That's why I realized letting go was the only way to actually care for you. Her gaze softens, though it's tinged with unresolved pain. But just because I don't need you doesn't mean She stops, breathing shakily. Doesn't mean I don't want you. Not in the manipulative, controlling sense, but in a real, honest sense, and that terrifies me! A spark of hope flares in my chest, mingled with guilt. Camille, I struggle to find words that capture the enormity of my regret and my desire to stand beside her as an equal. I want to be part of your life, if you'll let me. Not overshadowing, not pulling strings. Just being there, supporting you, celebrating your victories. And if you never trust me again, I understand. But if there's any chance, I'm ready to earn it. She sucks in a slow breath, tears glinting in her eyes. Trust isn't built in a day, especially after everything that happened. But you've made choices these past weeks that show you're willing to let me be my own self. I nod fervently. I meant it. I told the board I'd rather sabotage my own expansions than sabotage your future. It's cost me some corporate deals, but I don't care. A dry smile tugs at her lips. That must have stung. I let out a breathy chuckle. It did, but the alternative was losing myself completely in you. Her gaze drops to the floor, voice emerging soft. I'm not ready to say everything's forgiven or that we can go back to how it was, because how it was broken. But maybe we can start over. I choose you despite everything, but on my terms. Does that make sense? My heart clenches with gratitude and remorse. I'd accept any terms. I'll rebuild trust from day one if that's what it takes. She nods, tears slipping free. I don't need you to rescue me or open doors I can open myself. I need a partner who believes in me and stands beside me. A partner who apologizes when they're wrong, who trusts my decisions. I won't be your pawn ever again. I reach out tentatively, brushing a tear from her cheek with my thumb. Contact sends a jolt of warmth through me. She doesn't pull away. You'll never be my pawn, I whisper, voice breaking. I promise. Something in her posture relaxes, as though the weight of the heartbreak lifts fractionally. She steps closer, letting her forehead rest against my collarbone, a delicate gesture of vulnerability. My heart thunders in my chest, uncertain if I'm allowed to hold her. But then her hands curl against my lapels, anchoring me to the moment. We've come so far, broken so many times. If she's willing to try again, I owe it to her to protect that fragile chance. Time seems to slow in the backstage glow, the hum of staffers packing up, the echo of leftover applause from the main venue, all fades into the background. It's just us, Camille in her triumphant gown, me in my suit bridging the chasm we created. I lower my head, pressing a gentle kiss to her hair. The chiffon rustles softly and she lets out a shaky exhale. We stay like that for a few heartbeats, clinging to a hush that feels like renewal. She steps back slightly, looking up at me with those piercing brown eyes. We'll do it the right way this time, she murmurs. No secrets, no revenge plots. If you want to be with me, you stand by me, not behind me pulling strings. Emotion floods me, relief, longing, self-reproach for what I did, and a glimmer of cautious hope. Yes, I say simply. I'm yours to guide if you'll have me. I'll prove I can be worthy of you. Her lips quirk in a small, genuine smile. Don't put me on a pedestal either. I just want honesty and respect. I laugh softly, a burst of nerves easing. I can manage that. My throat closes at the sincerity in her gaze. Thank you, Camille, for giving me a chance to do better. She tilts her head, wiping her cheeks. I guess heartbreak can turn into something new if both people want to fix it. I won't pretend it won't take time, but I see the changes you've made, burning your deals, exposing Fiona's crimes, letting me own the spotlight. Her voice thickens. It means a lot. I nod, words failing me. Instead, I let my expression carry my pledge. I won't fail you again. A stagehand rushes past, announcing that the backstage area will close soon as the venue transitions to the after-party. Camille sighs, stepping back fully. She glances down at her gown, brushing off invisible lint. I should probably change before meeting buyers or press. This gown is gorgeous, but it's heavy. A soft chuckle escapes me. It's breathtaking, just like you. She flushes but smiles, her mood lighter. Thank you, I'll take that compliment. Before she can slip away, I catch her hand gently, searching her face. I'll wait for you outside if you want to leave together. Or I can head out if you'd rather not be seen with me. I don't want to overshadow you in front of the press. Her gaze flickers. I appreciate that. The press might pounce if they see us walk out together, but honestly... She takes a breath. I'm done hiding or letting rumors define me. I can handle the press. If I choose to be seen with you, it'll be because I choose it, not because you orchestrated it. So, yeah, wait for me. My chest warms, relief washing through me. Okay, I'll be by the loading dock. Less chaotic. Take your time. She nods, lips curving in a shy smile. Then she disappears among the racks to change, already fielding a call from Karen about potential buyer meetings. I watch her go, heart lifting with a sense of possibility. We have a long road ahead, but we're not lost anymore. 15 minutes later, I stand near the loading dock exit, the hum of city nightlife drifting across the lot. The overhead security light casts a hazy glow on the asphalt. My driver waits discreetly by the car, engine idling, but I told him to keep a low profile. Let this be Camille's night. Footsteps echo behind me, and I turn to see Camille emerging in a simple black dress, the kind you'd wear if you're done showcasing your couture. She's got a small garment bag slung over her arm, presumably holding the final runway piece. Even now, I marvel at how she can look so poised after such a high-intensity show. She meets my gaze, a hint of nervousness flashing in her eyes. "So," she says softly, stepping closer. "It's official. The show was a success. Buyers want to talk to me. Journalists are clamoring for interviews, and I want to celebrate. But not in a big after-party with half the industry gossiping. Maybe just something small." My heart leaps. "I'd love that. Whatever you need." She smiles, a quiet sincerity in her expression. I need normalcy. Maybe a late dinner at a quiet place, or even takeout. Just us talking, if you're up for that. A grin breaks across my face. I'm definitely up for that. There's a cozy little 24-hour diner not far from here, no paparazzi, amazing milkshakes. We can slip in unnoticed. She exhales, relief mingled with tentative hope. That sounds perfect. I gesture to the waiting car, and we walk over together. The night air is cool on my skin, and the hush between us buzzes with possibility rather than tension. She glances at me, eyes holding a mixture of caution and warmth. We're not magically fixed, but we're stepping into a new chapter, one defined by her choice, her autonomy. At the car, I open the back door for her. She hesitates, scanning my face. Then she offers a small, wry grin. "Just so you know, if you ever try to orchestrate my career or life again, I'll be gone in a heartbeat." I nod solemnly, a half smile tugging my lips. "Understood. From now on, I stand beside you only if invited." She slides into the car, and I join her on the opposite seat, tension humming between us in a far more hopeful way. As we pull away from the loading dock, I catch one last glimpse of the artistry forum. Bright lights, a swirl of fashion's who's who. That world is behind us for tonight, replaced by the simple promise of a quiet dinner. Camille reaches for my hand, lacing our fingers together, an unspoken acknowledgement of the trust we're trying to rebuild. My chest tightens with gratitude. She doesn't need me. She chooses me. I lean closer, voice low. "I'm proud of you, Camille. For everything you did tonight. For forging your path. You're unstoppable." Her eyes soften, a small smile touching her lips. "Thank you, and I'm proud that you finally put your old vendetta to rest, even if it cost you dearly. It tells me maybe we can find common ground again." The hush in the car feels intimate, charged with the weight of what we've survived. Outside, the city lights flicker by in streaks of neon. I know the road ahead is long. So many wounds need healing. So many mistakes need unlearning. But right now, we have a fragile chance, and I'll do everything to protect it. She glances at the garment bag, tracing a fingertip over the fabric. "I'll probably tweak this design for a small production run. People are asking if they can pre-order." I grin, genuine warmth flooding me. "That's incredible. You deserve the success. And if you want any..." I stop, catching myself. I promise not to push business deals her way unasked. "I'll just say if there's anything you ever need from me, advice, a contact, just say the word. No strings attached." A glimmer of amusement flits across her face. "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for letting me choose. Silence settles again, but it's comfortable. We're both lost in thought, the future unwritten. My mind swims with hopes that we'll learn to trust again, that I can support her brand without overshadowing it, that she'll see me as more than a manipulator. She might never forget what I did, but maybe in time she can forgive, and we can forge something stronger, built on honesty this time. The car stops at a red light, streetlights reflecting off the windows. Camille turns to me, eyes searching. "Leo," she says softly, "I meant it when I said I don't need you, but I want you. On my terms, one day at a time." Emotion rushes through me, nearly overwhelming. "That's all I could hope for," I whisper. "I'm ready to earn each day." She lifts our intertwined hands, pressing a light kiss to my knuckles. My throat closes up, warmth flooding me. This is real, untainted by manipulation. The light turns green. The car glides forward into the city's embrace, leaving behind the thunderous applause of her runway show and the ghosts of our mutual betrayals. Ahead lies the quiet diner, a chance for conversation and cautious hope. And beyond that, a winding path of rebuilding trust step by step. Her brand, my redemption, our fragile new beginning. I release a breath I didn't know I was holding, letting the tension unravel. She accepted my apology. She chose me. No illusions or unstoppable force, just a man learning to love after nearly destroying everything. Outside, neon signs flash, mirrored in the car windows. The city hums with life, a million stories unfolding at once. Inside this car, we share one story. Two flawed people, determined to shape a kinder future together. If I've learned anything, it's that love means giving up control and letting her shine. As I glance at Camille, eyes shining with renewed determination, I realize this might be the best choice either of us has ever made.
Chapter 25. Camille. Months have passed since the night of my breakthrough runway show. The night I told Leo Maddox that I'd give him a chance, but only on my terms. In that time, so much has changed. My brand, Camille Hart, is no longer a fledgling dream. We've secured 2 small but significant retail deals, garnered press from Fashion Forward and Style Deconstructed, and started building a real team behind the scenes. Most importantly, I've rebuilt my life on a foundation of self-worth, no longer overshadowed by step-family drama or a vendetta-laden mogul's manipulations. I stand in what might be my proudest achievement to date. My new design studio, a cozy loft on the 5th floor of a renovated warehouse in Brooklyn. Exposed brick walls, large windows framing the city skyline, and a scattering of dress forms line the open space. My father's old sewing table stands in one corner, while a modern drafting desk faces the windows. At this hour, closing in on midnight, the city lights glitter outside, a sea of warm yellow and neon that reminds me just how far I've come. For the past few hours, I've been finalizing details for my upcoming runway show. Yes, another one. It's my 3rd now. But this time, I'm not in a borrowed slot or a last-minute addition. This show is mine, backed by real sponsorship, and an eager audience expecting something extraordinary. The weight of that expectation makes my nerves hum. Still, it's exhilarating. This is the future I fought for. Footsteps echo on the polished wood floor behind me. My heart stutters, a familiar warmth blooming in my chest. I turn to see Leo, carrying a box of takeout containers and wearing a faint smile that wavers between affection and caution. Even after half a year of trying to rebuild what we once shattered, I still sense that layer of guilt in his eyes, like he's perpetually afraid of overstepping. We're learning, together, and I find it strangely endearing. He lifts the bag. Thought you might be hungry? You get so lost in your sketches you forget to eat. A small laugh bubbles up. You're not wrong. I set aside the half-finished illustration for a new design, a sleek jacket with hidden pockets, and flex my stiff fingers. You didn't have to come all the way out here with food, though. He arches a brow, setting the box on a sturdy wooden table I use for cutting fabric. If I left you to your own devices, you'd survive on coffee and ambition alone. He flicks an almost smile, a softness in his gaze. Besides, I wanted to see you. Warmth flushes my cheeks. Even after these months, hearing him say he wants to see me triggers a rush of complicated emotions. Gratitude, lingering wariness, deep affection, a hint of that old heartbreak. But mostly, it's good. He's proven day by day that he respects my space, my decisions. He's stepped back from the Machiavellian deals that once defined him, focusing on philanthropic efforts and reorganizing his brand to fit a more transparent model. We're forging an honest, if sometimes uneasy partnership. Then I'm glad you're here, I say, meeting his eyes. But I only have about half an hour before I need to confirm tomorrow's fittings. Karen's on my back about a final schedule. He nods, offering a crooked grin. Understood. I'll feed you and watch you work. We share a conspiratorial smile, and for a moment, I recall how impossible this scenario seemed half a year ago. Back then, everything was lies and heartbreak. Now it's dinner in my studio, acceptance of each other's flaws, and a tentative hope that maybe we can build something real. 20 minutes later, we've devoured spicy noodles and some dumplings, perched on tall stools by the drafting desk. The scent of ginger and chili peppers lingers in the air, mingling with the faint must of old brick. I sip water to cool my mouth, then pick up a fabric swatch from a nearby stack. What do you think of this color for the closing look? It's a deep cobalt blue, almost metallic. I'm leaning toward it for that jacket I've been sketching. Leo sets down his chopsticks, studying the swatch with a surprisingly keen eye. It catches the light well, could complement your wave-like motifs, maybe pair it with subtle silver threading in the seams. I raise my brows. Silver threading, The old me might have bristled at his suggestions, suspicious of hidden motives. But we've come to a place where I trust his creative instincts are genuine, not manipulative. That's not a bad idea. Could add a layered shimmer without overshadowing the main color. He nods, slipping a finger across the fabric's surface. Exactly. I spent years designing before I turned to numbers and takeovers, he murmurs wryly. Sometimes I miss that pure creative rush. Thanks for letting me dabble now, even if it's just an opinion. A soft smile forms on my lips. You're good at it. When you're not orchestrating someone's downfall, your design sense is pretty spot on. My tone is playful, but the reminder of his old ways hums in the air. We can't erase the past, but we can own it. He bows his head. I'm trying to be worthy of your trust every day. My chest tightens with a tender ache. And I see that. I do. We share a lingering glance, then I shift, clearing my throat. So I suppose you heard the big news? Your reformed board is fully behind your philanthropic pivot? A glow of pride lights his face. Yes, ironically. My shareholders balked at first, but after I parted with certain assets, like the ones from your father's estate, they realized we needed a new image. Now, Maddox Design is half design house, half philanthropic sponsor for emerging talents. He shrugs, eyes brimming with sincerity. It feels right. Wish I'd done it sooner. A surge of affection pulses through me. It's never too late to do the right thing, right? And you're not overshadowing new designers, but supporting them openly. He nods, expression soft. I learned from the best. He reaches out, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. The gesture is gentle and my heart flutters. You taught me. A beep from my phone disrupts the moment. Karen is texting me details about tomorrow's runway call times. I glance at it, exhaling. She's reminding me not to forget a final fitting for the plus-size model we added. Her ensemble needed last-minute alterations. I guess I should do that soon. Leo checks his watch. It's almost midnight. You sure you want to do fittings now? I shrug, a weary laugh escaping. The show's in 2 days. I'll rest after. There's no time to slack off, Mr. I used to run billion-dollar schemes. He chuckles. Fair enough. Then he hesitates, clearing his throat. Listen, there's something I've been meaning to give you, or ask you. My brows lift. Ask me. He sets aside the fabric swatch, turning his stool to face me fully. The shift in his posture, the serious glint in his eyes, pricks my curiosity. We're celebrating 6 months since you let me back into your life. He begins quietly. And I want to mark this turning point. Really mark it. With something that solidifies our partnership, both personal and professional. My pulse skitters, anticipation mingling with a swirl of emotions. I'm listening, I say softly. He inhales, gripping my hand. Camille, I know we're still rebuilding trust, but we've come so far and I can't imagine a future without you. So, he reaches into his suit pocket, heart pounding visibly in his chest, and pulls out a small, sleek box. My breath catches. Oh God, is this? He opens it, revealing a ring. It's not ostentatious. Tasteful, elegantly simple, with a shimmering stone that reflects the city's lights. I want to propose, he murmurs, voice thick with emotion. But only if you see this as a new beginning, not a culmination of old mistakes. Will you marry me? Will you build a future with me, where I stand beside you? No secrets, no manipulations? Tears burn my eyes. I glance at the ring, then at him. His open, vulnerable face. Leo, I whisper, heart thrumming. We had so much pain between us. Are we ready for marriage? It's only been 6 months since we started over. He nods, a tremor in his tone. I know it's soon, but I also know how I feel. You are everything I was missing, everything I want to protect and cherish. We can have a long engagement if you'd prefer. Whatever pace you need, as long as I have your promise. Emotions swirl, tears slipping free. I recall the nights I cried over his betrayals. The afternoons I raged at his manipulations. We overcame so much. Now I see a man willing to put aside his pride and let me lead my own destiny. My chest feels tight with love and acceptance of our shared flaws. A watery smile forms. Yes, I say, voice shaking. Yes, I'll marry you, Leo. We'll figure out the pace. Maybe not a wedding next week. A laugh escapes amid tears. But yes, I choose you. A raw, relieved exhale bursts from him as he stands, pulling me into his arms. The ring still gleams in its box. My entire body trembles with a heady mixture of joy and disbelief. He frames my face, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead, my cheeks, then my mouth, tentative at first, testing. I respond with a soft sob, tangling my fingers in his hair, returning the kiss with growing fervor. We've come so far. The tension in the studio changes, no longer just the comfortable companionship we've cultivated, but a deeper, urgent need. We've been intimate before, but tonight feels charged with the promise of a future. No more illusions. He slips the ring box onto the desk, not forcing me to wear it right this second. Then his hands caress my waist, sliding over the soft cotton of my t-shirt. Camille, he murmurs, voice low and heated. I want to show you how I feel. No walls. My stomach flutters, a throbbing ache pooling in my core. We're in my studio, I say, breathless, glancing around the open space. Work tables, mannequins, fabric bolts. It's not exactly romantic, but a thrill sparks. This is my creative sanctuary, and if we're forging a new partnership, why not here? He grazes his lips against my jaw. I love your studio. It's so you. And maybe I can help you unwind from the endless to-do list. A shaky laugh escapes me. You have a point. But do you realize there's barely any privacy? He shrugs, eyes brimming with playful warmth. There's a door. We can lock it. Then more softly. Unless you don't want to. My heart swells with affection at his respect for my boundaries. I tip my head, pressing a kiss to the corner of his mouth. I do, I say, meaning it in every sense. Lock the door, Leo. His eyes darken with desire, and he steps away long enough to turn the studio's key in the lock. The click resonates, sending a thrum of anticipation through me. Yes, we're doing this. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Leo. 8 months have passed since Camille slipped that ring onto her finger in her loft studio, sealing our promise to rebuild trust and share a future free of old demons. Those months have been a whirlwind of balancing her blossoming fashion line, my continued reforms at Maddox Design, and the day-to-day process of proving to each other that our love is worth every broken piece we had to mend. And now I'm standing at the front of an elegant courtyard garden, my heart pounding in my chest, wearing a custom-tailored suit that feels both too tight and too loose all at once. It's our wedding day. A day I once never imagined I'd embrace. Marriage always seemed like a trap or a business arrangement in the cynical world I'd shaped. But with Camille, everything is different. We chose an outdoor venue nestled on the outskirts of Manhattan. The Belmont Garden Retreat, a centuries-old estate turned into a boutique event space, featuring manicured lawns, tall hedges, and a cluster of blossoming magnolia trees. Late afternoon sun filters through the leaves, casting soft golden patches of light on the stone pathway. Rows of white chairs line either side of the aisle, draped with pastel-colored ribbons. The air hums with a sweet fragrance from the flowering vines woven around wooden arches. Behind me, a tasteful floral arrangement graces the arbor under which we'll exchange vows. Beneath that arch stand, the officiant, a longtime friend of Camille's father, and a small quartet of musicians who will soon strike the first notes of her chosen processional, a gentle string rendition of a jazz classic Camille adores. I shift my weight, resisting the urge to yank at my collar. My mother's old wedding band is tucked safely in the pocket of my suit jacket, a quiet reminder of the love that set me on the path to design in the first place. I wonder if she'd approve of me now, standing in front of friends and family with trembling hands, about to marry the woman I nearly lost to my own vendetta. Vance, my steadfast right hand, stands near me in the role of best man, though he looks uncomfortable in such a personal capacity, used to dealing with board meetings instead of wedding ceremonies. He catches my eye and offers a small, encouraging nod. I exhale, grateful that at least one face in the small crowd is rooting for me. The chairs fill with guests. On one side, I spot a few of Camille's close friends from the design world, plus some mentors like Haruki Mori, who gave Camille her big break. Next to him is Karen Warner, her unstoppable PR ally, wearing a wide grin. A cluster of extended family is present too, distant relatives who sided with Camille after Fiona's downfall. She told me once they'd been supportive from afar. And yes, there's Brenna, her stepsister. They maintain a cordial relationship now, with Brenna seemingly contrite after Fiona's crimes came to light. I watch her from the side, She's subdued, wearing a pale lavender dress, glancing around with a mixture of curiosity and genuine happiness for Camille. Fiona is notably absent, currently wrapped in legal battles that keep her far from today's event. Good riddance. My side is smaller. Some members of the Maddox design leadership, plus a few personal friends I've made over the years. People who stuck by me even after my ruthless days ended. I see a couple of philanthropic partners as well, the ones who helped me pivot my brand to a more transparent, supportive model. They greet me with proud smiles, as if they can't believe the once imperious CEO is about to say, "I do," with such raw vulnerability on display. The hush of anticipation grows. The quartet shifts notes, indicating the ceremony is about to start in earnest. I inhale sharply, my gaze locked on the entrance at the far side of the garden. Any moment now, Camille will appear. When the music changes to the gentle strains of a slow jazz rendition of La Vie en Rose, my chest tightens. Everyone stands, turning toward the aisle. My heart stutters as I catch sight of Camille stepping into view, my bride looking radiant beyond words. She's wearing a gown she designed herself. Of course she did. It's a masterpiece of soft, flowing silk overlay with delicate metallic accents that nod to her signature wave motifs. The bodice glimmers with subtle embroidery reminiscent of an ocean's surface under moonlight. She left her hair in a sleek updo, a few curls framing her face, and the minimal veil drapes elegantly down her back. The expression in her deep brown eyes is a mix of determined confidence and an emotional softness that makes my throat close up. She meets my gaze across the aisle, and in that split second, the world tilts. I see every moment that led us here, the lies, the heartbreak, the reparation, the small daily acts of love that rebuilt our bond. A tear pricks at the corner of my eye, but I don't look away. Neither does she. We've come so far. Camille's father's old friend leads her partway down the aisle, substituting for the father who can't be here. A pang hits me, knowing Patrick Hart never saw her like this, shining in her own right. I can't fix that, but I hope he's somewhere proud of the daughter who overcame it all. She reaches me at the arbor, handing her small bouquet of lilies to Karen, who's serving as her matron of honor. The officiant calls for everyone to be seated. Then it's just us, standing in the gentle hush of the garden's late afternoon glow, the quartet's melody fading into a soft silence. The officiant greets us, voice low and warm, acknowledging the journeys we've taken to arrive at this union. I barely register his formal introduction, too enthralled by the woman in front of me, tears shining in her eyes as she clutches my hands. We each wrote our own vows. I insisted on it. I needed to speak from my heart, not from a script. My voice trembles as I begin. Camille, from the moment I met you. I stop, half laughing at the irony. Actually, the moment I met you was under false pretenses, your brilliant impersonation. And from then on, I was lost in your fire, your talent, and your integrity. I nearly destroyed us with my revenge, but you never let that break your spirit. You showed me what it means to believe in someone forgiving them enough to give them a second chance. Today, I promise no more illusions, no more strings. I vow to stand beside you as your partner, your admirer, and your equal. I will do everything to honor your father's memory, to uplift your dreams, and to earn your trust every day we spend together. My throat tightens, tears threatening. She gently squeezes my hands, giving me courage to finish. I love you, Camille. With you, I found the freedom to be better than I ever believed I could be. Thank you for choosing me again and again. A hush falls. I see tears slip down her cheeks, mirrored by my own. The officiant nods for her to speak, and she takes a breath. Leo, you entered my life with secrets and schemes, but also with a depth of passion I'd never seen before. You hurt me, yes, but you also fought to restore my father's name, and you learned to let me stand on my 2 feet. I saw your heart beneath the ruthless facade, and I realized it was worth fighting for, even if it meant risking heartbreak. I vow to walk forward with you, hand in hand, forging an honest love out of the ashes. I don't need you to open doors or orchestrate my career. I only need your support, your honesty, your belief in me. I love you. Not as the man you were, but as the man you've become and continue to become. I promise to keep believing in us, to challenge you and to let you challenge me, all while trusting we'll handle life's storms together. She finishes, voice trembling. My heart feels like it might burst from my chest. This is real, so real. We exchange rings, slipping them onto each other's fingers. Mine is a simple band with a subtle wave design etched inside, a private nod to the motif that defined her brand. Hers is the ring I first offered in her studio, though we had it engraved with the words, "On our terms," in delicate script, a reminder of the promise we made. The efficient smiles, voice resonating with warmth. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you, husband and wife. You may kiss to seal your vows. We laugh through tears, leaning in for a tender, lingering kiss. The crowd erupts in applause, cheers echoing through the magnolia-scented air. My head spins with joy. I cradle Camille's face, not wanting to let go, but eventually we part, breathless smiles etched on both our features. An hour later, we're amidst the reception, set on the same garden lawn but with tables draped in white linen, subtle wave-themed centerpieces. Soft jazz floats from a small band in the corner. Guests mingle, sipping champagne. The sun dips lower, painting the sky in hues of peach and lavender. Camille is at my side, greeting well-wishers. Haruki embraces her warmly, praising the new direction of her brand. Karen fusses over her dress, squealing about how it's trending on social media already. Vance gives me a rare grin, congratulating me on this more personal victory. Even Brenna steps up, hugging Camille with teary eyes, murmuring an apology for the years of rivalry. The hush around the mention of Fiona is telling, but no one addresses it directly. This day belongs to joy, not regrets. Throughout the reception, cameras flash occasionally. Some official photographers, some just friends. We pose for pictures, share laughter and toasts. Camille and I cut a small, elegant wedding cake shaped like a stylized wave design, feeding each other bites. A flick of mischief lights her eyes as she smears a tiny dollop of frosting on my nose. I retaliate by kissing the sugar off her lips, prompting a round of amused claps from the crowd. Everything feels so free and genuine. As dusk settles fully, the crowd gradually disperses. Our planned honeymoon is still a few days away, to accommodate Camille's brand commitments and my new philanthropic project deadlines. But tonight, we have a suite booked at the estate's historic manor house, a private retreat just steps from the garden. The staff ensures it's decked with soft lanterns and rose petals. Karen's doing, no doubt. Late in the evening, we slip away from the final guests, hand in hand, hearts pounding with anticipation. The moment we cross the threshold of the suite, the hush envelops us. A hush laced with the memory of how we overcame so much. A scattering of candles line the mantel, flickering shadows against the antique furniture. A lush bed stands in the center, draped with crisp white linens. I close the door behind us, turning the lock with a soft click. My eyes find Camille's, and the love shining there steals my breath. She steps closer, the hem of her wedding gown trailing across the polished floor. "Married," she murmurs, half in wonder, half in disbelief. I brush a curl from her face. "Married," I echo, voice thick with emotion. "I never thought I'd want to tie myself to someone like this. But with you, it's not a trap. It's freedom." Her gaze softens, lips curving in a gentle smile. "Same here. We're forging the future on our terms." Tenderly, I slide my hands to her waist, feeling the smooth satin of her gown. Her breath hitches and she rests her palms against my chest, fingertips pressing lightly. The quiet tension between us thrums with all the love and longing we cultivated these months. "Leo," she whispers, stepping closer. "I've never been surer of anything." Our mouths meet in a soft, lingering kiss, her lips warm and welcoming. We deepen it gradually, letting the sweetness evolve into hunger. A swirl of desire pulses through me, A reminder that although we've shared intimacy before, this moment marks another threshold, the first time as husband and wife.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 27. Camille. 4 years. Sometimes it feels like a lifetime. Sometimes it feels like the blink of an eye. That's how long it's been since I said, I do, under that magnolia-scented arbor, vowing to share my future with a man who once nearly ruined me, only to rebuild my life with me instead. 4 years of love, laughter, the occasional bickering, we're both too stubborn to avoid it, and an ever-growing success for our intertwined empires. Camille Hart and Maddox Design. More than that, 4 years of growing into our marriage, forging a steady partnership built on honesty, respect, and a dash of that old fiery passion. And now, my life is about to change again, drastically, because I'm currently 9 months pregnant, pacing the living room of the loft we call home, a glorious space that merges the sleek minimalism Leo loves with the creative chaos I thrive in. Sewing machines, pattern racks, and half-finished sketches coexist with comfy couches and modern art, a perfect blend of us. My swollen belly is a source of both pride and exasperation. Pride because it's our first child, a baby girl we've quietly joked might emerge with a tape measure in hand. Exasperation because my due date was yesterday, and she's still not here. I waddle between the kitchen counter and the couch, occasionally glancing at the clock. Where is my husband? As if on cue, the front door opens with a flurry of frantic footsteps and a panicked voice. Camille, calls Leo, pushing inside with a bouquet of daisies in one hand and a tray of smoothies from our favorite organic cafe in the other. He's out of breath, jacket askew, tie half loosened. Even 4 years of marriage hasn't dulled his impeccable sense of style, though tonight he looks more frantic than polished. I got your text, he adds, eyes darting nervously around. Do we need to go to the hospital? I choke back a laugh, eyeing the daisies and smoothies. You're late, Mr. Maddox. And no, I'm not in labor. I only texted that I was feeling some mild contractions. He exhales in a rush, setting the bouquet on the table with trembling hands. Mild contractions can escalate. You said twinges? That's basically code for, I'm about to deliver a baby in the living room. A snort escapes me. No, it means what it says. Twinges. Braxton Hicks, probably. Trust me, I've been reading more pregnancy blogs than you can imagine. His shoulders slump in relief, though he still looks tense. I canceled a board meeting mid-sentence. The shareholders think I've lost my mind. I smile, waddling over to kiss his cheek. Let them think that. You've reined them in enough these past years. One canceled meeting won't tank Maddox Design. Besides, I'd rather have an overly cautious husband than a detached one. He softens, pulling me gently into a hug. I can't handle the idea of missing the moment our daughter decides to arrive. He rests a hand over my belly, voice going low with awe. Sometimes I still can't believe we're doing this. Parents. An unexpected swirl of love floods me, tears pricking my eyes. Me neither, I whisper. But we are, and we'll figure it out, like we have everything else. The evening drifts into a comfortable lull. We eat a light dinner, leftover veggie stir-fry, and talk about mundane things like final baby name choices. We have a short list, but we keep hedging. Leo rubs my feet, while I rant about an upcoming brand collaboration I have to finalize before the baby comes. It's domestic, sweet, so different from the chaos our lives once held. Around midnight, as we're settling into bed, I feel a sharper contraction than the earlier twinges. My breath hitches. Could this be it? But it fades after half a minute, leaving me uncertain. Probably another false alarm, I mutter, though my heart starts pounding with excitement. I doze off in Leo's arms, lulled by the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. I awaken at 3 a.m. to a surge of pain that grips my abdomen, far more intense than the evening's twinges. A startled gasp leaves my lips, and I scramble upright, trying to breathe through it. When it subsides, I realize with dawning clarity, this is not Braxton Hicks. My water broke. She's coming. I turn to wake Leo, but he's already blinking awake, alarmed by my gasp. Camille, what? Are you okay? He blurts, voice hoarse with sleep. I can't help the mixture of exhilaration and fear in my voice. I think my water just broke. We need to go. His eyes widen, and in an instant, he's flinging the covers back, stumbling out of bed in a flurry of motion. Okay, yes. Hospital bag, phone, keys. Where's the bag? Did we put it by the door? I inhale a measured breath, sliding off the bed and gripping the nightstand as another contraction hits. The comedic part is watching Leo, usually so poised, rummage through closets and muttering curses about missing items. Relax, I say breathlessly. The bag's in the living room closet. We planned for this, remember? He bobs his head frantically, half dressed in his boxers, hair sticking in every direction. Right, yes, we planned. I'm calm. I'm so calm. He flails into his pants, nearly toppling over. No big deal. Just my wife is about to give birth to our daughter. And oh God, I can't breathe. A laugh slips out despite the contraction pain. You'll be fine, I manage between clenched teeth. Just get the bag and drive us to the hospital. He nods, racing to the closet. I follow slowly, clutching walls for support when contractions flare. The comedic panic of him nearly forgetting to put on shoes while triple-checking the car keys is a memory I'll cherish forever. It offsets my own nerves, grounding me in the reality that we're about to meet our little girl. We manage to pile into the car by 3:20 a.m. Leo fumbles with the ignition, and I breathe through another contraction in the passenger seat, eyes squeezed shut. The city streets are mostly empty at this hour, but each bump in the road sends a shock through my body. My free hand clutches the armrest. Leo grips the steering wheel with white-knuckled tension. He glances at me every few seconds, worry etched on his face. Talk to me, he insists, voice taut. How's the pain on a scale of 1 to 10? Right now, maybe a 7, I grit out. But that'll climb once we're fully in labor. He swallows hard, nodding vigorously as though memorizing every detail. We can do this, he mutters to himself. We took the classes, read the books. We know the breathing exercises. I shoot him a look between contractions, a wry smile on my lips. Leo, breathe. You look like you're about to pass out. He forces a laugh, though it comes out strangled. I'm fine, just terrified of messing this up. Don't want to cause you more pain by being incompetent. My heart squeezes at his sincerity. You're not incompetent. Just help me get there, then hold my hand, okay? He nods, exhaling. Right, hand-holding. I can do that. We surge through the near-empty streets, the hospital looming ahead. Nerves coil in my stomach, but overshadowed by a wave of anticipation. We're about to meet our daughter. In a blur, we reach the maternity ward, a flurry of nurses rushing us to a birthing suite. Leo checks us in with frantic politeness while I cling to the wheelchair, riding the crest of another contraction that leaves me gasping. The medical staff is calm, professional. Turns out babies arrive at odd hours all the time. No biggie. For us, though, it's the most monumental moment we've faced since our wedding vows. I'm settled into a hospital bed, monitors attached to track my contractions, and the baby's heartbeat. Leo hovers at my side, fussing over everything. My pillows, my IV line, the dim lighting. I grip his hand through each wave of pain, occasionally snapping when he suggests certain breathing techniques we practiced. I know how to breathe. I growl, then apologize when the contraction passes. He just squeezes my hand, eyes brimming with love and nerves. "You're amazing," he whispers, brushing hair from my sweaty forehead. "You're so strong. I'm here, I promise." Time becomes a haze of contractions, nurse check-ins, and incremental progress. Eventually, the doctor arrives to confirm I'm fully dilated. The baby is on her way. We're in the final stretch. During the pushing phase, Leo tries to be the supportive coach. But the funny part is how he turns green around the edges when the doctor and nurses encourage me to push harder. The sight of actual birth happening is clearly overwhelming him. I half laugh, half groan between pushes. "Don't faint on me, Maddox," I warn, sweat dripping down my temple. He gulps, holding one of my knees in place, the other hand still entwined with mine. "I'm not fainting," he babbles, face pale. "Just, oh God, is that, oh wow." A nurse snickers softly. "He's doing okay, Mrs. Maddox. Keep focusing on your breathing." I bear down, gripping Leo's hand so hard he winces. The pain is mind-numbing, but overshadowed by the fierce need to bring our child into the world. Leo's panicked commentary makes me chuckle inwardly, offering a strange sense of levity amid the intensity. Suddenly the doctor says, "That's it. One more big push." My body is on fire, every muscle trembling. I close my eyes, summoning every ounce of strength. Leo murmurs frantic encouragement, half choked with emotion. And then, in a rush of relief, I feel the pressure ease. A new cry pierces the air, sharp, insistent, utterly miraculous. The doctor lifts a wailing newborn into view, cord still attached. My vision blurs with tears as I reach for her, chest heaving. Leo stands frozen, tears slipping down his face, one hand covering his mouth in awe. The doctor and nurses handle the details, suctioning her nose, cutting the cord, offering for Leo to do it. But he just nods dumbly, tears falling. The nurse laughs, handing him the scissors. He manages it with shaking hands, then stares at our daughter like she's the most precious treasure on earth. They place our baby girl on my chest, her cries turning into soft, sputtering hiccups as she adjusts to the world. My heart feels like it might explode with love. She's perfect. Tiny fingers, curly dark hair, and a scrunched up face that already shows hints of both Leo's determination and my fierce spirit. Leo leans in, tears staining his cheeks. "Camille," he whispers, voice raw. "She's beautiful. You were so incredible. He can't finish. Overwhelmed by emotion. I cradle the baby, guiding her to settle against me, warmth and life radiating in a trembling little body. My entire being floods with gratitude and wonder. "We did it," I murmur, smiling up at him, tears blending with sweat on my forehead. "She's here." Leo kisses my temple, a tender, shaky laugh escaping him. "Thank you," he breathes, voice quivering. "Thank you for bringing her into this world, for giving us a family." My chest fills with an indescribable joy. I press a gentle kiss to our daughter's forehead, marveling at her tiny features. "So, Do we finalize her name now? I ask, remembering our short list. He nods, eyes shining. I think so. We agreed on Amelie Rose Maddox, right? I grin through tears, brushing my lips against the baby's soft hair. Yes, Amelie Rose. It suits her. Over the next hour, the medical staff tends to me, ensuring I'm stable, while Leo holds Amelie in his arms, unable to stop staring at her in awe. He's still a bit shaky. Leo Maddox, undone by fatherhood, I tease, but I've never seen him look happier. The panic that had him stumbling over hospital bags and nearly fainting during the final moments now melts into paternal devotion. As the first morning light creeps through the hospital window, I watch him cradle our daughter, whispering sweet nonsense in her tiny ear. My body aches, exhaustion weighing on me, but my heart feels lighter than ever before. I lock eyes with Leo, and we share a silent acknowledgement of everything that led us here: betrayal, heartbreak, atonement, and finally, a life built on mutual respect and choice. He steps closer, placing Amelie gently back into my arms, then kisses my forehead. "You're my hero," he murmurs. I let out a teary laugh. "We can be each other's heroes. Deal?" He nods, brushing a curl from my face. "Deal." Exhaustion swallows me, but I manage to whisper, "I can't believe we have a baby. Little Amelie Rose is ours." Leo laughs softly, eyes bright. "We'll be amazing parents, stumbling, learning, but doing our best." I rest my head against the pillow, Amelie nestled in the crook of my arm. My gaze drifts between her peaceful little face and Leo's unwavering admiration. The comedic fiasco of him nearly falling apart just hours ago only underscores how deeply he cares. No illusions, no revenge, just love. At last, I close my eyes, letting tears of joy slip down my cheeks. This is our life now: father, mother, daughter. A far cry from the manipulations that once defined us. If Dad could see me now, I think he'd laugh, proud and relieved that I found not just career success, but a family forged from honest devotion. The hush of the hospital room wraps around us in a gentle cocoon. Outside, the city bustles, unaware that a brand new soul entered the world tonight, one who carries pieces of both Camille Hart and Leo Maddox in every tiny breath. And in that hush, I feel the reverberation of all we overcame, culminating in this comedic, heartwarming arrival of our daughter. As we settle into this new chapter, I inhale the sweet baby scent, exhaling soft contentment. Leo sits on the edge of my bed, his hand resting over mine, the other gently stroking Amelie's delicate cheek. We're a family. It's messy, hilarious, and beautiful.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, The tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.